Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6G. Chapter 251. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bullet on the side said viciously. Boss, let me take action against Quinn. I really want to fight this person. Rain Shiryu was not to be outdone, and also spoke. Let me do it. Maien spoke as she moved her muscles and bones. Don't fight, I will do it myself. Quinn, as the party concerned, of course is under great pressure. Let alone the heaven-defying existence of Maien. Just the two powerhouses, Shiryu and Bullet. Quinn didn't dare to pat her chest and say, she is sure of winning. Quinn really wants to cry. Why did he encounter such a thing, love? Face the three powerhouses all at once. Doesn't this want him to die? Ready are you, Quinn? Accompanied by a sharp voice, Maien's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he appeared in front of Quinn like this. The distance between each other was only a few meters. Followed by the fierce punch, without any fancy, it hit Quinn's chest in an instant. Quinn only felt that he had received a fatal blow to his chest, and he flew directly out of the kilometer away. Severe pain came from all over the body, as if to tear everywhere. The beasts and pirates in the distance were all stunned. What's the situation? Is this the Maien in the legend? This strength is too strong. You know, that is the famous Quinn. In terms of strength, in the entire beasts pirates, few people can be the opponent of Lord Quinn. Quote. The strength of Maien is beyond imagination. Good fellow, I'll call you good fellow. Quote. Quote. The beasts and pirates made shocked sounds one after another. In their view, advertisement. This is an incredible thing. It really deserves to be the famous Maien. This strength is really terrifying. Quinn let out an exclamation, staggering to his feet. Before that, he had heard a lot about Maien. Especially about the war on top. Now after actually meeting Maien, only then did he realize that he still underestimated the other party. The strength of this person far exceeded his expectations. Maien's horrible power is really comparable to their boss Kaido. What's more terrifying? This is how Maien can hurt him like this without Shockfruit's ability. Thought of this, Quinn no longer thinks too much. Even if someone will call him despicable afterwards, he will use this trick too. There is no other way. Then, Quinn didn't know where he was, and pulled out a special machine gun. Take me a blow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ice bomb. Next moment. In that special machine gun, hundreds of crystal bullets were fired at once, like a violent storm, and they pounced on Maien and others. A sharp light flashed in Maien's eyes. The expression was somewhat contemptuous. That's it. Dark water. A horrible force of darkness flows in the air. It seems that in this power of darkness, no matter how dazzling the light is, it will lose its brilliance. Hundreds of specially refined bullets are so powerless in front of the dark water, they are all blocked here. However, Quinn was not surprised at all. In other words, he had expected that his ice bomb would be blocked by the opponent. Advertisement. Run. Quinn just ran away. It turned out that this was just a trick of his vain. Maien burst out with a strong aura. The power in her body burst out like a landslide and tsunami, disappearing in place at an astonishing speed, and in just a few seconds, she caught up with Quinn. Bawang fist. Maien gave a low cry, and the fist wrapped in the pure white light circle, as if it could destroy everything in the world, hit Quinn's back fiercely. Boom. Under many horrified gazes, Quinn vomited blood again and flew out directly. Plop. Quinn's huge figure fell on the ground, smashing a big hole directly. Fortunately, Quinn's strength is different from that of ordinary people, and he has a very strong physical quality. Otherwise, if someone else came to take Maien's punch, I'm afraid that he didn't even know how he died, and he was severely injured on the spot, which is also a very possible thing. Just when Maien was about to make a ruthless hand, she knew Quinn in one blow. Suddenly, the mutation happened. Maien, you are too much. Accompanied by a roar resounding throughout the world, I saw a vague figure flying from a distance. Boom. At the moment of landing, the sand splashed and shocked the audience. Zero asked for flowers. There are dragon horns on the head. And the body is too large. And the invincible aura that can be called unparalleled in the world. All of the above is telling everyone at all times how difficult the strength and identity of the Conqueror is. That's right. Here comes one of the four emperors today, Kaido. In a sense, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, as well as Whitebeard who died not long ago, are from the same era. Is a well-deserved veteran pirate powerhouse. Advertisement. In this sea, there are few legends who can compete with Maien. Not to mention the existences of the same pirates, even if the Marines hear the name of Kaido, they will be scared of their souls. I only see how powerful Kaido is. At this moment, the samurai who were fighting against each other showed strong hatred. All of them wished that Kaido died suddenly on the spot. The samurai know very well. The reason why the life in the country is so miserable today is that its people live a life that is worse than death. All of this has to be given by this guy called Kaido in front of you. And they remember it clearly, it was Kaido who used a trick to kill their lord Kazuki Oden. Let me ask, how could they forget this enemy? There are even many samurai among them who really treat Kaido as if they kill their father and enemies. Can't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood. Kaido, has this guy finally figured it out? Damn Kaido, dare to appear in front of me. Today, either you die or you die. Ah, the guy the first hate the most has appeared. Kazuki Oden's hatred, give it back to me. Quote. The samurai's eyes flushed suddenly. Compared to the angry warriors, the beasts and pirates were elated, as if they had seen the savior. Quinn took a deep look at Kaido and said helplessly. Boss, I am ashamed of you. Kaido waved his hand, disapprovingly. With your strength, it is normal to not be able to beat Maien. After comforting Quinn, Kaido glared at Maien fiercely, his voice extremely cold. Maien, you are looking for death. First killed Doflamingo, then killed Jack, and now he came to the door to fight me directly. Do you really think you can't do anything against you? B. Chapter 252. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The voice just fell. Conqueror's Haki, the king of the world, burst out of Kaido, shocking all the creatures here. The powerhouses with incompetence, all affected by this invincible Conqueror's Haki, fell deeply on the ground and lost consciousness in this way. A strong like Maien, of course, is nothing. Not only did Maien have nothing to do, she also released Conqueror's Haki at this time. Boom. Two Conqueror's Haki, powerful enough to seem to be unable to compete, collided in midair, bursting out invisible sparks. After a long time, Conqueror's Haki disappears gradually. No one can do nothing. Maien said lightly. Kaido, do you know? You may die in my hands today. I am going to send you to hell and meet Whitebeard. After all, Baiju Sanchi Beard is your old friend, and you two have been on the boat again. If that's the case, wouldn't it be beautiful if I send you to see him? It is clear. This is a provocation. Kaido almost smoked out of anger. This is really outrageous. This Maien doesn't seem to put him in his eyes at all. Humiliate him to your heart's content. You are looking for death, Maien. Kaido gritted his teeth up and down, and didn't hide his murderous aura at all. If the eyes can kill, I'm afraid Maien would have been killed by Kaido thousands of times now. Instead of being afraid, Maien stretched out a hand. Come on, Kaido, I wait for you. Kaido couldn't bear it anymore, and shot directly under his anger. Fish fruits. Advertisement. Shenlong. Kaido, who was transformed into a dragon, opened his mouth wide and bit Maien. Maien didn't dodge, as if it was too late to dodge, let Kaido bite him into his mouth. Everyone here was stunned. Did Maien die like this? Quickly, Kaido's expression became distorted, and a lot of sweat permeated his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Want to swallow me? Your strength is not enough. This is Maien's voice. In the next moment, hundreds of fierce collisions sounded intensively. Boom, boom. Kaido's mouth began to deform badly, his mouth was full of blood, and dozens of sharp teeth were lost by the beating. The moment Kaido fell to the ground, a fierce figure flew out of his mouth and returned to the world. Maien was unscathed, with no injuries at all, as if Kaido's attack just now had no effect on him. That's it. Ridiculous. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien sneered. The beasts and pirates who saw what happened just now, their expressions were very wonderful. That Kaido, who exists like invincibility, is actually like this. Incredible. It's incredible. Is this really the Kaido in their impression? That's wrong. You damn it. Really damn it. Kaido, who was forced to transform into a human beast type, let out a roar that resounded through the audience. Just now, far away, advertisement. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Something terrible seems to be approaching here quickly. Boss Kaido, here we are. It's the tyrants. The barbarian is the strongest combat power among beasts pirates. It is said, this group of special forces, called the barbarians, has been in it since Kaido founded beasts pirates. It can be described as the most loyal combat power. It was this group of seemingly simple-minded, well-developed tyrants who only knew how to rush forward, following Kaido to fight south and north, destroying many pirate groups, and establishing a supreme reputation. And the person leading this group of barbarians is the head of the three plagues, Jin. Jin's gaze quickly fell on Maien. That look, as if looking at the dead. How dare you hurt the boss? I want you to die. Jin snorted coldly, looking menacingly. Before Maien could speak, the Rain Shiryu beside him laughed out loud as if he had found the most delicious prey. You are the Jin of the head of the three plagues. Very well, let me fight you. Yuji Shiryu sneered. Jin frowned and took a deep look at Shiryu of Rain. For Yuji Shiryu, he was still a little impressed. The status of the former warden of Impel Down represents the strength of Shiryu of the Rain. It is very powerful, not as powerful as usual. If you don't have some strength, you definitely can't be a former warden. And 0. Jin can also clearly feel that there is a strong and powerful force hidden in the body of this swordsman named Shiryu of Rain. I'm afraid that the opponent's strength is not inferior to him. Never mind, I'll take your surgery first. With a sword in his hand, Jin waved his wings burning with flames, exploded at an unreasonable speed, and slew towards Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and he had longed for such a worthy battle for a long time. Advertisement. There is no doubt that this existence called Jin is the opponent he wants to find. Come on, let us have a showdown. Yuji Shiryu shouted and rushed over. Quickly, the two great swordsmen in the world fought each other together, with one sword for you and one for me, regardless of the outcome. They swing their swords very fast, so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes can't keep up, as if a pile of afterimages swayed in front of their eyes. At the same time, Lu Fei has also shot. Their goal is amazingly Maien. Success, Maien. Jack is usually good to me, his hatred, I want to avenge it today. I don't know how strong Maien is. What a pity, such a handsome man. Quote. Each of the 6 flying fetuses spoke harshly, looking like a life and death. Of course, Maien didn't put the 6 Fei in his eyes at all. He focused his attention on Kaido in the distance from beginning to end. In his opinion, 6 flying cells are just a bunch of high-level trash. It's not worth his shot at all. Only Kaido is worthy of him. After Maien snorted coldly, she cast her eyes on Bullet. Don't you really want to fight against others? Then you will leave these 6 flying cells to you. Bullet had this intention, and he glanced at the 6 flying cells, and agreed in one fell swoop. No problem, just leave it to me. Today, my Bullet needs to use my strength to teach these little bastards a good lesson, let them know that in this world, there are certain things that cannot be done, and some people cannot be offended. Obviously, Bullet is mocking Lu Fei's overpowering ability. Faced with a rival like Bullet, Lu Fei did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and they all used their own abilities to fight with Bullet. Chapter 253. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For a time, the audience was in chaos. The samurai rushed to beasts pirates like a group of chicken blood. Kill all these beasts and pirates, and restore the glory of the country of peace. Brothers, go. For freedom, but also for ourselves. This battle, we must not retreat. Quote. Although the number of warriors on the side is far less than that on the side of the beasts and pirates. But I don't know why, this group of warriors rushed forward as if they were not afraid of death. The beasts and pirates are dumbfounded. What's the matter with these samurai? Are you not afraid of death? They think they are a bunch of lunatics, but today they saw someone even crazier than them. At the same time, Kaido and Maien are facing each other. Looking at everything around him, Kaido sneered. I have to admire you, Maien. It didn't take long for you to come to Wano country. In such a short period of time, so many samurai can be used by you. Maien said lightly. Oh 9. It's nothing, the reason why they stand with me, isn't it because you are too cruel? If you really win the hearts and minds of the people in the country of Wano, then ask, how can these samurai come to oppose you? Kaido laughed. Actually, I didn't care if the group of samurai would be an enemy of me. It may be a bad thing. No matter how strong the samurai is, it is impossible to cause any danger to me, can it? You are the only one who threatens me. Maien laughed too. You really look at me. Advertisement. Praise me so much, I will swell. Having said that, Maien deliberately mocked. Or. You think you are not my opponent. Kaido grinned furiously. I am not your opponent. Ridiculous. Next, I will let you understand the difference in strength between you and me. The voice just fell. Kaido raised his head and gave a long scream. The amount of violent violence in the body erupts like a volcano. Human animal state. Half human, half dragon. This is Kaido's current strongest combat form, none of them. Its strength is terrifyingly chilling. Go to hell. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Accompanied by the sound of killing intent, Kaido stretched his figure, stepped on the ground fiercely, and then exploded at an astonishing speed. He rushed to Maien's face, followed by a punch. Passed. Maien is not to be outdone, neither dodges nor hides, but also punches in the face. Boom, boom. The two went crazy forward, never taking a step back. Fists, constantly banging. The violent powers collide with each other. This fierce battle deeply shocked the beasts, pirates and samurai who were fighting, and made people feel jaw-dropping. These two people are too perverted, right? To be honest, I have never seen such a shocking battle. Not once. This Maien is really outrageous. No wonder this person can kill Whitebeard. It seems that the rumors are right. It is really possible for this Maien to become the next 4 emperors. It's just a matter of time. Kaido-sama, what can't help Maien? Is it my eye problem? Otherwise, how could I see such a shocking thing? Quote. Advertisement. However, what most of the strong have not seen is. In fact, this is not a close battle. From beginning to end, Kaido was suppressed by Maien. Whether it is power, still technology, or to say the timing of the shot. Kaido has no advantages. Jin also rarely showed consternation. Your Excellency is actually suppressed. How is this possible? He is the first person to follow Kaido. There are not many people in this world. He knows better than him how strong Kaido is. If it weren't for Kaido's strong strength, he wouldn't follow Kaido. And now, in his mind, it is such a powerful Kaido. Was suppressed unexpectedly. Incredible. At the moment Jin was distracted, Shiryu of Rain suddenly slashed with a sword, using a very tricky sword, and in a short moment, cut off Jin's left wing. Jin didn't get weaker there either, he still reacted in such a short time, and launched a timely counterattack, a sword entwined with flames, instantly slashed towards Shiryu of Rain. However, this time Jin's counterattack was easily blocked by Shiryu of Rain, as if the latter had expected all his movements and actions from the beginning. What? Want to fight back? There are no doors. That said, Shiryu of Rain once again made a move, and the speed of his sword swing was even faster than before. Jin is really speechless. What the hell is Shiryu of Rain? What a lunatic. Do not. It's a lunatic among lunatics. He has seen a lot of weird people in his life. Advertisement. But for someone like Yuji Shiryu, it was the first time he saw him. Asshole, don't underestimate me. While furious, Jin used all his strength to fight Yuji Shiryu fiercely again. Quinn, who fell on the ground and was recovering from his wounds, couldn't help showing shock. What the hell is going on here? Is it possible that Maien is far superior to the boss? Otherwise, how can such a thing be explained? Just thinking of this, Quinn's face suddenly changed. Original. The wound caused by Maien's punch just now recurred, causing him to feel extremely painful. This feeling is really unacceptable. The aftermath brought by this punch also seemed to tell him profoundly once again, how powerful Maien's strength is. It is so strong that people don't know how to describe it in words. At the same time, in a corner of the battlefield, a group of mysterious people wearing masks are whispering. If Maien were here, he would definitely be able to recognize these mysterious people wearing masks. They are the lackeys raised by Celestial Dragons CP0. Tell 5 elders. Maien and Kaido, full-scale war. One of the masked people spoke a little hastily. It seems that this matter is so important to him, for fear that the report time will be a little late. The most center of the battlefield. 2 fast figures, which are hard to see with the naked eye, are constantly intertwined. Others have no idea what these 2 people are doing. But one thing is certain is that this fierce battle is not something ordinary people can intervene. If anyone dares to intervene in this battle at will, I am afraid that they will be beaten to death before they get close. Fell me down. Suddenly Maien's figure flashed, and endless dark power surging, transmitted to Kaido's limbs like a spider web, as if to completely trap the opponent. Chapter 254. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This kind of thing. Can trap me. Kaido roared, the moment he tried his best to unlock the power of darkness. Unexpectedly, Maien changed his skills on the fly. At the first moment, it was still the power of darkness, but at the next moment, it was changed to the shock fruit ability that destroys everything. The moment the punch fell, Kaido's huge body was blasted away in an instant, and a long line of blood spurted from the mouth along the way, and his body was weak and fell down from the air. Boom. The moment Kaido landed, there was a splash of sand and rocks, and a large area of the ground collapsed. It feels like an earthquake is in person. This sudden fall made all the creatures present panic. Kaido fell down, just when many people thought Kaido was defeated in this way. A roar rose to the sky. I won't lose. Next moment. Kaido, who was originally wounded, stood up tough. Like a fearless god of war. Maien's eyes shone with brilliance. Kaido, unexpectedly, you can still survive. Kaido wiped the blood from his mouth vigorously, and said angrily. Don't think that you can defeat me completely. But very strong. In the voice, there is still confidence as always. Obviously Kaido was already at a huge disadvantage, but he stood up again and again. And, look like you're not afraid of you at all. This confident look really made everyone ashamed. Where does Kaido's confidence come from? The corners of Maien's mouth raised slightly. Advertisement. Is it? I want to see. How long can you last? The voice just fell. Maien's figure flashed. In an instant, disappeared in the same place again, just disappeared here out of thin air. As if just evaporating in this world. When Kaido slowed down, a fierce figure appeared above his head, slamming his fists quickly, and banging his head down. Shake fist 10 combos. This single blow can make the average strong person unbearable, but Maien has directly hit 10 times. Even if Kaido's strength is no matter how strong it is, it still can't resist, and he has been beaten back in a row. It's not that Kaido is too weak, but that Maien is really strong and too abnormal. Although Maien only mastered shock fruit not long. But, in such a short period of time, Maien has become so proficient that she has even developed a trick that even Whitebeard can't. Under normal circumstances, you can only use one shock punch in a short time. Can be developed by Maien. With vibration punches, you can use 10 punches continuously in the shortest time. How to do it? It's simple. Concentrate the power of each hit, so that the side effects will be reduced a lot less. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I won't lose. Kaido was so dizzy that he couldn't find the ground. It seems that the whole world is subverting. The last blow. Go to hell, Kaido. Maien clenched her fist, punched with all her strength, and instantly penetrated Kaido's body. Boom. Under the shocking explosion, in the middle of Kaido's oversized body, a cave was forcibly punched out like this. Blood gush out like no money. Thump. Kaido, one of the four emperors, known as the strongest creature and also titled as the King of Singles, finally fell in a pool of blood. Do not. Advertisement. Impossible. There was blood in Kaido's mouth, and he could clearly feel his consciousness plunged into darkness. He seems to be dying. Maien suddenly stretched out her foot and stomped hard on Kaido's head. Kaido, aren't you very smug? Why can't you say a word now? Say something. As Maien said, he strengthened his foot. Kaido's entire head is about to be stepped into the ground. More and more sinking. Seeing this scene, the beasts and pirates in the distance were naturally surprised and angry. They have followed Kaido for many years and have never seen this invincible existence, and there will be such miserable times. This, what is this? Was unilaterally beaten by Maien. What is singled out here and there? Obviously it is one-sided crushing. Anyone who can see what happened just now knows that Kaido has been crushed from beginning to end. No, it's impossible. That Kaido-sama actually. Ah, Lord Governor, come and tell me alone, this is not a real person. I am dreaming everything. Unbelievable, unbelievable, quote. Everyone present exclaimed one after another. Such a shocking scene really drove them crazy. After seeing this scene, Jin, who was at war with Shiryu of Rain, went crazy. His idol, the Governor-General Kaido, was crushed like this. Unbelievable. How many times have you been in a daze? When Jin heard this sound, his body shook subconsciously, just when he wanted to return to him. A fiery sword light already occupied his pupil. Accompanied by the cold light across the air. A head covered with blood just flew out like this. Advertisement. Second in charge of Beast's pirates, Jin died. Backquote what? Jin is dead. Quinn was stunned. Regardless of his usual relationship with Jin, it seems to be very bad. But in fact, he sincerely treats each other as his own brother. Result. This sibling brother, just died in front of him. Let me ask, who can bear such a thing? I'm going to kill you, Shiryu of the Rain. Quinn was angry. Regardless of his overweight body, he once again transformed into a Brachiosaurus with a laser bullet in his mouth, trying to kill Shiryu of Rain in one blow. However, Rain Shiryu's reaction was too fast. In just a moment, I have already figured out how to deal with it. Cut. With a deep, Nuohaojao voice, Shiryu of Rain cut down with a single sword, and cut down the laser bomb. What? This guy's reaction is too fast. Quinn was surprised at first, but soon he was relieved, planning to use other means to deal with this guy who killed his own brother. But when he was about to do it, two figures suddenly appeared behind him at an astonishing speed. It's Denjiro, and the famous samurai of Wano country, Shutenmaru. Whether it's Shutenmaru or Denjiro, their strength is in the country of Wano, and they are considered first-class talents. Looking at the entire army of samurai, the only one who can directly defeat them is probably the dead Kazuki Oden. Apart from that, no other samurai can do it and defeat them too. Just one of them is enough to be difficult. And now, these two extremely powerful warriors actually joined forces to deal with their old friend, Quinn. Chapter 255. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There is only one idea in their brains. That is to completely kill Quinn. Get out of here. Quinn made a grinning sound, and his tail was like a whip that swept everything, swinging at Schwanjiro and Judianmaru. Click. The expressions of these two warriors did not change, and they held their own weapons to block Quinn's counterattack. Before Quinn could react, another unexpected figure attacked him from an unexpected angle. That is a master of the half-murlocs wearing a strange hat. It's Ha Song. Quinn's pupils shrank. Of course he remembers the other person. If you want to ask why. He Song, but he was locked up for 20 years. It's strange if you don't know it. Queen, go to hell. Taking advantage of Quinn being involved by his two partners, He Song displayed his strongest blow, and at the most critical moment, he gave Quinn a fatal and heavy blow. Quinn was already in a serious injury situation, and it has been a very difficult thing to be able to move. As a result, he received the blow of He Song again, and his body was really unstoppable. What? Quinn let out a heart-piercing scream. The body fell weakly to the ground. This fall, I can't stand up anymore. You can't die anymore. In a blink of an eye. Two disasters were killed one after another. It's Jack who died not long ago. In this way, the top combat power of Beast's pirates is all over. Completely finished. The remaining 6 flying scorpions, at this moment, their situation is not very good either. Because the person they have to face, but the old lunatic Bullet. Advertisement. Don't think Bullet is a person, but this person's physical skills are very powerful and can be called the top level. Although Bullet has been imprisoned in Impel Down for a long time, his combat experience has not retreated at all, and is still so powerful. Only you. What a joke. Although it is one enemy 6, Bullet seems to have no idea what the word fear is, and instead rushes towards it. The one who fell first was Wertie's sister and brother. Wertie's strength is not too weak, but in front of old fried dough sticks like Bullet, it still doesn't look good. It will happen sooner or later to be knocked down. Drake, one of the 6 flying cells, was originally not a pirate. He came to Beast's Pirates simply as an undercover agent for Marine. Now it seems, Beast's Pirates, it's completely over. Then there is no need for him to do this undercover. Right now, it's time to leave here. Drake turned around and ran away. The remaining 3 6 flying cells were dumbfounded. Sister Ulti is gone, and Drake ran away again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So how are these 3 of them Bullet's opponents? Bullet wanted to kill him. But then he thought. To deal with the pirates in the future, you still have to have a lot of combat power. Although the strength of the 3 people in front of him is not as good as him, but in other places, it is also a strong one. It is actually a good thing to let these 3 people surrender. Thought of this, Bullet changed his mind and sneered. Now I give you 2 choices. 1. Die. 2. Surrender. Choose your own. Time is limited, and my patience is limited. It is better for you to make a judgment quickly. The remaining 3 6 flying cells looked at each other, and they could see helplessness under each other's eyes. Advertisement. Now the trend is over. They won't do it if they don't descend. I am waiting to come down. ... Today's Beast's Pirates is completely finished. All 3 plagues are wiped out. The 6 flying cells either surrendered, died, or fled. The remaining group is completely panicked. Especially the tyrants who have followed Kaido for many years, at this moment, they can't help but feel at a loss. They had never encountered this situation before, so that they didn't know what to say for a while. At a loss. Very at a loss. Kill all the remaining beasts and pirates. Don't let one go. Let these beasts and pirates know how powerful we are. Charge. Quote. The samurai are completely crazy. Under his high morale, the already brave warriors became more fierce, each incarnation like a human figure, bursting out with 12 points of strength, chasing and killing the beasts and pirates. Under this general ruthless pursuit, most of the remaining beasts and pirates were completely crushed, and there was nothing to do from beginning to end of the game. It's not that they don't want to fight with the samurai, but there is no way at all. This, how could this be? Although Kaido is not dead yet, it is more uncomfortable than death. He was dying. At this moment he understood the meaning of the 4 words that life is better than death. Do you regret being an enemy of me? Maien grinned, a very confident look. Kaido is silent. He didn't want to say a word. Seeing Kaido, Maien didn't want to speak, and knew that the other party had completely surrendered. The worst thing you have done in your life is not surrendering in time. Advertisement. At the moment, it's time for you to die too. From now on, there will be no more Beast's Pirates. After saying this sentence, a cold light flashed in Maien's eyes, and then he threw a terrible punch, which hit Kaido's head. Boom. Kaido's head was like a watermelon, and it exploded in an instant. The strongest creature, with a terrifying reputation, was the Kaido who made all the creatures on the sea frightened, so he was beaten to death alive. If this incident spreads out, I don't know how much shock it will bring to today's world. This kind of thing is not a joke. Once there is no 4 emperors. Then, the whole world situation has become more complicated. Neither knows what will happen next, but one thing is certain. Maien is really too dangerous. With Kaido, he died. The country of Haki means being completely liberated and ushering in real light. The samurai who have not felt the taste of freedom for a long time have a feeling of embracing great freedom. Thank you so much, Maien. Yeah, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we can't beat Kaido at all, and we can still be suppressed for a long time. Kaido is finally dead. General Kazuki Oden, you can rest in peace. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that the strongest creature would die in this way. It is really embarrassing. Quote. The mood of everyone present was very complicated. After all, they really didn't expect Kaido to really die like this. Then, they really admire Maien, this great hero, from the bottom of their hearts. In many people's subconscious minds, Maien has become their savior. Only Maien can save their Wano country. Chapter 256. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just now. Denjiro, Shutenmaru, and Kawatsu knelt in front of Maien, and said gratefully. Thank you, Maien. The 3 of them all really admire, and it can be seen that they all admire Maien very much. That expression doesn't look like a fake. It's all from the heart. Maien saw the expressions of the 3 in his eyes and couldn't help but sneered in his heart laughed. In fact, what these 3 people don't know is. He killed both Catbelly Snake and Inu Lan. Otherwise, if the 3 warriors were to know that their old friends Cat Viper and Inuarashi were dead in his hands, maybe they might turn their faces. However, instead of saying that Maien took the initiative to tell the truth, she deceived the 3. One thing, I don't know if I should talk to you. The 3 samurai were taken aback. Denjiro asked. What is it? Maien looked regretful. Cat Viper and Inuarashi are all dead. Dead in Jack's hands. Before the 2 of them died, I asked me to tell you that the vows they had made 20 years ago were unfulfilled by them. Denjiro and others did not doubt the problem, nor did they fully expect Maien to deceive him. After hearing this, Denjiro and the others had complicated expressions and a very sad look. For them, Inu Arashi and Cat Viper are one of the most important good friends. Result. Just die like this. Just ask, how can they not feel sad? 20 years ago. Advertisement. They vowed together that they must avenge Kazuki Oden. Unfortunately, after Kaido and Black Charcoal Orochi are over, the two of them don't see the scene they are now. Their mood is really complicated. Maien comforted. Don't be so sad, I believe they know well, and they will be happy because of Kaido's death. Denjiro and the others nodded lightly, thinking that Maien was right. The country of Haji has a rebirth. The civilians who were unable to eat or drink good water can enjoy these foods at this moment. Oh, what a fresh ingredient. I haven't tried it for a long time. Father, this meal is the best meal I have ever eaten in my life. General Kazuki Oden is here. If you see something like this, you will surely be relieved. Quote. Every street in Wano country resounded with similar voices above. At this time, the name Maien completely sounded in Wano country. So that even the 3-year-old Shower knows that there is a person named Maien. When Maien appeared on the street, the civilians were like seeing the savior, shouting thanks for Maien's arrival. Tisk Tusk, we are really welcome. Bullet wrapped his arms around his chest and couldn't help laughing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Where is Shiryu of Rain? Maien wonders. He said to regain the remnants of the beasts and pirates. Bullet replied. That's it. Maien suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't seen Shiryu of Rain since a long time ago. It turns out that this guy is doing what he is best at. If you don't surrender, there will be a dead end. Death or life. You choose your own. Advertisement. Like Shinigami, Shiryu of Rain, who exudes a cold breath, is staying in a certain high place. His eyes scanned the many beasts and remnants below, as if looking at ants. Even Yuji Shiryu's gaze made everyone very unhappy. But they have to admit that they are in a desperate situation. I am willing to surrender. A crowd of beasts lowered their arrogant heads, and they all surrendered. Even the savage tyrants who are aloof and fearless, at this time, are completely satisfied. Can they refuse? You can't accept it. Not long after. Kaido was killed and Beast's pirates was destroyed, as if it had grown wings, it spread throughout the world. The whole world is boiling. No one thought of it. In such a short time, another 4 emperors died. What's more, Maien did this again. It's so scary. Is this Maien a human? Killing 4 emperors in a row in less than 3 months. Before Marine knew about it, their mood was very mixed. Yes, it is. Very complicated. Marine tried their best to kill all the 4 emperors. The results of it, they are not as good as Maien this pirate. Zero asked for flowers. Maien has done a lot of things that Marine can't do in most of his life in such a short time. Such a strong contrast really makes people feel ashamed. Who is Marine anyway? What is Maien really doing? Although I'm very happy that he can get rid of a serious confession for us, but I don't know what to say. Advertisement. No, you should say, should we be funny now, or should we feel lost? Maien has done what we can't do. Kaido, the strongest creature, is not Maien's opponent. Although I have thought about Maien's strength, I really did not expect that Maien's strength can be so strong. I don't understand what Maien is thinking about. Quote. 0. The Marine executives were shocked first, and then they felt jealous. They all felt that Maien's threat level might surpass that of Locke's, or even the same level as Roger. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with spirits. Maien. I have a feeling. In the near future, this son will become the new One Piece like Roger. This is a very high evaluation. If someone else said this, the Marine will not take it to heart. But it's terrible. Having said this, he gave such a high evaluation, but the current Marine Marshal Sengoku. Everyone was shocked. In Sengoku's eyes, Maien has the potential to become the next One Piece. This is terrifying. Even Kizaru, who has always been lazy, couldn't help but worry. Maien alone is enough to be difficult. But now, let him swallow part of Kaido's territory. Plus the 2 invincible thugs, Shiryu and Bullet. Having said that, Kizaru shook his head. I think no one can stop Maien. The current Maien is the number 1 pirate force today. Even Shanks and Charlotte Linlin are not as good as Maien. Kizaru's words have been said in everyone's hearts. Actually, the Marine executives think so too. In today's world, I am afraid only the Marine can compete with Maien. Should we raise the bounty for Maien? A Marine violently raised his arm and spoke weakly. B. Chapter 257. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As soon as this remark came out, many Marine executives gave a wry smile. Do you want to raise the bounty for Maien? If it goes up again, I'm afraid it will be even higher than Roger One Piece. In this regard, it is rare for Admiral to make unanimous decisions. I agree to offer Maien a boost. Although I have a good relationship with him, I have to say that this son is really getting more and more dangerous. If we leave it alone like this, it will definitely bring us more hidden dangers in the near future. Yes, the current plan is to quickly mobilize the army and kill Maien. Quote. Let alone Akainu. Even Kizaru and Aokiji said so. Obviously, Maien's performance in the top war was deeply carved into the hearts of everyone. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with spirits. It seems to be lost in thought. After a long time, a sigh came from Sengoku's mouth. 940. No solution anymore. Just raise the bounty for Maien. Sengoku's remarks did not surprise everyone, but took it for granted. But the next sentence made everyone present dumbfounded. Just raise Maien to 5 billion bounty. As soon as this remark came out, shock the audience. No matter who it is, I wonder if there is a problem with my ears, so that I hear such absurd words. What? 5 billion bounty? Now, Jane is close to Roger's bounty. Sengoku's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everyone's inner thoughts, and slowly spoke. It makes sense for me to do this. With the death of Kaido, the world situation is completely different. Shanks, Maien, Charlotte Linlin. These three people are the strongest pirate forces today. Speaking of which, advertisement. Sengoku paused and continued to speak. In my opinion, among the three invincible pirate overlords, Maien is the strongest. None of them. When everyone first heard this, they felt that it was an incredible thing for the first time. But after they thought about it carefully, they began to feel that it made sense. Yup, in a sense, Maien is indeed the strongest existence. I believe everyone knows how strong Whitebeard and Kaido are. Result. It was these two people who were so perverted, but they fell into Maien's hands one after another. This is enough to prove Maien's strength. 3. Admiral glanced at each other and expressed his views successively. I support. Seconded. So be it. The Marine executives were a little dumbfounded. Honestly, like today, the three admiral can maintain the same opinion from beginning to end, they still see too little. They really refreshed their three views, and they were moved and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. What happened to these three admiral today? Then. With the three admiral has expressed his position. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Other senior executives also expressed their support one by one, supporting Sengoku to do so. Sengoku finalizes the tone. Then I officially announce it. Maien's bounty has been raised to 5 billion. Quickly. The news that Marine wanted to raise Maien's bounty to 5 billion also naturally spread to 5 elders. The 5 elders immediately called a meeting and reached an agreement. 5 billion, a little bit less. At least. There must be a 5.5 billion. When Maien defeated Kaido, and suddenly became the person with the highest bounty in the sea. It is a bit higher than the bounty currently owned by Shanks and Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. In a sense, it also shows that Marine attaches great importance to Maien. Some forces even began to feel. Maien will become the next One Piece. Gradually, those who hold Maien will be the next Roger's idea. As time goes by, more and more people. Supernova, Shichibukai, Revolutionary Army, and, there are some unknown forces just around the corner. They are all paying close attention to Maien's affairs. The term 4 emperors is a term of the past. Right now. It's the age of the 3 emperors. Hometown of Whitebeard. Joes, who had broken one arm, showed a complicated expression after learning about it. This fellow Maien, even defeated Kaido. In this way, didn't he avenge us in a disguised form? These words, speaking of the aspirations of many of the White crew members present. Kazuki Oden. He was the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Unfortunately, it was killed by Kaido more than 20 years ago. Everyone has always been concerned about this matter. Now, Kaido is dead, and Kazuki Oden has been reported, but the one who made the shot is the Maien. May I ask, can everyone's mood not be complicated? Can they be a little grateful for Maien? After all, it was Maien who killed their father. If it wasn't for the father's order during his lifetime, I'm afraid they would have taken action long ago to deal with Maien. Marco followed with a sigh, and said to everyone, 0. Let's take care of this kind of thing less. It's all over. As a result, as soon as the words were finished, a team leader jumped out directly, speaking out with righteous indignation. Brother Marco, do you really think we should let go of our hatred? Don't forget, isn't it because of Maien that everyone is in the current situation? Advertisement. Speaking of this, the captain was even more upright, and his expression became excited. If this revenge is not reported, can we still be human? Everyone's faces darkened. In fact, most people think so. Although the father gave them the last order before his death. Tell them not to shoot Maien. But, they have always been brooding about the death of the old man. Want to put it down. It's easier said than done. After Marco was silent for a while, he followed the nail on the head. Do you think I don't want revenge? But, have you ever thought about it? With our strength, can Maien be beaten? This problem. The captain was stunned. Yup, with their strength. Even if all people add up, may not necessarily be Maien's opponent alone. This gap is not generally big. The captain has nothing to say. On a beautiful island, there is a pirate group with a small number of people, but a powerful force. In this sea, no matter who it is good even Marine. When they saw this pirate group, they would definitely feel jealous. If you want to ask why, this pirate group is one of the strongest pirate groups today. Red Hair Pirates. At this time, this legendary pirate group is holding a banquet on this island. An iconic one-armed man exuding heroism from all over his body, holding the newspaper in front of him, showing a contemplative appearance from time to time. He is called Shanks. Chapter 258. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is that a 5.5 billion bounty? Isn't that as high as Roger? Shanks carefully looked at the newspaper in front of him for a while, and couldn't help but exclaim. Beckman beside him couldn't help but sigh. With the rise of Maien, the world structure has become a little complicated. Don't talk about other people, even I don't understand it anymore. Shanks nodded slightly, agreeing with Beckman's statement. Even though it has been a month since the end of the Dingshong War, Shanks still remembers everything that happened at that time. Just like what happened yesterday. It's so clear. Maien, what kind of person is this person? There was a strange light in Shanks's eyes. Ghost Island. This place was originally Kaido's nest. But now, with the death of the old master and the replacement of the new master, it is natural that a new master is replaced. A legendary pirate named Maien. This day, Maien is exercising herself as usual, sweating profusely. The whole body is full of man's charm. Plus Maien is already handsome. Maybe Maien will get some attention from the opposite sex if she walks on a certain street casually. Just now, Robin is here. Tell you a good news. The second historical text, I have already studied it. Not long ago, following Kaido's defeat, the historical text he held has also been in Robin's hands. After some research by Robin, finally, some truths about the historical text have been researched out. Advertisement. Robin's words made Maien's eyes brighten. You did a great job, Robin. Maien's face couldn't hide the excitement. The historical text, 2 pieces have been obtained. If you get the remaining $2, then, he can find the end of the Grand Line, which is what Roger calls the big treasure. In fact, Maien is like many people. I want to know. Where is the great treasure in the mouth of One Piece? As well as the truth of the world, what is it? Maien became more curious as she thought about it. He really wants to know. At this time, a sudden voice pulled Maien back from long-term thinking. Master Maien, Charlotte Linlin sent an emissary to say that there is an important thing to discuss with you. A black warrior spoke respectfully to Maien. Hear this. Maien was interested and wanted to meet the so-called messenger sent by Charlotte Linlin. Anyway, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He was destined to deal with Charlotte Linlin. After all, this person is the current pirate overlord just like him. More importantly, Charlotte Linlin has something in his hands that he really wants to get. No, it should be said, something that he must get. It is the historical text. Now, he has 2 pieces of historical text. If you add the historical text of Charlotte Linlin, it is 1 step away from Zochin. Quickly, under the leadership of her own, Maien met the messenger from Cake Island as she wished. A man named Charlotte Monder. Hello there, Mr. Maien. Charlotte Mundell saw Maien, his eyes lit up, and he said quickly afterwards. Maien waved her hand. Advertisement. You don't need to be polite, please tell me quickly, what are you doing here? You should be very clear, I don't have much time. If you want to say something, just say it. Charlotte Monder quickly nodded, and then slowly spoke. Actually it is like this. Mom intends to make you his son-in-law. As soon as this remark came out, Maien hasn't expressed her position yet, but all of the men present showed a weird look. What's the situation? Charlotte Linlin, planning to smoke with their boss. This kind of thing is too incredible. I really don't know what Charlotte Linlin means for doing this. But this is a good thing for us. If we can join forces with Charlotte Linlin, Marine will call over, and we may not be able to do anything about it. I don't know if the old meeting will not agree. Quote. Bullet laughed loudly. Charlotte Linlin really has a foresight. Rain Shiryu is holding the sword and doesn't know what he is thinking about. As for Robin, she was biting her teeth, and no one knew what this strange woman was thinking about. Maien suddenly spoke. You can go back and tell Charlotte Linlin. This kind of thing is impossible. Charlotte Mondor was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Maien to react like this. This. Did he hear it right? The other party turned down. It's unbelievable. Charlotte Mondor swallowed hard, and said in disbelief. Are you sure? Maien nodded lightly, and said in a very sure tone. Of course I am sure to do it like this. You treat me as a fool, and of course I will treat you as a fool too. Advertisement. You haven't thought about it at all. Will this kind of thing lead to any results? Once I join the Charlotte family, who will be the master? At this point, Maien's mouth raised slightly, adding to his tone. I see. Your Charlotte family clearly intends to use the name of Lianyan to kill me in one fell swoop. As soon as this remark came out, Maien's men are murderous. If things are like what Maien said, then they must fight desperately against the Charlotte family for their boss. As the person involved, Charlotte Mondal was even more flustered. Especially when he felt the strange gaze projected from his surroundings, he couldn't help but burst into clarity. In fact, Maien is really right. Their Charlotte family really had such an idea. Charlotte Mondor gritted his teeth and continued to speak. Maien, don't get me wrong. Our Charlotte family will not deliberately harm you. Among them, there must be something we misunderstood. Maien smiled. Misunderstanding. I see it right. In my opinion, you really didn't have any kindness at all, even if you still lie now. After saying this, Maien became a little impatient and continued to speak. Let's go. Hurry up and go back. Charlotte Mondor's mouth opened wide, just as he was about to say something. Shiryu of Rain suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and said coldly. Charlotte Mondor, my boss has made it very clear. If you don't retreat, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Charlotte Mondor was almost stunned. After staying in the same place for a long time, he was relieved, and then he nodded desperately. Understand. I will leave here and tell my mother the matter. Chapter 259. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't look at Charlotte Mondor at this moment as if you were afraid of your death, but in fact he is already madly scolding Maien and others, and a strong hatred is born. After Charlotte Mondor left here, Bullet asked curiously. Boss, are you really afraid of starting a war with Charlotte Linlin if you do it like this? Don't forget, Charlotte Linlin is also a pirate overlord. She is amazing. Maybe others don't know how good Charlotte Linlin is, but Bullet knows just how capable this crazy woman is. When he was still following Roger in the early days, he had already experienced Charlotte Linlin's greatness more than once. Therefore, at this time, even if Bullet, who is not afraid of anything, dare not take it lightly. Maien glanced at Bullet somewhat unexpectedly, and said. Do you feel scared sometimes? Isn't this normal? We will have a battle with the Charlotte family sooner or later. So I'm not afraid to offend now. After all, sooner or later there will be a battle, so what's the scruples? In this world, there is basically no one who can despise a pirate overlord like Maien. Cake Island. When Charlotte Mondor returned to Cake Island in embarrassment like a lost dog and told Charlotte Linlin the matter. Soon, it caused a sensation in the whole family. What? That Maien really is so rampant. This simply doesn't put our Charlotte family in the eyes. Damn Maien, look down on us. It doesn't matter if he refuses, why humiliate us? I really don't know what his mind is, isn't it all a waste? Sooner or later, I will lead the army and open Maien's head. Quote. One after another angry voices sounded in the entire hall. Because Charlotte Mondor deliberately added fuel to the matter in order to retaliate against Maien. Advertisement. Turns Maien into a villain who completely despises the Charlotte family. In this way, of course, the entire family of Charlotte will be extremely angry. One by one can't wait to tear Maien into pieces. However, Katakuri, the head of the 4 Admiral Stars, frowned at this moment. He felt something was wrong. But as for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. In short, it felt very wrong. What the hell is going on? Is it impossible? Katakuri seemed to have guessed something, but soon shook his head, and put the guess in his heart behind him for the time being. Follow closely. Sitting in the middle position, with a body like a steel balloon, at this moment I finally spoke. Charlotte Mondor, are you sure? Did you lie? Charlotte Linlin said this suddenly. Hearing this, Charlotte Mondor's heart trembled. Okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's the matter? Why at this time? My mother asked him if he lied. Or, Mom, have you seen through his lies? Charlotte Mondor shook his head vigorously, denying the truth. No, Mom, what I just said is true. After Charlotte Linlin stared at Charlotte Mondor for a long time, she quickly let go of her powerful aura and showed a bright smile. That's it. All right. I thought you were lying to me. Hearing this, Charlotte Mondor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately his lie was not seen through. Advertisement. If not, Charlotte Mondor dared not think about it anymore. After a while, Charlotte Linlin continued. Katakuri. Can you think of a good way to deal with Maien? Katakuri shook his head. Mom, I think you are also very aware of yourself. It is not easy for a top-notch existence like Maien to defeat him. Perhaps it hurts morale if I say this, even if I act, it may not be able to bring some damage to Maien. Don't look at Katakuri's always haughty appearance. But in fact he is a very smart person. Although he didn't fight Maien. But I know what a terrible existence Maien is. Charlotte Linlin was suddenly furious. I care how good he is. In short, I must find a way to deal with him. Otherwise, I can't swallow this breath anyway. Looking at the angry Charlotte Linlin in front of him, Katakuri was a little helpless. He really didn't know what he should do now, and he didn't know what to say to his mother. Should she be too impulsive or too irrational? That Maien, no matter how you look at it, he is a very strong master. Even if they defeat Maien in the future, they will definitely pay a very heavy price. In this way, what would Marine think? Most of them will take advantage of the void and give them a huge blow. Even if they can't be killed, their vitality will be greatly injured. Katakuri took a breath, and in desperation, he came up with an idea. The method is not without, but this method requires a lot of risk. Charlotte Linlin's eyes rounded. Advertisement. Speak and listen. Katakuri cleared his throat and slowly said. I recently inquired that Maien seems to be looking for news in the text of history everywhere. And we happen to have the historical text in our hands. We might as well use this as a bait to let Maien come to Cake Island alone. Although Katakuri hadn't said all the words yet, Charlotte Linlin suddenly understood the specific meaning of his excellent son. Lead the snake out of the cave. Cast yourself into the net. These 8 characters are almost the core of this. After all, the members of the Charlotte family listened carefully to this set of plans. They didn't know what to say for a while. Noma, to be honest, they don't think Maien would agree to such an outrageous thing. Came to Cake Island alone. Isn't this going to die? Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. Good strategy. This trick is really wonderful. But what Charlotte Linlin doesn't know is. Katakuri didn't think that such an approach would be successful at all. He was just playing off his mother. After saying this, Katakuri cast his gaze on Charlotte Mondor and continued to speak. As for the messenger, let Charlotte Mondal go on. Anyway, he has already been there once, and there is no problem going there again, nephew. Charlotte Mondor was scared to pee. What? Go to the Ghost Island again? Doesn't this want him to die? To be honest, Charlotte Mondor really doesn't want to go to the Ghost Island anymore. That place, who knows who goes. Chapter 260. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, Charlotte Linlin seemed to be very interested, and she also put her expectations on Charlotte Mondor. How about it, Charlotte Mondor? Are you going? It seems. Charlotte Linlin is asking. But everyone who knows her knows. What kind of advice is there? It's clearly in order. Charlotte Mondor knows very well. After all, he has been Charlotte Linlin's son for more than 40 years. Do you know what her mother's temper is like? I'm afraid that the next second he just refused, he will be killed by the soul fruit. Charlotte Mondor let out a long sigh and agreed. I see, mother. Just do what you want. When Charlotte Linlin heard this, her smile was even brighter. It's really my good son. If this happens, you will be great. ... Ghost Island. When Charlotte Mondor set foot on this gloomy island again, the mood was very complicated. How do you say? In fact, he is really a little scared of Maien. First, I was afraid of Maien's strength. Secondly, he was afraid that the grandfather suddenly made a ruthless hand, killed him, and then gave his head to Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. Well known. This guy named Maien is a lunatic. It's a lunatic among lunatics. No one knows what Maien will do. With heavy thoughts, Charlotte Mondor gritted his teeth and walked into the depths of the Ghost Island. Under the arrangement of the samurai, he still came to the hall of the Ghost Island and saw the character he most wanted to see but had to see Maien. Maien looked down at Charlotte Mondor from a high position and said lightly. Didn't I tell you to go away before? A few days have passed since then, did you come? Or, you take my words as wind in your ears and don't put me in your eyes. These words really scared Charlotte Mondor to death. Even if she is a fool, she can tell that Maien is very angry now, not just so angry. Charlotte Mondor could still clearly feel the invisible but substantive killing intent emanating from Maien's body. That killing intent, really no joke. Thinking of this, Charlotte Mondor swallowed hard. If he says something wrong next, will he be killed? Before Maien could continue to speak, Bullet was already clenching his fists, frantic. Charlotte Mondor, right, I see you kid, you really want to fight me, don't you? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Charlotte Mondor quickly denied it. No. Don't get me wrong, my intention today is not the same as last time, to talk to you about Lianyan. But to talk about the historical text. After hearing these 4 words in the text of the history, Maien's mouth raised slightly, as if aroused. Oh, interesting. Let's talk about it. Charlotte Mondor breathed a sigh of relief again, and then continued to speak, telling all the things Charlotte Linlin asked him to explain. After listening to Charlotte Mondor's words, everyone present almost went straight away. Even Bullet has a sullen face. Advertisement. What do you mean by the Charlotte family? You really treat us like fools, right? Let Maien go to Cake Island alone. This is not a trap, or what? After hearing this sentence, Charlotte Mondor panicked even more. He knew it. This kind of low-level trick, the other party will not be so easily fooled. However, just when Charlotte Mondor thought that this kind of thing would end in this way, Maien suddenly spoke. I can go to Cake Island alone and discuss how to lend the historical text. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. Immediately afterwards, there was a wave of opposition. No, boss, obviously the Charlotte family is aiming at you. Maybe these people didn't treat you as the same thing from the beginning to the end, thinking about how to frame you. If you do go, I'm afraid I really want to laugh out loud. Don't. Quote. Bullet and Yuji Shiryu are calm and comfortable, and they don't know why. Instead, the two of them think this is a normal and well understood thing. Probably, it's because they are also crazy, so maybe they understand Maien's ideas better. Maien made up his mind and spoke lightly. All right. I'm determined, you guys don't persuade anymore. I'm going to make this Cake Island. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone could not understand why Maien did this. As one of the parties, Charlotte Mondor was stunned at the beginning. What? Maien really agreed to such an outrageous thing? Was Maien too stupid, or did he dare to agree to such an outrageous thing because of other means? Advertisement. Then, Maien cast her gaze on Charlotte Mondor and spoke again. Go back and tell Charlotte Linlin. In 3 days, I will keep my promise and go to Cake Island alone. In the end, Charlotte Mondor didn't know how she left the Ghost Island and embarked on her way home. Even after he returned to Cake Island, his brain was still blank. In any case, does he want to understand? Maien, where is the confidence from? And shortly after Charlotte Mondor left the Ghost Island, Maien revealed his overall plan. It is clear, Charlotte Linlin is trying to set a trap to frame me. If this is the case, then I might as well take the tricks and lie to her. Maien's words finally made everyone suddenly realize. No wonder Maien-sama agreed so readily, it turns out that there is a conspiracy in it. Immediately afterwards, Maien's words shocked them even more. Next, we have to start dealing with the Charlotte family. We must destroy the entire Charlotte family in the shortest time. This sentence, like a thunder, exploded in everyone's hearts. What? To be in the shortest time? Destroy the Charlotte family. Not to mention whether this kind of thing is possible. Everyone really couldn't help but want to spit out in their hearts. Boss, how many pirate overlords do you have to destroy before you can be satisfied? Not long ago, your old man killed Kaido. Now, are you going to shoot Charlotte Linlin again? It's really cruel. Not so cruel. Maien took a deep breath and began to tell his plan. What I want to say next, you have to prick your ears and listen carefully. Chapter 261. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Charlotte Mondor returns to Cake Island. It was the first time that Maien's decision was told to Charlotte Linlin. The whole island was completely shocked when they learned that Maien would come to Cake Island alone 3 days later. Their first reaction after hearing the news was that they had heard it wrong. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? The one who was most shocked was definitely Katakuri. Katakuri almost doubted life. What? Maien really agreed. The strategy he put forward before was actually just to perfuse his mother. Unexpectedly, this Maien really agreed down. Can he not be shocked? In the hall, Katakuri couldn't help but ask. Mondor, are you sure you didn't lie to us? Mondor smiled bitterly. Master Katakuri, I lied to you about this kind of thing. Even if the other party still said so, Katakuri still had a suspicious expression on his face, and felt that the matter was too wrong, and there must be some hidden secrets in it. As for Charlotte Linlin herself, of course she is very happy. Ha ha ha, this Maien is really looking for death. He doesn't know what he can do. He wants to fight against me by one person. Speaking of this, Charlotte Linlin suddenly increased her tone. But, this also makes me very angry. Maien, is this looking down on me? Or is he too naive? Everyone present was silent, they would know what Maien was thinking. Katakuri bit his scalp and continued to speak. Advertisement. Mom, I think there is fraud in this. Charlotte Linlin is having her dream of spring and autumn, and she won't listen to anyone's advice at all. In her eyes, Maien is already a big fish that can be pinched to death at any time. Katakuri, you think too much. Then Maien won't be so smart. You are too cautious. Hearing this, Katakuri gave a wry smile. If that's the case, that would be great. He would rather really think too much by himself. In order to welcome Maien's arrival with enthusiasm, the entire Charlotte family became busy during these 3 days. On the one hand, I was thinking about how to disguise their intentions and forcibly create a banquet. On the other hand, it is to mobilize all parties to take Maien's life to the utmost extent. Quick, get started. Maien is coming in 3 days. We have to hurry up during this period of time, otherwise this big fish will just slip away like this. I don't know what will happen next. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha, we will be able to kill Maien soon. As long as we kill Maien, then our Charlotte family will be the first force of the pirates. At that time, no one will be our opponent. The Charlotte people were so high-spirited that they didn't put Maien in their eyes at all. But in fact, things are really as the Charlotte family thought. Does Maien really plan to step into the Cake Island alone? This question may only be known to Maien. Time passed a little bit. In a blink of an eye. 3 days are up. Today is when Maien arrives. On the periphery of Cake Island, the powerful members of the Charlotte family opened their eyes wide, their necks tightened, and they seemed to desperately want to see Maien. It didn't take long. On the blue sea in the distance, a pirate ship appeared. And on that pirate ship, there was only one person. Advertisement. They approached at equal distances, and everyone looked intently. Good guys. Maien is really here alone. Katakuri put his hands around his chest, still looking worried. He doesn't think Maien is a brave fellow. How could this famous pirate powerhouse fail to understand such a simple strategy? In Katakuri's view, there must be a problem. It's just that no matter what he thinks, it's okay. He can't understand what the details are, he missed it. When everyone was amazed, Maien suddenly jumped and flew directly from a distance to the center of Cake Island. Maien had her hands on her back and looked around. Said with a smile, but a smile. It looks like there are so many people here. Everyone was at a loss. What does Maien's remark mean? Is it implying something? At this time, along with the sound of heavy footsteps, a mad woman with a steel body like a giant was walking over in stride like a meteor, just like this appeared in front of everyone. Here comes Charlotte Linlin. Zero asked for flowers. One of today's 3 emperors. Maien looked at Charlotte Linlin and chuckled. Although everyone is the same as the 3 emperors, in a sense, is it the first time we meet? Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Not bad. This is the first time we meet. Well, are you still not interested in being my son-in-law? I have so many precious daughters, but you can choose. Maien shook her head. No need. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin seemed disappointed, said. Is it? That's a pity. If you want to change your mind that day, just speak up. Maien said seriously. Anyway. ... 0. Would you like to exchange things with me about the historical text? With the sound of these 4 words in the historical text, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. A moment ago, Charlotte Linlin, who was still friendly, suddenly became fierce, with the terrifying momentum and powerful body, as if he were a demon king of the world. Historical text. Do you think I will give you this kind of thing? Charlotte Linlin growled. We can copy each other, and I happen to have a piece of historical text in my hand. Maien looked up, not at all afraid of the prestige brought by Charlotte Linlin. When Charlotte Linlin heard this, she felt that Maien was ridiculous. Copy each other. Ha, are you treating me as a 3-year-old child? Who knows if you would do anything in secret? Maien sighed for a long time, as if she had expected Charlotte Linlin to say this a long time ago, so she didn't feel shocked a long time ago. On the contrary, he was not surprised. After a while, Maien said seriously. Do you really not think about it? Think about it carefully. If I was really not sincere, I wouldn't be here alone, would I? Charlotte Linlin sneered. Actually, I still have a solution that can perfectly solve the current problem. Would you like to listen? Maien seemed very happy, and was surprised. Oh, what is the solution? Come and listen. Honestly, I don't want to fight you very much. After all, you are a very strong opponent. B. Chapter 262. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear Maien's words. Charlotte Linlin said surprisingly. Simple. Just kill you. I can get the text of the history, can't I? On the contrary, you can kill me at this time. In this way, you also get 2 pieces of historical text. In this way, it's a win-win situation. She talked more and more murderous, looking at Maien, like looking at a delicious prey. Just after Charlotte Linlin said this, the surrounding Charlotte family powerhouses no longer have to pretend to be very welcoming to Maien. They tore their faces one by one, ready to deal with Maien. As long as Charlotte Linlin gives an order, the powerful people hiding in the dark will burst out, tearing Maien into pieces at the fastest speed. However, there is a very important detail that Charlotte 940, Linlin and others did not perceive. That is, the man they are facing right now is one of the top existences in this world. Maien, really a fool, just stepped into someone else's territory with innocence and kindness, and didn't have any preparations. Do not. Quite the opposite. Not only did Maien know that this was a trap, she stepped in. What does this show? He came prepared. Seeing Charlotte Linlin tearing her face apart, Maien wouldn't be afraid of him, and her tone became cold, like a cold wind. I think you think too much. Can you take me down just by relying on the people around you? Ridiculous. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately angered a group of powerful members of the Charlotte family, and detonated the negative emotions in their hearts like a gunpowder keg. Advertisement. Maien, don't go too far. Damn Maien, you look down on me so much. Very good, I will let you understand the strength of the Charlotte family. Unreasonable, really unreasonable. Ever since I became the cadre of the Charlotte family, I have never tried to be underestimated like this. Asshole, do you know what you are talking about? Quote. The powerhouses of the Charlotte family around were completely angry. One by one was getting angry and smoking, and the muscles agitated. There are even a few hot-tempered Charlotte powerhouses, who almost shot like this, and directly took the first place to deal with Maien. But even though he was alone in the enemy's camp, Maien was calm and comfortable. He seemed to know what fear was, but he said indifferently. A lot of rubbish, deserve to say that too. Maien paused, then spoke again. In my opinion, except for Charlotte Linlin who has some strength, the others present are just a bunch of waste. The word waste once again aroused their anger. The Charlotte family powerhouses who have always been aloof and can't afford to look at others, at this moment, are extremely angry. They were furious, wishing to tear Maien to pieces at this moment. Maien flexed her muscles and bones, confidently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All right, just do a warm-up exercise first. As soon as the voice fell, Maien seemed to suddenly become a different person, the aura all over his body changed drastically, and at the same time a pure white halo wrapped around his fist. In the next instant, Maien slammed a punch with all his strength and slammed into the air fiercely. Click. The crisp sound that shattered like glass sounded, shocking the audience. The shock wave catalyzed by shock fruit exploded with terrifying power, like an atomic bomb exploding on the ground, almost destroying most of the Cake Island. Boom boom boom. With this punch, the entire Cake Island collapsed more than half, and various buildings fell one after another and turned into ruins. No. Run. Advertisement. What a strong blow. Is this the legendary shock fruit attack? This is too scary. Quote. Even though most of the Charlotte family powerhouses still reacted and escaped this sudden blow, there are still many unlucky ones who were too late to escape and were directly swept in by this devastating shock wave. Kill it. At this time, the one who stepped forward to stabilize the hearts of the people was the Minister of Candy and the oldest son in his generation, Charlotte Perrospero. Charlotte Perrospero said loudly. Don't panic, everyone. We have so many people, but Maien is only one person. He can't beat us no matter how strong he is. As soon as these words came out, the Charlotte family powerhouses, who were a little desperate, as if they had regained their confidence, began to vigorously. Yup. They have so many people, but Maien is only one. With this huge number of people, how can the opponent fight them? Not to mention them, even their mother is enough to bring a heavy blow to Maien. Just when Charlotte Perrospero and others were preparing to take action and deal with Maien together, Charlotte Linlin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Do not. You all retreat to me. This is my fight with him. You are not allowed to interfere. Charlotte Perrospero and others were stunned. Mom, don't you want them to act? Katakuri seemed to have guessed something, and sighed. Don't you understand? Mom, don't want us to die. Others may not know how powerful Maien is. Advertisement. But Katakuri, who is also a top powerhouse, can clearly feel it. Maien's strength is beyond words. However, Maien, as the party concerned, smiled calmly. Don't play around there. If you want to go, go there. I'm not afraid of you at all. If this crazy talk is spoken from other people, I am afraid that the strong people of the Charlotte family will definitely think that this person is crazy, and dare to treat them with such an attitude. But the person who said this was not the victim, but the famous Maien. This is embarrassing. After all, not long ago, Kaido died in Maien's hands. Even longer ago, Whitebeard also died in Maien's hands. Whether it's Whitebeard or Kaido, which one is not the current hero? As a result, without exception, they lost to Maien. It's not that these two pirate overlords are too weak, but that Maien is a strong pervert. To be honest, if they hadn't had such a big advantage in their combat power, then they really wouldn't dare to deal with Maien rashly. In their view, 4 Admiral Stars, plus Charlotte Linlin himself, are enough to win Maien. No matter how strong Maien is, it is impossible to sling the entire Charlotte family with the power of one person. Charlotte Linlin snorted. Maien, I advise you not to get too overwhelmed. To know, you are alone now. You can't stand alone against so many of us, right? Chapter 263. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear this. Maien gave a weird smile and said astonishingly. Who told you? Am I here alone? As soon as this remark came out. Shocked the audience. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What does Maien mean? Didn't he come alone? Could it be? Apart from Maien, are there anyone else who came here to fail? Thought of this. A group of Charlotte family powerhouses couldn't help but look around, wanting to find Maien's partner. What? Maien has a helper. My goodness, the thing I worry most about is still happening. I knew that Maien still has something to do. Oh, if this is true, then our situation is terrible. Quote. Everyone talked a lot, looking distressed. Even Katakuri frowned at this time. In spite of. He had already expected it. But all this really happened right before his eyes. He still couldn't help feeling helpless in the amount. Really, Maien won't be fooled so easily. This guy came to 09 well prepared. Before everyone could relax, Maien suddenly stretched out her finger, counted the time, and then spoke. Count the time, my partner should also be here. At the same time, one of the 4 Admiral Stars who were in charge of the perimeter, Smokey, shivered inexplicably. Advertisement. I don't know why, since half an hour ago, she felt a strong anxiety inexplicably. It seems that something terrible is approaching her. Suddenly, hundreds of black spots flew from a distance, and they were attacking her at an astonishing speed. Smokey was taken aback for a moment, and when she saw what these black spots were, she was frightened and took a breath of air on the spot. The true colors of these black spots. It turned out to be hundreds of shells. Boom, boom, hundreds of huge cannonballs landed. A large number of soldiers from all nations did not react and were directly bombarded and killed by this round of shells. No dead body. Smokey was not sad at all. After all, the dead are all unnamed soldiers from all nations. This kind of soldier died if he died. She won't feel bad. Unless the person who died was a member of the Charlotte family, then she, a person of the same blood, would of course feel distressed. Of course, apart from feeling some anger, Smokey felt more shocked. Who on earth dared to attack their Cake Island at this time? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quickly. The answer will follow. A brawny man with a samurai sword tied to his waist and country-like clothing, like a group of fierce tigers, surrounded him at an astonishing speed. Smokey's face changed slightly. These people. Is it that the samurai of Wano country failed? Follow closely. From among the samurai group. A middle-aged man who exudes endless evil spirits out of his gestures. He was biting a cigar in his mouth, and he was holding one of today's famous swords in his right hand. This person, like a prey in human skin, always gives people a deep sense of mystery and a chilling sense of danger. Terrible. It is terrible. I believe most people don't want to face this master swordsman who bites his cigar. Advertisement. Seeing this person, Smokey's pupils shrank, and he recognized him at a glance. Just because of the other party's origin, it is too big. So big that even she can recognize her at a glance. Not bad. This person. It is Shiryu of Rain. The former warden of Impel Down. Smokey was really stunned. Why does Shiryu of Rain appear here? Didn't Maien mean to come to Cake Island alone, without any subordinates? The question is, why does Shiryu of Rain appear here? What is going on here? At this moment, Smokey hopes that all this is a dream. However, this is not a dream. It's a fact that couldn't be more real. It's not her turn not to admit it. Yuji Shiryu glanced at Smokey coldly, with endless aura gushing out of his body. You are one of the 4 Admiral Stars, Smokey. Interesting. It can be seen that your strength is not trivial. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Smokey didn't dare to be careless at all, but she couldn't help but ask. Why did you appear here, Shiryu of Rain? Shiryu of Rain was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly. Why can't I be here? Smokey wanted to say that this violated the agreement, but when she thought about it, it seemed that the Charlotte family didn't have the right to say this. After all, their Charlotte family is doing similar things at this moment. Yuji Shiryu shook his head, but said coldly. All right. I think the two of us should stop talking nonsense and fight a fair fight. I believe you wouldn't let me break through here so easily, would you? A cold light flashed in Smokey's eyes. Advertisement. Just as Shiryu of the Rain said. But the heavy general guarding this place, must not let a person pass her here. After all, this is her task. Rain Shiryu turned to the samurai. Well, you can go to other places, I'll be here alone. The samurai nodded and headed in another direction with murderous aura. Smokey frowned, intending to intercept these warriors. Unexpectedly, a figure resembling Shinigami, displaying superb body skills, appeared on the left side of Smokey in the shortest amount of time. Kill. With a low drink, Shiryu of Rain slashed out with a sharp sword, aiming at the direction of Smokey's heart. No doubt, Rain Shiryu is serious. This person really intends to kill Smokey in one blow. Of course, Smokey is not a weak person. If there is no strength, she is not qualified to be one of the 4 Admiral Stars. At this critical moment, Smokey reacted quickly, covering Haki's sword, barely blocking the sudden sword of Shiryu of Rain. But what she didn't expect was that just after blocking the first sword, the second sword came immediately, and the goal was actually her neck position. What a quick sword. After Smokey sighed, he also started to counterattack himself. Swish. Her body melted like juice, causing Shiryu of Rain to rush away. Elemental. Interesting. On the contrary, Shiryu of Rain felt more interested, and a raging fire was burning in his eyes. Smokey was unexpectedly powerful, and he was deeply intent on fighting. On the contrary, Smokey felt very helpless. To be honest, she didn't want to fight with Yuji Shiryu, a madman at all. Whether it is the opponent's swordsmanship, Haki, or combat experience, they are all at the top level. If you want to beat the opponent, it is probably a very difficult thing. Therefore, Smokey really feels a headache. Chapter 264. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Smokey is helpless. Is she really going to fight Shiryu? When Smokey's heart was a little shaken, Shiryu of Rain had another sword, and he was a little dissatisfied with his words. Don't get distracted there. In desperation, Smokey had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight Shiryu of Rain with all his strength. At the same time, the depths of Cake Island. Screams like killing pigs sounded one after another. The soldiers of all nations who were stationed here have fallen to the ground and died. Blood becomes a river. The corpses are everywhere. The face of every dead person is leaving an incredible color. It seems that they themselves did not expect that they would be killed at this time. And in such a short period of time, it was not a group of people who killed so many soldiers from all nations, but just one person. Someone named Bullet. A bunch of trash. It's disappointing. Bullet shook his head and cast his gaze on the far door. As long as he passes here, he will be able to find the historical text in the legend. The boss of Maien once told him that he had to find the text of the history before he could have fun. But just as Bullet is about to open the door and walk in, suddenly, a cold voice rang in his ears. If you are looking for the historical text, then I can only say that you have come to the wrong place. Here, there is no historical text. Bullet frowned, turned around and cast his gaze over. I saw a man in heavy armor, watching him closely. Advertisement. Who are you? Bullet asked. Is my reputation so small? Even I don't even know it. Well, I think I am in a good mood today, so I will tell you in particular. Finished. This armored man patted his chest with a triumphant look. My name is Cracker. You have to remember this name, because I will defeat you completely in the near future. When Bullet heard the 3 words Cracker, he immediately understood everything. No wonder he can feel a strong force from the opponent's body. Original. The other party is one of the 4 Admiral Stars, Cracker. It is said that this Cracker's abilities are very tricky, and he is a peerless master who is good at consuming his body power. But, it is precisely because of the strength of the opponent that this makes Zon Quang Bullet interested. Well, I'm worried about finding a master there. Unexpectedly, you came here by yourself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's fine, I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Cracker sneered. If I didn't guess wrong, you should be the legendary Bullet, right? I think you are a little too confident. Do you really think you are my opponent? Ridiculous, ridiculous. There was a bit of sarcasm in the voice. It seems that from Cracker's point of view, Bullet is like a waste, not worthy of fear at all. The corners of Bullet's mouth raised slightly, and his fists were clenched. At this moment, the whole body was rapidly armed up and down, like an Iron Man. Confident. Ha, you will soon know why I am so confident. The voice just fell. Bullet's figure turned into a black thunder, and disappeared in the same place in a blink of an eye. When it appeared again, it was already tens of meters away. Advertisement. Cracker slapped his palms. Come out. The Biscuit's army. With the ability to launch. Dozens of Biscuit soldiers who can use Haki rushed to Bullet with weapons awe-inspiring. In Cracker's view, even if the opponent can knock down all the Biscuit soldiers at once, they will be destined to consume a part of their physical strength. But what happened next surprised Cracker. I saw Bullet opened his mouth wide, and not every Biscuit soldier is food. But for a while, all the Biscuit soldiers, all become delicious food. The scene in front of us deeply shocked Cracker. Cracker is dumbfounded. What kind of thing is this? What Cracker doesn't know is, in fact, the secret of his ability has long been seen through by an existence called Maien. Not long ago, Maien had told Bullet in advance that there was such a character named Cracker in the Charlotte family. This person is best at using Biscuit soldiers to consume his opponent's physical strength, and then defeat them in one fell swoop. But, this consuming Dafa is not without weaknesses. And this weakness is that you can replenish your physical strength by swallowing food. Cracker, who didn't know his weakness had been seen through, was really shocked at this moment. Not only that, he rarely felt a trace of panic. The Bullet in front of me is too big, right? Can such a method be thought of? Bullet sneered. Okay, if you have any tricks, just take them out. I'm not afraid of you. Or, I look forward to your actions. Quickly. Advertisement. Cake Island has been invaded to varying degrees. In a short period of time, a large number of soldiers from all nations have been killed. The news naturally spread to the center of the battlefield. The Charlotte family, who was originally full of confidence, was collectively confused at this time. What? There is such a thing. I knew it was going to be like this. This Maien was really not easy. While lying to us that we were going to the Cake Island alone, the other party was actually ready to destroy us. Damn, we seem to be calculated. I thought we were hunters, but now it looks like we are prey. Quote. A series of helpless voices sounded here one after another. This kind of thing is very difficult to accept for many of the Charlotte family powerhouses. No one, good promise, never thought that things would turn out to be like this. As for Vandor, who was sent to be the messenger before, he was already numb. Wait a minute, if this is the case, doesn't he provide firepower to the enemy in a disguised form? Didn't he become a sinner? Thought of this, Vandor wanted to cry without tears. I wanted to faint for a while. Such a thing is too annoying. Katakuri, who had doubted Maien's intentions from the beginning, shook his head and secretly said in his heart. Maien is really not easy. This, obviously, is to count the tricks. Promise us on the surface, and follow our strategy. Actually, they are mobilizing the army in secret, with the same idea as us, and want to kill us. After some thinking, Katakuri, who gradually understood the truth, didn't know what to say for a while. Shock, angry, his mood is very complicated. Chapter 265. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The original situation was that the Charlotte family had the advantage, but now as the situation develops, its direction has become more and more complicated, and no one knows what will happen in the next second. Gradually evolved into a large army headed by Maien, and the Charlotte family fought a full-scale war. Of course, as one of the parties involved, Charlotte Linlin, she is not afraid to fight Maien. It even seemed to her that this day would come sooner or later, but now it has accelerated the process. Ha. Interesting, really interesting. I knew you were a very powerful character. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly, her original hideous appearance became even more hideous with her own anger. It looks like a demon king who doesn't know where he came from, which makes people feel instinctively scared. In the eyes of others, Charlotte Linlin is terrifying. But in Maien's eyes, it's similar to ordinary people. Gap. That's it. The next moment, Charlotte Linlin shot instantly. Not only is its huge size not cumbersome at all, it is even agile, and it can explode with incredible speed. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Maien. Follow closely. With a punch containing a terrifying force, Maien was blasted heavily. If this punch can hit the city wall, it will definitely break it into pieces. Even Malin Fodor will be so. Words are indescribable. Unexpectedly, Maien neither dodge nor dodge, clenched her fist, containing the supremely powerful fist, and shook Charlotte Linlin as well. The next moment, when the fists collided at that moment, a deafening explosion sounded. The powerful and invisible Conqueror's Haki flies everywhere, destroying everything around you. Advertisement. Katakuri and others looked ugly, and quickly went backwards. Go back, get out of here. We can't get involved in this. Otherwise, I'm afraid our lives will not be saved. Damn it, how could such a thing happen? It's really a fierce battle. I don't know if in the end, is Mom better or Maien better? Quote. Under the exclamation, the battle in the distance, after a fierce battle, finally decided the winner. The result is shocking. Because the person who won last was Maien. Boom. A huge figure flew out afterwards. Fall from a height. Smash it directly on the palace. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Forcibly smashed this magnificent palace to pieces. This scene in front of me. Make everyone dumbfounded. Is Charlotte Linlin at all inferior to Maien in terms of strength? I want to kill you. Napoleon. With the launch of the soul fruit, the vastness of the soul is as powerful as the king of the sun, allowing the sword named Napoleon to gain powerful power, just like a peerless weapon, and its strength is extraordinary. Kill. In a rage, Charlotte Linlin leapt out with a big sword, as if smashing Washin, with a terrifying blow, and then cut it down. But Maien's reaction was equally quick. Weak. Advertisement. It's too weak. Obviously how powerful Charlotte Linlin's attack was, but Maien didn't know anything about it. Instead, she was very interested in taunting Charlotte Linlin at this time, thinking that Charlotte Linlin's strength was not as good as him. In the next moment, Maien also shot, using the fruit ability in the same way. But what is shocking? This time Maien is not using shock fruit, nor is he using dark fruit. It's the fruit of the soul. This trick, I will too. Maien smiled indifferently, and also released a strong courage, adding the power of the soul to a sword that came with him. Cut. When Charlotte Linlin approached, Maien shot quickly, exploding several times faster than Charlotte Linlin, and slashed on Charlotte Linlin's chest decisively and fiercely. The sword was cut down, leaving a long wound on Charlotte Linlin's chest. A lot of blood is pouring out of the wound like a sword scar. Charlotte Linlin was clutching the cut on her chest that had just been cut out, her face was full of incredible color, as if it were almost impossible for him. Maien, how strong is that? What's the matter? Her body is invincible. Why now? He was injured by a kid who debuted for less than 30 years. After seeing this scene, the powerful members of the Charlotte family in the distance couldn't help taking a breath. Their faces are full of unbelievable colors. It seems that this scene is a basically impossible thing for them. My goodness, there is nothing wrong with my eyes, right? It seems that we still underestimate Maien. The strength of this guy is much more powerful than we thought. And, it's not even a star. I really don't know how strong Maien can be. Or in other words, where is the limit of this person's strength? Ghost. This Maien is the scariest existence I have ever seen in my life, none of them. Alas, why should we fight against such a scary existence? I really can't figure it out. Quote. The powerhouses of the Charlotte family were shocked and angry. Advertisement. After seeing Maien's terrifying power, they really didn't know what to say. Despair. It's so desperate. Or maybe, incredible. The first thing that came out was Katakuri. Katakuri was angry and said loudly. Let's go together and help Mom win. Other strong family members also reacted, and rushed towards Maien one by one like chicken blood. They didn't think they could beat Maien. But at least can give Charlotte Linlin valuable breathing time. At the forefront are the brothers Owen and Dafu. Flame Fist. Colossus Palm. One person waved a fist entwined with flames, seeming to be able to burn everything. The other person is the avatar behind him, like the invincible god of war, shuddering. One on the left and one on the right, showing a trend of attacking. Maien sneered. Small bugs are also worthy of shooting in front of my eyes. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The voice just fell. I saw Maien's palm waving endless dark power, turning into a dark torrent that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world, and attacked both Owen and Dafu. Whether it is a scorching flame or an avatar with a powerful body, in the face of dark fruit's absolute ability, it is fragile like a blank sheet of paper. However, in just a few breaths, the attacks of Owen and Typhook have been resolved. Chapter 266. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? This is impossible. Owen and Typhook were terrified. The two of them really couldn't believe such a thing, it turned out to be true. This is impossible. This is impossible. What? Dafu, who had just said this, couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, looking like he was dying. His face is very ugly, white like a piece of white paper. Are you all right, brother? Owen asked kindly. No, it's okay. Dafu smiled reluctantly and tried very hard to pretend to be himself. But in fact, he has already suffered a huge blow, and his physical condition is no longer as good as before. Maien's blow just now almost killed him. Regardless of the fact that the opponent simply diffuses his offensive, it actually allows him to taste the ability of his own fruits to be eaten back. Although he can summon his own avatar through his own fruits, he can fight for it. But because of this, there is a very obvious side effect. Once this avatar is severely injured, his body will also be injured. Just now, his incarnation was directly erased and completely disappeared in this world. This also caused his body to be hit harder than ever before. After seeing this scene, the Charlotte powerhouses who were originally preparing to take action didn't know what words to use to describe how heavy their mood at this moment is. In their eyes, whether it is Irving or Tai Fuk, they are all masters among masters. As a result, these two people can't beat Maien from start to finish. Completely crushed by Maien. If someone said this to them an hour ago, they would definitely wonder if the other party was joking with them. How could such a ridiculous thing be true? But now, advertisement. The facts are in front of them, and there is nothing they can do if they don't believe it. The Maien in front of me is really powerful. Moreover, it is not generally strong. Katakuri was also shocked. Both triplets, and as the eldest brother, he certainly knows how powerful his two younger brothers are. If these two people join forces, let alone other people, even if it is he himself, it is impossible to cause such a blow and a heavy blow in such a short time. But, even things he couldn't do, but Maien simply did it. Can Katakuri not be surprised? Maien glanced around and shook her head. Let's go together. Don't waste time, do it now. The words are full of disdain. It seems to Maien. A group of strong men in the Charlotte family is just a bunch of waste. And the most important thing is, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien does have the capital to say such a thing. If you want to ask why. After all, Maien is really too strong. Moreover, this person does have such strength. Even if the Charlotte family powerhouses who hate it no matter how much they hate, they can't find any refutation at this moment. They can't get frustrated and say something that doesn't conform to the facts. Don't be too smug, Maien. Dafu, who had fallen on the ground, reluctantly stood up and yelled at Maien. Yes, don't treat us like fools. Despising us, will pay a heavy price. Advertisement. Owen said coldly. Hearing the voices of these two people, Maien seemed ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Funny. Really funny. Who do you two think you are? Dare to talk to us? Court death. When the last two words were finished, Maien's figure suddenly disappeared, as if completely disappeared in this world. All the strong members of the Charlotte family are dumbfounded. Maien, where did people go? Why? They can't find Maien. Even Katakuri, who is best at observation Haki and even able to see the future, was secretly surprised at this time. This is how the same thing. Even I can't grasp Maien's trace and actions. Katakuri looked calm on the surface, but the Fang's mouth under the scarf couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the shock in his heart was no longer added. In the next second, Katakuri finally saw the most critical part of the future. Maien will kill Daifuku in an instant. Katakuri, who sensed that Dafu was in danger, changed his face and flew to Dafu subconsciously, trying to save his brother. Zero asked for flowers. But, all this, it's too late. Or in other words, Maien's actions are as horrible as thunder, and he doesn't give others any gasps and reactions. Puff. A fierce and domineering punch pierced Dafu's chest in an instant. What? That bloody hole. Amazing blood is pouring out. Plop. Advertisement. Dafu fell to the ground and can't afford it. Breath. Nothing. Completely died suddenly in an instant. The process was so fast that even I didn't expect that he would die, and his face was full of doubts left over from it. The powerful members of the Charlotte family were shocked at first, followed by a collective rampage. Each eye seemed to be able to burst out fire, and they could not wait to tear Maien into pieces at this moment. Damn it, really damn it. This Maien, dare to kill Dafu. Damn it, I just watched Dafu die in front of me, but there is nothing I can do. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Unforgivable, really unforgivable. Quote. The most angry people must be Daifuku and Katakuri. After all, they are triplets. From a very young age, the three brothers practiced together and ate all kinds of food together. And now, Dafu, just die in front of them. What's terrible is that the two of them have no way to do it. They can only watch Dafu, a good brother, die in front of his own eyes. May I ask, who can bear this breath? Ah, I am going to kill you. Owen was completely furious, and used his abilities to the extreme, like a great fireball, and crashed into Maien. Maien stretched out her finger and aimed at Owen. Finger pistol. Whoosh. An invisible and transparent bullet pierced Owen's head instantly. On its temples, blood is bleeding. What? At the last moment of his life, after Owen made such a helpless voice, he immediately fell to the ground, motionless. Owen, too. In the past, he made great contributions to the Charlotte family and established the supremely prestigious triplets. Now 2 people have died. Only Katakuri is the last glory and the strongest power. B. Chapter 267. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Katakuri laughed in anger. He has always been calm. At this moment, it is already difficult to control his anger. Anger. Bursting. The Charlotte family powerhouse present, seeing Katakuri's appearance, their eyes widened. Anyone familiar with Katakuri can see it. The current Katakuri is very angry. And, not generally angry, is extremely angry. Katakuri stared at Maien, as if looking at her own enemy. Maien, do you know that you just did one of the most inappropriate things? Maien said lightly. If this incident refers to me killing your 2 brothers, then I won't regret it. Not only that, but I think this is a matter of course. On the battlefield, either you kill me, or I kill you in 93. In that case, isn't it normal for these 2 guys to die in my hands? Hear this. Katakuri's forehead is violent. Doesn't he know this truth? Katakuri is now completely angry to the extreme. In the brain, there is only one voice left. That is, completely kill Maien. Ru Miu. Katakuri roared, displaying the fruit power with terrible power, and the surrounding ground turned into thousands of thick rice cake sticks, like a whip, swayed towards Maien. Advertisement. If ordinary people are hit by this blow, they will undoubtedly die. There is no possibility of survival. The Charlotte family powerhouse in the distance looks like a good show. In their view, no matter how strong Maien is, it won't be as strong as Invincible. Now that Katakuri makes a shot, Maien will definitely be injured. It will not be the same as before, nothing will happen. But what happened next was an incredible look to everyone. I saw that Maien was still calm and comfortable, as if it was too late to evade, letting all Katakuri's attacks fall on her body. Low muffled sounds sounded one after another. Katakuri hadn't even smiled yet, but what happened to Maien made him a little doubtful about life, and he even wondered if his eyes were a problem, so that he saw it so absurd. One scene. Maien stood like a spear, his expression was quite calm, and there was no wound to be found on her body. Not even a skin injury. Such a thing is an unacceptable thing for Katakuri and others. It's impossible. Why can Maien take all the attacks without falling down? Is it my eye problem? This must be an illusion. Otherwise, this kind of thing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How powerful Katakuri's attack is, even if we don't need to say it, we know it. But now, I really doubt whether Katakuri has used all its power. Or, it was just a symbol. Sexual attack. Quote. Everyone is completely speechless. What should they say? Is Katakuri too weak, too incompetent, can't even create a skin wound? Or is Maien too strong and perverted? Or in other words, their eyes have a problem and they have seen such an obvious hallucination. Regardless of the above reasons, everyone is really unacceptable, such an outrageous thing, it turned out to be true. Maien took a step and said lightly. Katakuri. Do you only have this ability? Really disappointed me. Advertisement. Hear this. Katakuli's face suddenly became gloomy. The defeat just now let his brain sober a lot. It also made him suddenly want to understand why he can always win and undefeated in this life because he has an observation Haki that is different from ordinary people. Maien, it's better not to say something too early. Just now, it's just a tentative attack. You, don't be so smug. Katakuri put his hands around his chest, a confident look. Maien laughed. Is it? If that's the case, then you quickly use all your strengths, don't let me down too much. The next moment. Maien, take the initiative. Shave. An afterimage stays in place. Maien, disappear again. Katakuri's eyes sparkled with red light. Seeing the future observation Haki, it is going crazy. Are you behind? Interesting. The Rumi, which was originally scattered on the ground, is being linked together at an astonishing speed, gradually forming a figure. Otherwise, everyone will not see a living Katakuri now, but a Katakuri that is similar to the dead. This is not a big deal. When Katakuri turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. Maien, as expected, did not appear. Original. Katakuri saw part of the future through its own high-level observation Haki, and also grasped Maien's next step. Advertisement. Katakuri's head, like a watermelon, burst open. Everyone looked intently and was shocked to find out. The Charlotte family powerhouses in the distance were completely panicked. Maien didn't even think it was important, even as he expected. It is Katakuri. Something deeply shocking happened. Maien, why is it missing? What is going on here? Everyone sighed with relief when they saw the alive Katakuri. From the very beginning, he felt that Katakuri was an incredible person, and he shouldn't be defeated so easily. Before Katakuri reacted, I saw a fierce figure leaping down from a high altitude, containing endless strength, like a dragon wagging its tail, kicking Katakuri's head. It seems that this is a close battle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Ha ha ha, I knew it would be like this. How could the eldest brother die like this? Fortunately, Brother Katakuri is okay. This makes me anxious to death. The Rumi on the ground are gathering together. Quote. Boom. Just as Katakuri turned around and shot Maien, who should have appeared in front of her. At this moment, someone shouted. After all, everything is good, the opponent is the strongest star. Katakuri, who was not dead, did not shock Maien too much. What's the situation? Just at the very moment of the deadly shot, Katakuri reacted in time and mimicked his body, letting himself escape this deadly kick. If you want to bring down such a powerful emperor, you still have to work harder. Brother Katakuri, is he dead? Okay, look. Chapter 268. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No surprise. You didn't fall so easily. Maien shrugged her shoulders, looking helpless. Katakuri sneered. What's the matter? I was shocked to see that I didn't die, was it? Maien shook her head. Not really. Actually, all this is in my expectation. Then Maien seemed to think of something and smiled slightly. Anyway, guess how long you can hold me? Or, can you stop me? When these words came out, Katakuri was stunned. What does the other party mean? What is the length of time you can hold it, and what is it that you can stop me? What the hell is Maien talking about? Suddenly, a light flashed through Katakuri's mind. Unbelievable thoughts surfaced deep in his heart. Sorry, should this person want? Katakuri was shocked and was about to say something. He was surprised to discover. 09 Maien has exploded at an astonishing speed, rushing in a certain direction. And that place. This is where Charlotte Linlin is recuperating. Now, Katakuri is really anxious. Everyone, we want to shoot together to stop Maien. Don't let him act on Mom. Advertisement. At the moment when the voice fell, Katakuri made an eager shot, and went to fight Maien fiercely. When the other Charlotte family powerhouses saw this, they nodded heavily, and were determined to die. They all have the consciousness of fighting for the family and even paying their own lives. Brothers, go, not only for the family, but also for us. We must stop Maien, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Let Maien know how good we are. Either Maien is over, or we are over. Charge. Quote. Under the roar of anger, a group of Charlotte family powerhouses, who were extremely angry, displayed various abilities and severely attacked Maien. All of a sudden, most of the Charlotte powerhouses surrounded Maien. It seems that Maien will fight against the mighty Charlotte family by herself. Among them, there are many famous strong people. For example, one of the 4 Admiral stars and the strongest existence Katakuri. But even so, Maien's face did not change, he was still so calm and comfortable, as if he didn't know what the word fear was. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Let the horse come here. Let me see how powerful you are. As soon as the words were spoken, the countless powerful members of the Charlotte family rushed over. An unprecedented war kicked off like this. At the same time, Rain Shiryu meets Smoky. The 2 masters of swordsmanship are colliding fiercely. Every time the 2 swords collided, there was a deafening sound. At the same time, their speed is so fast that ordinary people can't see them clearly. In its distance, there are a lot of Charlotte family powerhouses watching this scene in front of them. One of the tribe members asked in doubt, who is that man? In terms of swordsmanship, he suppressed Smoky. Advertisement. Quickly, a white-haired tribeman gritted his teeth and said, this person is Shiryu of Rain. The moment the words Shiryu of Rain sounded, the fierce battle in the distance seemed to have undergone an astonishing change. Not bad. But that's it. Yuji Shiryu sneered, and at a certain moment, he suddenly accelerated his sword speed, killing Smoky off guard. What? Hidden strength unexpectedly. When this suddenly accelerated sword struck, Smoky was really shocked. She didn't expect at all that the man named Shiryu of Rain in front of her could even hide his strength. At this moment, she really didn't have time to avoid it, and was hit by this fatal and tricky blow. Pouch. Blood spattered out. Smoky, a well-known strong man, stepped backwards one after another, and that beautiful face was full of incredible colors. It seems that this matter is difficult for her to understand. I really didn't expect. You also hit a hand. Smoky was shocked and terrified, looking at Shiryu of Rain, more and more jealous. Since a long time ago, Smoky had heard about the man Shiryu of Rain. Rain Shiryu, that was the former warden of Impel Down. Whether it was his swordsmanship or combat experience, he was the top one. Such talents, no matter where they are placed, are destined to be respected. And, no one can be the prison director of Impel Down at will. At least you must have the Emperor's deputy. No, the strength of the Emperor. Shiryu of Rain said lightly. What's wrong, are you afraid? Smoky was silent. In fact, Shiryu of Rain really hit it. To be honest, she is really afraid of Shiryu of the Rain now. Advertisement. This man was 10,000 times more terrifying than she had imagined. It's trembling. But out of the honor of the family, Smoky had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight Shiryu of Rain. It won't work. Retreat is even worse. She is very embarrassed. Now in this situation, Smoky is really uncomfortable. Before Smoky could react, she was regarded as an unprecedentedly powerful opponent, and she had already made another shot, slashing at her at an astonishing speed. Cut. Smokey impatiently blocked this sudden sword with a sword. Not bad. It looks a little bit. Seeing that the opponent blocked his blow so easily, Yuji Shiryu was not angry, but very happy. It seems that for him, things should be like this. You man, you are really annoying. I believe a man like you, no woman would like it. Smokey became more impatient, and became more angry the more he thought about it. Really? I don't think so. With my strength, dealing with a guy like you is nothing at all. Yuji Shiryu paused after talking about this, and then sneered again. Moreover, I only like swordsmanship and murder. It's no longer necessary to talk about love, this kind of thing. In the next moment, the two fought fiercely again, looking like a life and death. But this time, Smokey was no longer confused, and compared to before, he made a heavier determination. Since you want to die, then I let you know what will happen if you anger a woman. Smokey, who was in a rage, slashed out with a single sword, and the powerful sword aura that followed was forced to retreat even a strong man like Shiryu of Rain. Well, it's great. You should be like this long ago. Chapter 269. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yuji Shiryu, who has become more and more courageous in battle, laughed loudly, like a swordsman lunatic who doesn't know how to be afraid and tired. In this world, there is no doubt that lunatics are one of the most feared. And now Shiryu of Rain is not only a lunatic, but also a very powerful lunatic. No one wants to see such a person. Including Smokey himself. This lunatic. It's really annoying. Smokey has a headache. At the same time, there are people in the same situation as Smokey, and Cracker. At this time, Cracker is very depressed. If you want to ask why. Because, like Smokey, he has met a very difficult opponent. A fighting freak called Bullet. Cracker felt that he was a fighting freak, but in front of Bullet, he found that he was far from it. At this time, a heroic voice pulled Cracker from his thoughts back to reality. Come on, keep coming. I'm not happy at all in the fight. Bullet roared while using his abilities to suck everything around into his body to strengthen his body. On the other hand, he stared at Cracker, as if he was treating the latter as his prey. To this, Cracker feels deeply helpless. What's the matter with this guy? Obviously, he has been fighting for so long, but the opponent's physical strength seems to be infinite, and he will never fall down. Advertisement. This is too abnormal. Damn it, do you really think of me as a fool? The more Cracker thought about it, the more angry his temper was, inevitably deeply affected by Bullet, and his anger rose wildly. No, I don't underestimate you at all. I really treat you as my own good opponent. Bullet smiled. Damn it, you just look down on me. In that case, I won't make you feel better. Cracker is on fire. In the next moment, Cracker, under his anger, clapped his palms, and in a single moment, he produced nearly 100 fully armed biscuit soldiers. Every biscuit soldier has strong strength and exudes a terrifying aura from all over his body. More importantly, these biscuit soldiers can also use Haki freely, and have a certain mindset, and come with the combat experience of the Cracker part. Ordinary people can't make living creatures possess spirituality and fight like clones. But Cracker can do this. In the final analysis, Cracker itself is so powerful that it can make biscuit fruits out of flowers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the Charlotte family, many people are also capable of food, but there are few people who can have such strange abilities like Cracker. Come on, let's have a good fight. Bullet laughed loudly, with absolute confidence in his expression. It seems that this matter is a certainty for him. At the same time, Cake Island Center. With a peerless existence exceeding 1 billion bounty, Katakuri, one of the top powerhouses today, looks like a big enemy, and is very wary of the man standing in front of him. Maien. Advertisement. This name will be remembered for Katakuri for a lifetime. The kind that you will never forget when you die. Maien had her hands on her back and looked calm and relaxed. What's happening? Aren't you attacking it? Or don't you dare to make a move. In the voice, there is absolute confidence. The Charlotte family powerhouses who have just suffered a big loss in Maien's hands can't say a word. The powerhouse in front of me, Maien, is terrifyingly strong, and strong is too abnormal. Their strength is placed on the sea, and they are also very high-end powerhouses. Result. Compared to Maien, they are nothing at all. Maien, don't think that you can have a temporary advantage, just think that so many of us together will not be your opponent. Damn it too much. The more I think about it, the more angry I am. I can make a guy like Maien proud to be like this. Everyone present is responsible. I don't believe it today. With so many people coming together, they can't beat Maien here. Quote. The powerhouses of the Charlotte family are furious. At a certain moment, Maien, who was standing still in place, suddenly moved, bursting out at an astonishing speed, passing through the crowd. Every time his figure flickered, it would bring out a large patch of blood, and countless corpses fell on the ground without moving under the screams. In a short period of time, many unpredictable Charlotte family powerhouses were killed in seconds. Even some of the Charlotte family powerhouses don't even know how they died. Katakuri couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to go out in person at this moment and play against Maien again. Roasted rice cakes. Weird power punch. Advertisement. Katakuri yelled, and performed 2 great tricks in succession, which made his next punch increase several times the power, like an invincible siege weapon, slammed it at Maien. However, Maien seemed to know in advance that Katakuri would attack in that direction, so he made an evasive action in advance and counterattacked. What? How does he know the location of my punch? Katakuri was surprised. What's more terrible is that his observation Haki, which could have seen the future, seems to have lost all its functions at this moment. He has no idea what will happen next. Whoosh. Maien, who was still in front of her, suddenly disappeared. As if, just disappeared into this world like this. Strange. What about others? Katakuri is dumbfounded. Wasn't Maien in front of her just now? Are you promised? How come all of a sudden, it just disappeared like this? Is there something wrong with his eyes, or some hallucinations in him? Or, the opponent's speed is already so fast that his eyes can't keep up even if he wants to follow it. At this moment, a figure like a meteor appeared in vain behind Katakuri. Are you looking for me? Before Katakuri came and thought about why Maien would appear behind her, Maien was already clenching her fist, throwing a punch without mercy, and hitting his face with a heavy blow. Boom. This punch was really too fast, even a top powerhouse like Katakuri had no time to do any dodge, and was directly hit by this sturdy eye. At the moment when he was hit by this overbearing fist, Katakuri couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Chapter 270. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Katakuri seemed to feel that the bones of her body were about to fall apart. The power of Maien's punch is really terrifying. If it wasn't for his physical fitness that was different from that of ordinary people, I'm afraid he would have died under the opponent's punch long ago. All right, go to hell. Maien's figure flashed again, and her right foot stomped down fiercely. Click. The crisp sound of cracking bones, followed by sound. The next thing that was presented in front of everyone was a picture that was shocking to the extreme. Katakuri's neck was abruptly broken, and he lost all his vitality on the spot, and he died like this. The powerful members of the Charlotte family in the distance were shocked and terrified when they saw this scene. Even a top powerhouse like Katakuri is not Maien's opponent, but has been crushed from beginning to end. It is conceivable that they are not even as good as Katakuri. If they are against Maien, what will happen is also conceivable. Maien exudes a terrible aura, like walking Shinigami, giving people a silent shock. You are all going to die here. His voice was extremely cold, and it was like an executioner who had issued a death sentence. Every word of it can make people shudder and feel a deep panic. The Charlotte family powerhouses are completely panicked. What a joke. Who wants to contend with such a madman? Just at this time, Charlotte Linlin finally woke up. Head, it hurts, but I don't know why. The moment Charlotte Linlin just woke up, there was a series of pains in her whole head, making her almost fall to the ground again. Advertisement. This kind of pain does not come from the wound, but from a deeper soul. The whole head seems likely to split at any time. Damn it, what's wrong? Charlotte Linlin shook her head again and again, wanting to expel the pain. But no matter what she does, she can't change all of this. As time continued to pass, this sudden feeling of pain did not diminish, but strengthened step by step. Charlotte Linlin seemed to think of something, her face quickly twisted, and she made a sound that shook the soul of others. This sound resounding tens of miles around has shocked all the creatures on the entire Cake Island. Hey, what kind of sound is this? Listening to me, my head is about to explode. Wait a minute, this seems to be my mother's voice. Did she encounter something? Hurry, stop. If this continues, my ears will be deaf. What happened to mom? Quote opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Maien frowned and took the initiative to fly to where Charlotte Linlin was. As a result, at the moment Maien appeared here, Charlotte Linlin, who seemed to be in a strange state, suddenly raised her head and looked at Maien with murderous and angry eyes. Kill you completely. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking these 3 sentences in a row, the huge figure exploded with thunderous speed again, and in just a moment, he arrived in front of Maien. The fist covered with the power of the soul, like a giant fist, swept towards Maien. Maien didn't seem to be able to react, and was directly hit 100 meters away in a punch that contained endless strength. All the buildings where he passed were completely unrecognizable by him. At the end of its road, a smog-emitting ruin appeared. Advertisement. No one knows what happened to Maien, who was just knocked off. For the time being, the powerful members of the Charlotte family didn't know if they should be happy or afraid. Although Maien suffered a big loss in this way, being beaten up is a very happy thing. But now Charlotte Linlin's state makes them feel deeply jealous, and something is wrong with them inexplicably. Don't know why, they always feel that Charlotte Linlin in front of them, as usual, is a little bit wrong. How should I put it? Today's Charlotte Linlin is like a humanoid monster who has lost his mind. Just when a group of Charlotte people don't know what mood and attitude they should take to face Charlotte Linlin at this moment. Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly glanced, cast on many of the tribesmen. You guys, die too. The voice just fell. Charlotte Linlin actually took action against her own people. Ah, do not. Mom, stop. We are all your children, we are all our own. Why do you do it like this? If this continues, we will all be killed by our mother. Quote. The Minister of Candy stood up and spoke loudly to Charlotte Linlin. Mom, you calm down. Look at what we are. Before he could finish his words, he himself was smashed into a piece of flesh by the fist of anger that followed. The eldest son was killed instantly. Perhaps what he didn't even think of himself was that he did not die on the battlefield, but died in the hands of Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. Just now, Maien, who was beaten up just now, stood up slowly like a okay person. Even if he took Charlotte Linlin's full punch, Maien still had nothing to do, and he didn't even have a skin wound on his body. It shows how amazing his defense is and how terrifying his physical skills are. Maien, kill you. Charlotte Linlin looked at Maien, after making a strange noise, once again attacked Maien like a huge moving fortress. What? Compare strength and physical skills with me. Interesting. I will stay with you to the end. Maien sneered. She didn't dodge or hide, and collided with Charlotte Linlin head on. Boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from the place where the two of them met. The rest of the wave, agitated here. Countless buildings, because of the two of them, were completely destroyed. The Charlotte family powerhouses in the distance are almost terrified. These two people are really a pair of monsters. One of the tribesmen couldn't help but sigh so. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin seemed to be crazy, and his physical body was much stronger than before. But this does not mean that Maien will be afraid of Charlotte Linlin. Not only that, but the strength of the opponent has also aroused Maien's fighting spirit. Good to come. However, Maien became more and more courageous as he fought and defeated Charlotte Linlin in a desperate way. Perhaps the series of painful feelings that Maien brought to Charlotte Linlin actually started to regain part of her spirit, allowing her to recover from the chaotic state. Chapter 271. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's going on? Charlotte Linlin, who seemed to be back to normal, glanced at everything around him very suspiciously. It seems, Charlotte Linlin really doesn't know what happened just now. Perhaps she herself did not even think that she would kill one of her most beloved sons, the eldest son. When Charlotte Linlin saw the surrounding environment clearly and found the body of Katakuri's first-class son, the veins on his forehead quickly violently. I'm furious. Maien, how dare you kill to death so many sons of mine? Today's Charlotte Linlin, once again furious, seems to be in the same state as before, into a state of desperation. But the next sentence from Maien made Charlotte Linlin even more angry, and doubted life. You may not know many people here, but you killed them yourself, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as this remark came out, Charlotte Linlin's first reaction was that she thought it was ridiculous. How could she take action against her son? This kind of thing is impossible just thinking about it. But when Charlotte Linlin subconsciously cast her gaze on other tribesmen, she unexpectedly discovered that the tribes who usually respect her treat her with great dread. Treat her like a demon. What are your eyes? Charlotte Linlin was a little dissatisfied. A group of Charlotte family powerhouses were taken aback first, and then they dare not say a word. Who knows what Charlotte Linlin will do next? What happened just now is clear to everyone. Maybe Charlotte Linlin will turn to them too. Thought of this. The powerful members of the Charlotte family actually made a move that shocked both Maien and Charlotte Linlin. Quick, get out of here. This place is not where we can stay. Whether it is Charlotte Linlin or Maien, they are a bunch of lunatics. If we stay here for a while, I'm afraid our lives will be accounted for here. Advertisement. Woo, why should I encounter such a thing? I don't know what to say anymore. Quote. Charlotte Linlin roared. What are you running? Are you afraid of me? Hear this. Everyone is stagnant. One of the tribe members mustered up the courage and said loudly. Mom, you just, but killed the eldest son. The sudden truth seems to have brought back part of Charlotte Linlin's memory, reminding her of what she had just done. Charlotte Linlin was stunned. Like, she actually killed her son. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I don't know why. It always feels like she has done something like this more than once. It seems that something similar was done a long time ago. This moment, Charlotte Linlin feels that her head is about to split again. Can't control oneself. Kill everyone. The Charlotte Linlin, who frightened the whole world, at this moment, once again entered a state of letting go, like crazy, destroying everything. Indiscriminate attack, whether it is a building or a member of his own family. Advertisement. Anything that can move will be attacked mercilessly by Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin yelled while spoiling. Dead. Die to me. No doubt, Charlotte Linlin is completely crazy now. Maien didn't plan to watch the show anymore. He moved his muscles and bones a bit, and said lightly. All right, it should be time. It's over. The moment the voice just fell, Maien once again disappeared in place, pulling into the distance between him and Charlotte Linlin at a terrifying speed. His domineering fist, covered with absolute power, blasted Charlotte Linlin head on. Charlotte Linlin, who was immersed in destroying everything, did not seem to notice Maien's movements. So that when Maien killed him, she reacted and subconsciously raised her arms, wanting to block Maien's attack frontally. But when the punch fell on the thick arm, a purgatory pain from the arm was transmitted to Charlotte Linlin's mind like an electric current. The next moment, the scene that shocked everyone present, then appeared. Zero asked for flowers. Charlotte Linlin's arms. It's all shattered. Ah 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 ah. Charlotte Linlin, who had lost her arms, couldn't help screaming. The whole person's expression changed drastically. It hurts and even can't help but shed tears. This is also a very easy to understand thing. After all, a person loses his arm in an instant, and anyone who does this kind of thing will feel a deep pain. Even a top-notch existence like Charlotte Linlin will feel pain. Advertisement. Maien glanced at Charlotte Linlin coldly, feeling a little funny. At the same time, I was also disappointed. I thought, Charlotte Linlin will be very strong, and will be as strong as Kaido. As a result, as soon as he played against each other, he discovered that Charlotte Linlin's strength is the same as Kaido. There is no difference between strength and weakness. This also led to the militant Maien, who couldn't help being disappointed. Then, Maien made up his mind. It is about to kill Charlotte Linlin in one blow. However, this time he didn't plan to use physical skills, but instead planned to use fruit power to completely solve this confidant problem. It's not shock fruit, and it's not dark fruit. It's the soul fruit just absorbed. The last blow. Soul spear. At the moment Maien opened his palm, the spear combined with the power of the Supreme Soul, like the sharpest weapon in the world, carrying the meaning of endless cold edge, whizzed towards Charlotte Linlin. Perhaps because of instinct, Charlotte Linlin also used her own soul fruit almost at this moment. Shield. Just listening to Charlotte Linlin's violent shout, the power of the soul attached to the surrounding things flew, forming a pure white light shield in Charlotte Linlin's hand, and violently collided with the spear that followed. ZZZ. At the moment when the two collided, an astonishing aftermath erupted, and the ground was shaken out like spider web scars, invisibly showing the power of these two attacks. How amazing it is. The surrounding Charlotte family powerhouses, while retreating, silently prayed for Charlotte Linlin to win the final match. If Charlotte Linlin wins, they might still survive. But if Maien wins, then they can really be considered dead. B. Chapter 272. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Afterwards, the winner is out. Huh. A body covered with blood, then fell to the ground. On his chest, there was an extra spear. Charlotte Linlin, completely defeated. At this last juncture, Charlotte Linlin regained all her sanity and clearly understood what was happening now. She couldn't help but smile miserably. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that I would have such a day. It's ridiculous and sad, Maien said lightly. Charlotte Linlin, you lost. It was a complete defeat. Charlotte Linlin glared at Maien, then gave a cold smile. I'll wait for you in hell first. I believe you will be killed soon. Ha ha ha. Maien couldn't help but smile. You have no problem in your mind, right? 947. Am I going to die? In my opinion, I can live 100 years. After hearing this, Charlotte Linlin burst into laughter, leaving a sentence that made Maien confused. You don't know yet. Marine will treat you. Before she finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin tilted her head and lost all of her consciousness. Her vitality signs were gone. One of the most pinnacle beings in this world, the one who died can't die anymore. Although Charlotte Linlin died like this, Maien couldn't be happy. He always felt that Charlotte Linlin finally left him a very important message. Is Marine going to do anything to him? Maien's eyes flashed with cold light, and she secretly felt a bit of a pity. Advertisement. Then, after seeing Charlotte Linlin's death, Maien discovered the movement of the powerful members of the Charlotte family who wanted to leave here. You really think I'm a fool, and will watch you leave here, don't you? Maien said lightly. Now, in the eyes of everyone, Maien is like a demon king, and it makes people shudder invisibly. I am willing to surrender. Under many shocked eyes, Vandor, who had served as the messenger, knelt on the ground at this moment, begging Maien to let him go. Maien scanned the others. Then, you are the same, do you want to surrender? Turn the conversation. Or, you want to avenge me for Charlotte Linlin? It is clear. This is an answer without thinking. Since Charlotte Linlin is dead, there is no need for them to be loyal to a dead person. This is of no benefit to them. What's more, they can't fight like this anymore and fight Maien, right? This is nothing more than seeking a dead end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In that case, they might as well simply surrender. Maybe this way, I can save my life. If not, maybe I don't even know if I can keep the body. Almost at the same time, all the strong members of the Charlotte family knelt down. I am willing to surrender, and please have a lot of old people, let us go. In the future, I won't do anything to adults again. So, please let us go. Charlotte Linlin is dead, we don't have to follow it anymore. Quote. Maien nodded in satisfaction. Well, from now on, follow me honestly. Hear this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Okay. Maien let them go. To be honest, they were worried about whether Maien would let them go. Obviously, Maien is still a considerate person. But before everyone was completely relaxed, Maien suddenly spoke. Of course. How do I know if you really surrendered? And so, you surrender a large part of your soul. As soon as this is said, the powerhouses of the Charlotte family can't laugh or cry. But no matter how helpless they were, they finally agreed to Maien's request and handed over most of their lifespan to Maien. At the moment when Charlotte Linlin was just defeated, the other two places were also divided. You cannot. Rain Shiryu put away the scabbard and took a deep look at Smokey, who fell on the ground. One of the four admiral stars at this moment. Smokey, does she still have the style of a strong woman in the past? Her face was full of helplessness, and there were scars caused by sword energy all over her body. Blood is pouring from wounds everywhere. Although she has worked very hard against Shiryu of Rain, she is not an opponent of Shiryu of Rain after all. Whether it is swordsmanship or combat experience, she has been completely crushed. Moreover, she didn't mean to be merciful, she had already dealt with Yuji Shiryu seriously. Result 0. Still lost like this. It's not that she is too weak. But this guy called Shiryu of Rain is too abnormal. Perhaps, my journey ends here. Thought of this. Only Katakuri shot is the opponent of this person. Bullet threw dozens of punches at once, every punch was exhausted. I am afraid. He is so weak. Advertisement. Just when Cracker was dying, he couldn't help but remember the name Katakuri, and put all his hopes on the hope of the latter, thinking that the latter would restore the whole situation. But now, no doubt, Smokey closed his eyes quietly. It's so ridiculous. If it wasn't for the fear of pain, he wouldn't have been hiding in the armor all day long. Aren't you very smug? That's afraid of pain. Cracker has a very fatal weakness. What? Consciousness gradually blurred. It's a word of the past. In front of this monster-like existence, he was actually suppressed like an ant. Cracker is not only very angry, but also resents his incompetence. With the extinction of 3 of the 4 admiral stars and the death of Charlotte Linlin himself, it also declared that the battle had come to a successful end, with Maien's side winning the end. Like Smokey, Cracker was knocked down on the ground and looked dying. However, what Cracker never dreamed of was that Katakuri, who was hoped by him, had already taken a step ahead of him, and went to hell to report to King Yama. You want to blow me up? This is simply killing him. It is precisely because of this that once he suffers pain, he begins to lose his combat effectiveness. Destined to disappear in the historical trend. Bullet laughed wildly, swinging a steel fist, and slamming on Cracker's body fiercely. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It's just that he is slightly better than Smokey, he still has a little strength now, he is not completely finished. The strength disappeared. At this moment, Cracker's body is really overwhelming. Yes, damn it. From then on, there is no more Charlotte family. This guy called Bullet is as tough as his elder brother Katakuri. Chapter 273. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not long after, Charlotte Linlin was killed, and Maien took over her territory, and soon spread throughout the world. When this shocking news spread to every corner of the world, it quickly caused an uproar. What? Another pirate overlord has fallen. This Maien is really amazing. In such a short time, another imperial powerhouse died. Charlotte Linlin is also a very strong existence. Whether she is herself or her subordinates, they are very powerful. But as a result, they were destroyed by Maien. This is incredible. I really want to know how Maien did it all. Quote. The whole world was completely shocked. No matter which force it is, after hearing the shocking news, they couldn't help being shocked. Charlotte Linlin. That is the existence of veteran pirates. Result. That's it. Can they not be shocked? Even in a sense, Charlotte Linlin's qualifications are much higher than Kaido and Shanks. He is currently the oldest person in pirates. Who could have imagined that not even a week has passed since Kaido was killed, that even Charlotte Linlin was finished? This news naturally reached Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the past. After learning of this, Shanks couldn't help but open his mouth wide, with an unbelievable appearance. What? How many pirate overlords does Maien have to kill to satisfy his next goal? Won't it be me? Shanks exclaimed. The friends around him joked. Advertisement. Captain, it seems we are in danger. A big fat man holding a chicken drumstick grinned. You do not say. But how do I feel that you have no sense of crisis at all? Shanks glanced around, looking helpless. What are you afraid of? If Maien really fights over, can't we just run away? A man with a blindfold and a monkey on his shoulder laughed. Then, Shanks put down the newspaper and turned his attention to the person he trusted the most and was the most trustworthy person. His think tank, Beckman. What do you think of this? I want to know your opinion. Shanks asked slowly. After saying this, no matter whether it was his look or his expression, Shanks seemed to be a different person, and his lazy appearance had long since disappeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Those who are familiar with Shanks know that their captain is going to get serious. Beckman lit a cigar for himself and spit out a puff of smoke. Captain, do you know where the fourth piece of historical text is? Shanks frowned. How did you ask about this? If I remember correctly, it seems to be from Whitebeard. Beckman said seriously. Then if I'm not wrong, Maien is likely to go to Whitebeard's hometown, rather than aiming at our heads. Think about it carefully. So far Maien's actions don't seem to be for the site. They are all closely related to the historical text. Maybe, he is only interested in the historical text. Seeing everyone's unbelief, Beckman shook his head. Believe it or not, advertisement. Also, I'm not sure that my thoughts are right, maybe there are variables. Anyway, you have to figure out what to do. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Suddenly, a person wearing a hat seemed to think of an old person and sighed. It's been so long, and I don't know what happened to Luffy. The big fat man put down his chicken legs and said. If I remember correctly, it is said that Luffy is now practicing with Rayleigh. Shank's eyes lit up. Mr. Rayleigh, Luffy is very lucky. With Rayleigh's guidance, he will definitely become stronger. Beckman gave Shanks a deep look. It seems that you are very optimistic about this kid Luffy. Shanks wiped his nose, taking it for granted. That's for sure. In my opinion, Luffy, sooner or later, will become a man who surpasses me. Marine. New Marine fodder. After Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were killed successively, great changes have taken place on Marine's side. Sengoku, a well-known and highly experienced veteran, chose to take the blame and resign, intending to give up his position to Aokiji. However, at this time, Akainu received the support of 5 elders and publicly opposed Aokiji. After some fierce fighting, this peak duel ended with Aokiji's defeat. After winning, Akainu naturally became the new Marine Marshal. Advertisement. But on the day that Akainu first took over, the news that Charlotte Linlin had been killed came through, causing the whole Marine to shake. At the same time, all Marine wants to know that the newly appointed Marshal Marine should handle this matter. In the meeting room, a group of Marine executives were discussing about Maien. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the 3 pirates who came out of Rock's pirate, have all died in Maien's hands. Is it possible that Maien has a deep hatred with Rocks? Otherwise, I don't understand why he is targeting these 3 people. I think Maien just wants to kill the 3 pirates and expand her own power, that's all. It's okay no matter what, we can't let it go anymore. Quote. All Marine executives present reached a consensus. That is, Maien must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, something really needs to happen. At this time, the atmosphere is depressed. But at this moment, a white-haired old man ate snacks in public, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was annoyed at the beginning. In such a serious meeting, how could anyone dare to eat snacks, of course? Isn't this unfair treatment of this incident? But after everyone saw who the person was, the words that had reached their mouths were swallowed back like this. Because the origin of this white-haired old man is not simple at all. Although this person is in a semi-retired state, he has a very high status within Marine. Many Marine soldiers treat this old man as an idol. Correct. This person, no one else, is the famous Marine hero Garp. Akainu glanced at Garp and spoke slowly. Garp, you can restrain yourself, stop it. Chapter 274. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Garp didn't constrain. Instead, he yawned, not caring. Actually, I'm not so nervous either. How good was Locks back then? Wasn't it also defeated by me? Speaking of which, Garp seemed to be a different person, exuding a powerful aura from all over his body. Honestly, I really want to fight Maien seriously. At the time of the war, I really wanted to fight him. What I didn't expect was that the war would end so soon. If these words were spoken by other people, then most people would think that this person is crazy, but Maien is the world's top existence, playing against this person one-on-one. Isn't that looking for death or something? But the person who said this was the famous Marine hero Garp. Garp is qualified to say such things. Just rely on the 4 words Marine hero. Hunt down Roger and blow up Rocks. Garp, this seemingly lazy old man, has countless military exploits. Garp cocked Erlang's legs and laughed. So, you guys, don't worry too much. There is me in everything. In his words, he has absolute confidence. Among so many people present, no one doubted whether Garp has such strength. In their eyes, no matter how strong Maien is, it may not be able to beat Garp. After all, Garp, it's too strong. At this time, Sengoku, who had just retired from the position of marshal, sighed. Advertisement. At the beginning, maybe we shouldn't treat Maien like that. Otherwise, things won't get to this point. Hear this. Everyone looked a little weird. Think about it. Maien, but they are from Marine. If those things didn't happen, maybe Maien is still in their Marine. In this way, there are not so many troublesome things right now, and it is possible that with Maien's help, their Marine can wipe out most of today's pirates. Unfortunately, this, after all, is a beautiful dream. In fact, there is one more sentence that Sengoku did not say. If Maien is still here, With this person's contribution to defeating the 3 great pirate overlords, he will be enough to become the new Marine Marshal. Well, the person sitting in that position may not be Akainu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's Maien. Akainu's face changed, and suddenly became murderous. No matter what, we must kill Maien. This son will definitely die. When Akainu said the words Maien, there was an unconcealed killing intent flashing in his eyes. His left arm was cut off by Maien. Just ask, how can he not hate Maien? I wish Maien this guy to die all the time. With Maien, there would be no him. Just when everyone didn't know what to do for a while. Advertisement. Suddenly, a person wearing a mask came here. It's CP0. 5 Elders has ordered you to destroy one of the 4 major historical texts. Akainu asked. So, where is it? CP0 The man in white said every word. Whitebeard's hometown. Sphinx. ... With the elimination of the high-end combat power of the Charlotte family, the rest of the cats and dogs, seeing that the situation is over, announced their surrender. Or maybe, they have no choice but to surrender this way. Either it was done on the spot, and Charlotte Linlin and others were killed. Either surrender, so there is still a way to survive. In this battle, Shiryu and Bullet, who made great contributions to the reign, were given the opportunity to incorporate the remnants of the Charlotte family, and each ruled the army. Quickly, just after the news of the Charlotte family announced its complete destruction, it was originally the major vassal forces of the world, either declared independence, or took refuge in his family, and some forces directly took refuge in Maien. Various treasures have been delivered to Cake Island one after another. Congratulations to Maien for winning such a big victory, completely occupying the entire Cake Island and ruling the vast territory. When the surrounding Sea Kings saw Maien, they were scared and left here quickly, as if they were the least want to see him in their lives, and they were the most terrifying enemies. Quote. The Lydgate family sent several warships worth 1 billion Baileys. The good news is that I have researched and developed the piece of historical text left by the Charlotte family, and now I have studied 3 pieces of historical text. In other words, if there is still the last piece of historical text, I can help you know where the sea ends. Robin said. The 3 great pirates overlord, all have been destroyed. Now, Maien is a little happy. His methods are so cruel and superb. Advertisement. But, not bad. What the world never expected is. Backquote You are here, is it about the historical text? It can be seen how terrifying Maien's strength is. All of a sudden, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you plan to hear first? At this moment, Maien, who was particularly concerned by the world, was sleeping leisurely on the beach, looking like a salted fish. Maien raised Erlang's legs and slowly spoke. Then, listen to the good news first. In the eyes of the world, Maien will become the pirate overlord sooner or later, just like Locks, Whitebeard, and even the height of Roger, the pirate king. The 3 pieces of historical text have been studied successfully, and the last piece of historical text is still missing before you can thoroughly grasp the place of the last treasure mentioned by Roger. The Aldous family gave 1 billion Baileys. What a terrible thing this is. The Johannes family gave a few devil fruits. Maien's power is rapidly expanding. In just half a month, including Whitebeard who died in the war on the top, plus the 2 pirate overlords Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, then Maien has already killed the 3 pirate overlords. Originally, Maien's power was very terrifying, enough to dominate the corner of the sea, and might even have the strongest pirate fleet at the time like Whitebeard. Even though Maien is only wearing a pair of sunglasses, it is no different from an ordinary young man, but his body contains terrifying power. I believe that once it erupts, it will give all enemies in front of him like a volcano. Kill it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Upon hearing this, Maien's eyes lit up. Maien didn't look up, and knew who was coming. It's Robin. Ban, Nuo Ma Jiao, followed with a sound of footsteps. This kind of thing, let alone other people, even if it was Roger who had dominated in the past for a while, he couldn't do it. Maien thought for a while, then spoke. It was killed in such a short time. Chapter 275. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After all, he really wanted to know what the big treasure Roger said before his death was. Do not. To be precise, in this world, anyone with a bit of strength wants to know what the treasure is. And, there is one thing that the world does not know, but it is the traverser Maien who knows. The end of this sea is the treasure mentioned by Roger One Piece. It is very likely that it is about D-Will. For a long time, Maien wanted to figure out things about D-Will. The truth of the world, maybe there. Some pirates are for treasure. Some pirates are for power and fame. There are also pirates who simply meet the strong. Maien is more unique than any pirate. If you want to ask why. He wants it all. Whether it is power, reputation, or becoming stronger, he wants to take it all. After some thinking, Maien withdrew his thoughts and turned his attention to Robin's body. Then what's the bad news? Robin sighed. Before I tell you this, I hope you are mentally prepared. This bad news is not so big. A cold light flashed in Maien's eyes. Oh, there is such a thing. Let's talk about it. I want to know what the bad news is, and I need to be mentally prepared. Then, Robin took a deep breath and said astonishingly. The specific location of the fourth piece of historical text is in Whitebeard's hometown. Advertisement. But what's terrible is, now Maien is preparing to destroy the fourth piece of historical text. Maien's face changed and she stood up abruptly. His expression seemed a bit agitated. Is this real? Robin nodded slightly. Shiryu of Rain told me this news. If you want to come, he doesn't have to lie to me. Maien seemed to have made up his mind after walking on the spot for a while, and said coldly. Pass the order. Immediately contact Shiryu of Rain and Bullet, so that they don't want to regain other territories first, and quickly bring the army to fight against Maien. The fourth piece of historical text we must get hands on, and we can't let Maien destroy it. Robin nodded, expressing understanding. Almost at the same time. On the island not far from the country of Japan, a one-sided battle is erupting. Once one of the thriving supernovae, Drake is now like a dog, leading the remnant army and defeated generals, retreating again and again. And it was not an army, but one person who pushed Drake to such a desperate situation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A terrible man named Shiryu of Rain. At this time, Drake and others are fleeing in a hurry. They are sweating profusely. From time to time, he would look to the rear, as if he was worried about whether Shiryu of Rain would kill him. What the hell is Shiryu of Rain? Why do you keep staring at us? Should I say that I really deserve to be the former warden of Impel Down? This strength is too strong. Even if we have so many people together, it is not the opponent of this person. Maybe we even blocked each other for half a minute. Don't stop, I'll be killed directly by someone. Why do we provoke such a devilish existence? I can't figure it out anyway. Hey, no matter what, we must withdraw from here first. Quote. All of Drake's subordinates are completely panicked. They are very worried that Yuji Shiryu will come after him. Advertisement. Once this person chases over, well, what awaits them will be a merciless slaughter. As the boss, Drake, just like everyone else, is very worried, always worrying about the Rain, Shiryu, who is in the form of a demon. No doubt, Rain Shiryu, it is terrible. However, there is one thing that everyone does not know. In fact, their boss, Drake, is actually a navy. When Shiryu of Rain arrived on the island, he had secretly notified Maien and asked the organization to send someone to rescue him. Obviously, Maien didn't want his precious combat power to die, and had sent a master to rescue him. But what Drake didn't know was whether he could hold it up before the Marine Master arrived. Or, before Maien arrived, he was killed by Shiryu of Rain. Just now, where are you going to escape? Isn't it okay to die obediently? A Shinigami-like existence, came in vain in front of Drake and others. That familiar face, as well as the terrible murderous aura, seemed to be silently telling everyone how terrifying the person who came was, and how powerful it was. When the crowd came to relax, they discovered by accident that their boss, Drake, had left them without knowing when it started, and just ran away alone. Boss, ran away. After a miscellaneous fish pirate said such a sentence, the next moment a horrible sword aura, like Shinigami's sickle, chopped off their necks. Rain Shiryu put the sword away, seemingly unhappy. Did not think of that Drake ran so fast. Humph. If I meet that guy one day, I must not make him look good. Just now, the phone worm in Shiryu's arms rang. Advertisement. Hey, is it Shiryu of Rain? It's Maien's voice. It's me, Rain of Shiryu Kaido. After that, Maien went over the matter in a long story short, and Shiryu of Rain immediately understood. Okay, I get it. Next, I will rush to Whitebeard's hometown as quickly as possible. It didn't take long. Bullet, who fought with other pirate groups in another place, also grasped the news, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Interesting. The fourth piece of historical text. What? Once a bullet of the Roger pirates, he seemed to know something, grinned, and then turned to Kaido, the phone worm. I see, Boss Maien. I will be there to fight Maien as quickly as possible. The other side. After explaining the matter, Maien put aside the phone bug, his expression was very solemn, not relaxed at all. Marine guys. At this moment, did you start with the fourth piece of historical text? This is clearly aimed at me. Maien is getting more murderous. He is not a fool, and he has served with Maien for a while, so how can he not know what Maien does? It is clear, Marien's action is against him this time. Besides, Maien couldn't think of other possibilities. It is precisely because of this that Maien is more determined, and it is time for her to make a decision with her former, old club. Chapter 276. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sphinx. A seemingly poor island with no name. But in this seemingly ordinary island, a hero in troubled times was born unexpectedly. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. I know that the Sphinx is from Whitebeard's hometown, but there are not many people in it. No one might have thought that the strongest man in the world was from such a small island. Perhaps it is precisely because of this factor. As a result, the Sphinx is in a very unstable situation. This place is not only Whitebeard's hometown. There is one more thing that the pirates all over the world want to get: one of the four major historical texts. Not long ago, the Marines who knew all of this killed them in a mighty manner. Their goal is only one. That is to completely destroy the 4 major historical texts. As long as a piece of historical text is missing, the last words of One Piece Roger will become a joke, and no one will find the ultimate treasure by then. This will bring a devastating blow to pirates all over the world. And so, this is why, Marine has always wanted to destroy the 4 major historical texts. And for almost the same reason, celestial dragons also wanted to destroy the text of history. In their eyes, the truth of the past world should be buried in the historical trend forever, there is no need to resurrect it. This time, Marine turned out to have exhausted all his strength. Almost all the fleet and combat power have been transferred. Destroy this piece of historical text first. Not far from the Sphinx, countless pacifists appeared. Pacifists, that is a killing machine with the power to destroy the world. Advertisement. Such a terrible existence, no matter where it is placed, is enough to make people shudder. But in such a small place, so many pacifists gathered at once, which shows how serious Marine is taking this matter this time. The leader of these pacifists is no one else, but one of Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Kizaru chuckled and said to the phone. Pacifists, already in place. Mr. Akainu, as long as you give me an order, I can be dispatched. Quickly, a dull voice came from the phone worm. Wait a minute, don't act rashly. After letting the other fleets arrive, you will act again. After all, in this Sphinx, there may be the remnants of the former Whitebeard party. Speaking of the Whitebeard remnants, Kizaru seemed to think of someone, and seemed to mutter to himself. I don't know if there will be Marco in it. On the blue sea. A lazy man suddenly removed his blindfold and yawned. It's really noisy. Let me see, Marine seems to be moving. Aokiji, who had just quit Marine for a short time, didn't know where the Marine channel came from, so he knew Marine's every move and even when he launched a storm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Historical text. No wonder 5 elders is so impatient. Aokiji shook his head. Without knowing why, he couldn't help but think of what happened 20 years ago. At that time, he was so ordinary, looking at a beautiful island as a neutral person, being destroyed. Coincidentally, it is similar to his current situation. Coincidentally, the Akainu who ordered the shelling was the commander of this operation. The Whitebeard remnants who sensed Marine's movement, unsurprisingly mobilized their former partners, and are bound to protect the Sphinx. Although Whitebeard died, Marco and the others did not dare to forget the old kindness, and even decided to protect the last legacy of the father this poor and beautiful place this time. Advertisement. Although that is the case, the number of people is limited after all. In addition to the captains, there are also some vassal pirate groups. But, this combat power is only half of its heyday. Damn Marine, he thought of the history text. I think, in addition to the historical text, they also mean to destroy us incidentally. Yes, in my opinion, destroying us should be their second goal. Marine really won't let us go. After the war is over from the top, I know there will be such a day. Quote. The Whitebeard remnants looked like they were indignant. Hearing everyone talking, Marco was very moved, said. Papa knows that you would rather fight Marine to protect his hometown, he will be very pleased. Zero asked for flowers. Everyone laughed, saying that Marco, you are too polite, this is a very proper thing. Just now, a pirate ran over in a hurry. The big thing is not good. Even Kizaru is here. As soon as this is said, everyone put away their smiling faces, revealing a solemn color. Marco, who had fought with Kizaru and knew how good this person was, couldn't help but sneer. I knew this guy would do it. It seems that I will fight this person sooner or later. Say slowly, what happened? Maien Nigel. In addition to Kizaru, there are also Garp and Sengoku Marine veterans. Everyone was dumbfounded. Maien Nigel. Simple. I came here for the historical text. Advertisement. A figure that had appeared here since I didn't know when, was sitting quietly in the corner, facing the people. Marco's heart shook for a while, and he didn't know why, his heart was inexplicably uneasy. He always felt that something terrible would happen next, and he said quickly. In addition to Marine, there is also a third force. Damn, why is this guy coming? More terrible things are yet to come. Just now, the audience was shocked. This guy. Who? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. At this moment, another pirate ran over. Hiss. Everyone's looks are getting more and more ugly. All of a sudden, just as everyone was thinking about how to deal with Kizaru, the pirate took a breath and spoke again. As for what Marine is making, I don't know. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then cast their gazes over. 0. Because of this person, they are very familiar. A series of inhaling air conditioning sounded one after another. Maien Nigel. B. This scale is comparable to the war on top not long ago. In other words, most of Marine's combat power is gathered here. Diamond Joes exclaimed. Why is it here? Captain Marco. No, it's not good. The pirate gritted his teeth and said astonishingly. Marine, is this crazy? Putting on such a big posture. Chapter 277. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Maien Nig, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Everyone present was dumbfounded. An unspeakable sense of shock filled their hearts. This is really shocking. But then, there was something wrong with everyone's expressions, and they looked at Maien as if they were killing their father and enemies. To know, it was Maien in front of him, who killed their father like Whitebeard. Do not avenge this revenge, swear not to be a man. Maien, would you still dare to show up in front of us? Or, you didn't treat us as the same thing. We haven't looked for you yet, but you delivered it yourself. This is looking for death. I like to set fire to myself, right? Quote. Although Whitebeard had told them at the beginning, let them not conflict with Maien. But is it so easy to let go of the Great Ninth and 59 hatred? Although she was alone in the enemy camp, Maien was calm and comfortable, as if it were nothing more than a trivial thing for him. Maien raised Erlang's legs and said lightly, don't think so much, and don't have such a big hostility. I didn't come here to fight with you. On the contrary, I rushed over from a place so far, intending to join forces with you to deal with Marine. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked unbelieving. Fight against Marine with them. They don't believe Maien is so kind. Marco frowned, seeming to guess something. I think you are not here to help us, but for the historical text, right? Maien gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. Advertisement. It's really Marco, guessing what I came from so quickly. Not bad, I'm here just for the historical text. When everyone heard it, they showed what they really looked like. They knew that Maien had no good intentions. Now it seems that it is so. The fiery-tempered Joes couldn't help it, and jumped up directly, accusing Maien of being too shameless. Don't go too far, Maien. Do you really think we dare not deal with you? Maien said. Then you can try it and let it go at any time. I also want to know if your strength has improved much. One more thing, I feel like you have forgotten subconsciously. In the beginning, your old man, Whitebeard, was not even my opponent for his old man. What's more, you shot it. No doubt, Maien's words really made everyone angry. But what makes people feel helpless is that everyone can't think of a rebuttal. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who makes them really inferior to Maien? Things are really what Maien said. Another point is that Maien didn't say it, and at the same time Marco and others knew it well. Even at this time, they dealt with Maien together and defeated the latter in one fell swoop. It won't be any good. Because, Marine, it's still outside. The menacing justice teachers hope they will die at any time. No one knows when the huge Marine fleet will attack. Is it now, or maybe 1 minute later? The answer may only be known to Marine. Advertisement. And of course they don't know what the hell the Marines are doing. But Marco is more calm. As the commander-in-chief here, he must be stable and dare not make any mistakes. Marco took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as soon as possible, before casting his gaze on Maien. Say it. What do you want to do? Maien said with a faint smile. Very simple. Actually, I came here with only one purpose. That is to join forces with you and deal with Marine together. It's that simple. Seeing everyone's unbelief, Maien shook her head. You have to distinguish between the main contradiction and the secondary contradiction. Marine said to both of us that we are the common enemy. Or I can say that, after we defeat Marine together, you will fight me again, how about? Maien's suggestion deeply touched everyone's hearts. Everyone's expressions are a little weird, they actually want to agree to Maien's suggestion. Perhaps, in this way, it is also a very good way. Marco put his hands around his chest and continued to speak. So, after we fight back Marine together, you will attack us and take away the text of the history, right? Maien did not deny either, but generously admitted it's zero. Yes it is. That's what I think. But you can rest assured that after first defeat Marine, I will give you some breathing time, so that you can regain enough strength to fight me. You don't know, Maien is a very trustworthy person. Could it be that you think I will be a liar and untrustworthy person? Doesn't it look good at all? Quote. Everyone is silent. Advertisement. All of them fell into contemplation. Should they agree to Maien's terms? Honestly, whether it is Marine or Maien, they are their enemies. Only, the threat posed by Marine is more deadly. There was no sound, and at the same time one of the highest combat powers in the white group, Beasta suddenly spoke. Why do you want to compete for the text of history so much? Or do you want to be one piece? Maien groaned for a while, then spoke. Actually, I don't think much about the title of One Piece. From a long time ago to now, I have always wanted to know what the so-called Will of D is. Therefore, I want to collect the 4 major historical texts to find out the hidden truth of the world. This remark was like a shocking stone, and caused a huge wave in the hearts of everyone's heart. The gazes of the white group pirates looking at Maien were very strange. Probably none of them thought that the man in front of him called Maien still had such a distant ideal. This is really an unexpected thing. A cold light flashed in Marco's eyes, and suddenly he made an unexpected decision. We can not only deal with Marine with you, but also give you the text of the history. However, you must promise us to go to the end of the sea with us and find everything passed down by D's will. This sudden remark made all the pirates dumbfounded. What, Captain Marco, what's the situation? Why did you agree to Maien all of a sudden? I also need to hand over the long-cherished historical text to Maien. Give it to Shank's old acquaintances. But the person who gave it to him turned out to be Maien, the old enemy. Chapter 278. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is more or less difficult for everyone to accept. No matter how you say it, Maien is the one who killed the old man, and it is really difficult for them to pass this hurdle in their hearts. What made everyone more shocked was that even Joes, who had always been reckless, rarely raised his hand at this time to express his support for Marco's decision. I agree. Beast sighed and echoed. Me too. Baituan's 3 major issues have now expressed their support to do so, and the other captains are directly stunned. What is this? One of Bai's team leader, Yi Zhang suddenly spoke. I will support you too, Maien. After all, you did me a great favor, and you helped me take revenge on Kazuki Oden. Thank you, I wanted to tell you a long time ago. After serious thinking, the other white team leaders finally agreed with Marco's proposal. They agreed not only to deal with Marine together, but also to form an alliance together to find the truth about D will hidden in the corner of the world. This result surprised Maien a bit. To be honest, even he himself did not expect that things would go so smoothly. Before he came here, he was still thinking about how to persuade the stubborn Baituan crowd. As a result, it went so smoothly. Maien didn't know what to say for a while, and then coughed. If this is the case, then we will discuss how to deal with the Marine in front of us. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked solemn. For their pirates, the current Marine is an unprecedented enemy. Marco shook his head and said helplessly. Actually, I don't want to put the battlefield here, after all, this is the hometown of Dad. If you let the old man know that his hometown has become like this because of our relationship, he will definitely be angry. Advertisement. A group of Baituan pirates also thought of going there for a while, and they all agreed. Maien grinned. Don't worry. From the very beginning, I wanted to take the initiative instead of staying in place. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned for a while, their mouths opened wide. What? Take the initiative, instead of staying in place? You know, there are 4 Marines with the highest combat power outside. Kizaru, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp. In addition to the highest combat power of these 4 Marines, there are also powerful lieutenants and pacifists. It is even possible that even Aokiji, who has just retired from Marine, may appear in this war to support Marine. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So to the calculation. These are the 5 masters of Marine. With their current lineup, how can they fight against each other? Regarding this, everyone really doesn't know what to say. If this is not Maien's words, I'm afraid they have already slapped them, and thought that the other party was making a big joke. However, Maien is not joking, this time he is serious. Maien chuckled. You might think I am joking now, but I am not joking. I was serious. Having said this, Maien paused, then spoke again. I didn't come alone. Advertisement. Rain Shiryu and Bullet, they are bringing a large army towards us. At that time, Marco, you go and hold Kizaru. If you lose players like Akainu, just leave it to me. The mood of the audience no longer knew what words to use to describe it. Shock. Still, some are scared. Maien's tone is too crazy, isn't it? I always feel that in these words, Marine is not in his eyes at all. But Marco's eyes lit up, and he said with excitement. Correct. Now Marine doesn't know that you are here, and we can take advantage of this to catch Marine off guard. Maien said with a chuckle. It's really Marco, what you said is not wrong, I mean it's like this. As long as we cooperate well, even if Marine is defensive, we never thought we would unite. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but smile wryly. Yup, not to mention Marine, even they themselves think this is incredible. It stands to reason that they and Maien are in a relationship that doesn't get along with each other. Mr. Garp, I think you may have misunderstood something. The Marine shook his head. Akainu, are you really sure you want me to guard the rear? During this time, you guys should take a good rest and make the final preparations. Marine is also seriously preparing for the battle. Akainu seemed to remember something, and spoke to a Marine beside him. Akainu thought for a while, then said, thinking in the way of ordinary people, who would have thought that they would have joined forces. Advertisement. Just now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. At the same time, the 2 old seniors will be guarded in the back. We have to win this battle, and we still have to win it simply and neatly. You still haven't found Aokiji yet. Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help being a little disappointed. Even Mr. Garp, who is very familiar with Aokiji, said he couldn't find him. This Aokiji, I really don't know what he is thinking. Although the strength of this old bone of mine is not as good as it was going forward. Even sometimes, in Akainu's eyes, Aokiji is the most powerful person, not one of them. Yo, Akainu, it looks like you are very busy. Akainu, is there anything we can help? As if guessing what Garp was thinking, Akainu couldn't help but said lightly. On the core warship, Akainu is giving offensive orders to many Marine fierce generals with a serious face. When the time comes, all Marines will launch a fatal blow to the enemy just like his horrible melt. Half an hour, we will attack. Akainu said angrily. Sengoku and Garp are here. Hearing this, Garp was a little surprised, and even a little believed whether there was a problem with his ears, said. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present heard it clearly, and they were full of enthusiasm. Although Aokiji once fought with him for the position of Marshal Marine, it did not affect Akainu's favor with Aokiji. He even treated Aokiji as his own for a long time. Sengoku sighed, then said seriously. Maien checked her watch, and after carefully calculating the time, she spoke to everyone. We have tried our best, but Aokiji was still not found. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, that's all. Garp laughed. He was clearly on the verge of a battle, but he still didn't see the slightest nervousness. Maybe this was his confidence as a Marine hero. Chapter 279. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The reason why I asked you to arrange to the rear is not because I underestimated you, but because I felt a strong sense of anxiety since just now. Akainu hugged his arms. One word at a time. It seems, there is something wrong with me. Sengoku frowned at this moment. Do you feel uneasy too? Actually I am too. While everyone was talking, Kizaru's voice came from the phone worm. It's almost time now. Should I lead the pacifists to launch an offensive at this time as agreed before? The Zon Momomaru next to me is very impatient and eager to take Marco, haha. Quote. Akainu groaned for a while, then Gu broke off. Yes it is. Now, please attack first. Huo Shaoshan and they will follow suit. Kizaru readily responded. Okay. No problem. After giving the order to Kizaru, Akainu's eyes gradually sharpened, and he began to order the entire Marine to attack. The Whitebeard remnant party, destined to disappear in this history. Akainu seemed to be talking to himself. But just when Marine was ready to act. In vain. Kill all of Marine's people. Charge. There were intensive killing sounds from all directions. The Whitebeard remnant party took the initiative to attack. The whole Marine was shocked. They really didn't expect that Marco would take such a stupid approach. Advertisement. The corners of Akainu's mouth raised slightly, and he thought self-righteously that Marco and the others had no choice but to lead the entire army to break through. Kizaru, you go and kill Marco, don't let a Whitebeard remnant party run away. Understand. After giving orders to Kizaru, Akainu gave orders to other Marine fierce generals to attack the enemy's lair at this time. Destroying the text of history is the most important task. Found the remnant of Whitebeard, allow shooting. The cold and ruthless mechanical voice came from the mouth of the pacifist. Immediately afterwards, a series of laser bombs with supreme power erupted from the mouth of the pacifists, and they shot at the Whitebeard pirate group one after another. Boom. With the sound of intensive explosions, countless Whitebeard remnants died in cannonballs. After looking back at the explosion, Beasta couldn't help but sigh. Marine is really amazing, he has such a terrible weapon. After saying this, Beasta's aura changed, without concealing his astonishing murderous aura. But, no matter what, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You Marines deserve to die. The voice just fell. Holding two swords, Beasta shot in a rage, like a white lightning. In a short period of time, several pacifists were smashed to pieces. I won't lose either. Marine, die. Jose, one of the three major forces of the White Regiment, smiled. With a terrifying force, he actually lifted a pacifist and threw it at the warship. This throw was like throwing a bomb, and several Marines were blown to pieces in the explosion on the spot. Jose's behavior seriously angered a certain strong man. Diamond Jose, I want to see how strong you are today. The voice just fell. From the Marine warship group, a terrifying figure flew out, with the same sturdy body as Jose, full of muscles containing terrifying power. Advertisement. One of the pacifist leaders, fight Momomaru. As soon as Zondao Maru saw Jose, he chopped it down without even thinking about it, and wanted to cut Jose in half. In the face of this tyrannical slash, Jose did not dodge or dodge, leaning on his diamond-shaped body to block the blow. Boom. The two are actually on a par. Evenly matched. Not bad. There are not many people who can tie with me. Jose grinned. The old man told me that today, no matter what, you must be taken down. Today is either you or me. Zondao Maru said coldly. At this time, Beasta, who was fighting against many pacifists, was also attacked by the strong. Hey, it wouldn't be nice to let you attack again. The voice just fell. A vague light and shadow, with a scream, appeared in front of Beasta in a blink of an eye. Kick at the speed of light. A sharp roar sounded between the world. Well, what the hell is going on? Did I have hallucinations? As soon as the voice fell, a shock wave of horror to the extreme erupted from the fist of this young man, Nuo Lee's, smashing the Marine soldiers who wanted to come to the island to alive. This sudden and terrifying blow left Beasta with no room to evade. He was directly hit by this kick, and then he flew out like this. Afterwards, Akainu and others seemed to understand something, and rushed over. Even a group of marine warships far away were affected. As if the whole world was shaking. There can be nothing wrong. Advertisement. The 2 feet containing endless strength collided together, and an astonishing aftermath broke out in an instant, shaking the surrounding sea. An earthquake again. Wait a minute, why should I say the word again? Seeing that Kizaru had to kick a second kick to completely kill Beasta. Facing the menacing Marco, Kizaru raised his right foot and kicked directly. It's shock fruit from Whitebeard. With a low drink, the powerful barefoot, like a dragon wagging its tail, instantly hit Beasta's head. The faces of Akainu and others changed drastically. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Beasta spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like this. In vain. Suddenly. Well, what's going on? Is it an earthquake? Just when the remnant Whitebeard party headed by Marco clashed fiercely with the army of pacifists headed by Kizaru. Not to be outdone, Marco also kicked it. Excited voices came from the marine warship group. On the other side, most of Marine's main force is heading towards the island. What? Kizaru, step back. Just when many Marines thought things were going so smoothly, they would take this unguarded island with ease. It was Marco who made the shot. Wait a minute, why do I think this feels so familiar? It always feels like we are somewhere and have experienced similar feelings. And it's not once. A lightning-like figure carrying endless murderous aura, rushed from the depths of the island. Good job. All. Die for me. This familiar feeling. Chapter 280. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After they saw the face of the young man emitting the shock wave, they were all dumbfounded. It seemed that they didn't expect that this young man would appear here. Or in other words, for them, the young man in front of them shouldn't be here. Yes. The existence that caused such a heavy blow, like a natural disaster, is Maien, who was in the limelight recently. Upon seeing Maien, a familiar existence, Akainu felt that the arm he had just attached was aching, and his face became a little gloomy. The guy he least wanted to see, and hated the most, appeared in front of him like this. Akainu said loudly, Maien, I really didn't expect you to appear here. Don't tell me, you have joined forces with Marco and the others. Instead of denying it, Maien admitted it openly. Yup, so what? How to say this is so natural, as if it is telling a fact that can't be more normal, so that Akainu and others don't know what to say. To be honest, Akainu and other marine executives really did not expect that one day they would actually see Maien and Marco join forces. After all, no matter how you say it, Whitebeard was killed by Maien himself. But Marco was willing to join forces with enemies like Maien. Such a thing is a little absurd. Sengoku, who was standing at Akainu, quickly reacted and said coldly. Maien, I think you are usually very smart, so how come you get confused at this time? Advertisement. Do you really think that your current strength is enough to deal with so many of us? As Sengoku said, he displayed his fruiting ability, the form of the Buddha of everyone fruit. Garp, known as the marine hero, also clenched his fists, with a burning intent in his eyes. Maien grinned. Who told you? Today, am I here alone? Just the moment the words were said, it seemed to confirm that Maien's words were extremely correct. At the rear of Marine, who was still in a safe state, suddenly caught fire and plunged into a thick sea of flames. And it was Maien's men who made all of this. Little ones, don't let Boss Maien be disappointed. We have to work hard today. The one who rushes to the front is of course Bullet. Bullet's words greatly boosted the morale of the party. The pirates rushed to the huge fleet of warships like a chicken blood, and at the same time they did not forget to shout strong but. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Let these damn Marines know how good we are, ha 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 ha. I have been very upset with these Marines. Perhaps, this is a good opportunity for me to take revenge. I must not miss this great opportunity. It hasn't been long since we joined Maien. We must not let the boss down. It's true that you chose to follow Maien. Once you came up, it was such a big battle, this feeling is really cool. It's not so cool. Today, most of the people who charge with Bullet are pirates from different forces and places. These pirates are without exception. It is because Maien has killed the 3 great pirates in a row, and it is possible to become the king of pirates, so he chose to follow Maien. Of course, there is also a part of the Charlotte family who were forced to helplessly. Although they don't really want to buy Maien for work, their current lifespan is in Maien's hands. They can't die or take action. Right. At the same moment when Bullet started, Shiryu of Rain also started. Advertisement. The elite Wano country samurai, each showing their magical powers, slammed into the marine fleet. They are like a long sword that is indestructible, and the generals are rushing into chaos. Everyone, don't panic, the general trend is still with us, Marine. After a major Marine said this aloud, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a thunder, and slashed the past with a sword. Swish. The body of this major general Marine fell into the sea like this. And the one who made the shot was Shiryu of the Rain. Don't get too smug, Shiryu of Rain. You damn traitor. When several Marine lieutenants saw Shiryu of Rain, they immediately looked like they were indignant. If their eyes can kill people, I am afraid that Shiryu of Rain has already died thousands of times at this moment. In the face of thousands of icy eyes, Yuji Shiryu is calm and free, and the whole person is as cold as a okay person. Ridiculous. You will be defeated sooner or later. They are Marines, born to obey orders. In the face of absolute power, the number of people is useless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. At some point. Not bad. Everyone, let's go together. It seems in his eyes. However, these Marine lieutenants subconsciously ignored a very important issue. But, ha ha ha, it's so ridiculous. Advertisement. I don't know that after the Lieutenant General yelled a word, everyone rushed forward, as if they were crazy, besieging Shiryu of Rain. Rain no Shiryu, no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible for us to be the opponent of so many Marine Lieutenant Generals. They have an advantage in numbers, and they are convinced that if they work together, they can defeat the evil Shiryu of Rain. It's fine today no matter what, you damn traitor, you will die in my hands. Very happy smiling. In that case. Interesting. As soon as these words came out, several Marine lieutenants were angry and helpless. To be honest, they were unhappy with what Celestial Dragons did for so many years, but there is no other way, they can only do it like this. In fact, the lieutenants knew that Yuji Shiryu is a difficult opponent. If they fight alone, they may not be their opponents. It is waste among waste. A bunch of trash, clamoring to kill me. Rain Shiryu smiled. A group of people who are running dogs for Celestial Dragons, are ashamed to say me. You should go back and take a picture of yourself first, and see if you look like a person or a group of running dogs. Shiryu of Rain slowly drew out his murder weapon, and his voice became colder and colder. Then, all of you die for me under my sword. Rain Shiryu burst out laughing. Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider and other lieutenants are just a bunch of waste. Traitor. For example. Now. Marine Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan roared and pointed his sword at Shiryu of Rain. You guys are really interesting. Do not. Soon. Another Marine Lieutenant General Ghost Spider also sneered. Chapter 281. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A bunch of guys looking for death. After raining, Shiryu snorted coldly. Even when facing a group of Marine Lieutenant Generals, he didn't feel the slightest fear. Like a sword that would never bend, he thrust it in. At the beginning, a group of Marine Lieutenant Generals could barely block the rain of Shiryu's offensive, but the more they fought, they not only found that their physical strength was fading at an astonishing speed, but also faintly lost to Shiryu of Rain. Rain Shiryu is really too strong, not only for its terrifying physical skills, but also for its sharp swordsmanship, which is really shocking. Huo Shaoshan is in a hurry. He shouted to everyone. For the comrades behind you. We must survive. It's not that Shiryu of Rain is over, or we are over. After hearing the words of Huo Shaoshan, the surrounding lieutenant generals immediately cheered up. They must win this battle, and they must win beautifully. They must not lose. On the other side, Bullet, who was slaughtering a group of Marine soldiers with the Overlord power, couldn't help grinning at this moment. I really envy Yuji Shiryu, who can play against so many Marine masters. Just now, it seemed that he heard a majestic figure of Bullet talking to himself, suddenly carrying a boundless aura, and suddenly appeared in front of Bullet. Here comes. It was the former Martial Marine, Sengoku. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with spirits. Bullet, I don't think we have seen it in a while. The last time I saw it, it was when I personally caught you in Impel Down. Bullet was extremely angry when he saw his enemy. How could he forget what happened 20 years ago? Advertisement. If it wasn't for the Sengoku in front of him, who used a very aggressive means to catch him, how could he not have the freedom for 20 years? If you just ask Bullet who the most hated person in this life is, he will definitely answer, it's Sengoku. The corners of Bullet's mouth raised slightly, without concealing his amazing murderous aura. Sengoku, you were looking for death. I have wanted to avenge you for a long time. But I really didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me. Or, do you think I am a weak guy? Sengoku shook his head. Will not. On the contrary, I think you are a very strong existence and must not be underestimated. Bullet became even more angry. In that case, do you dare to appear in front of me? Or do you appear here alone? Why don't you come out with your friends? In the words, there is a strong sense of ridicule, and there is also a trace of unconcealed anger. However, faced with such an insult, Sengoku was not angry, he was rather calm, said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Did you know, Bullet? Actually, I am also very strong. The words just fell. A dazzling golden light erupted from Sengoku's body, and his entire body quickly grew huge, directly rising by several tens of feet, and an indescribable sense of toughness exuded from all over his body. Not to be outdone, Bullet is also using his own abilities, turning his body into the same size as Sengoku in a short period of time. From a distance, it looks like two giants, which makes people shudder. The two masters in front of me are really terrifying. It's terrible to incredible. Advertisement. The entire battlefield is already in chaos. Marine, who had won a complete victory with an absolute crush, was caught in a quagmire at this moment and couldn't get out of the battlefield for a while. As the current Marine Marshal Akainu, of course he was furiously furious. This is an incredible thing for him. At the same time, it was also something that made him feel particularly uncomfortable. He just became Marshal Marine, and he was hit by such a heavy blow as soon as he came up. Isn't this asking him to die? Thought of this. Akainu became more angry. The blue veins on his forehead burst out, and he hated the man named Maien more and more. In his opinion, if it weren't for Maien, none of this would happen at all. Maybe, now Marco has been killed, and the historical text has been successfully destroyed. But now the overall plan has been reversed. Instead of the expected big victory, it has fallen into a huge crisis. It is impossible to tell the victory or defeat for a while. I don't know who has the advantage and the disadvantage. Maien, you are dead today. Meteor volcano. Akainu is angry. Zero asked for flowers. He quickly shook his fist entwined with molten lava, and shot a lava-like cannonball, falling from the sky at an astonishing speed and heading towards the target. On the surface, Akainu's attack was directed at Maien. But in fact, it is aimed at the island behind Maien. Akainu intends to completely destroy Whitebeard's hometown. Of course, Maien is not a fool either, and will not watch Akainu destroy Whitebeard's fellow like this. You know, the final historical text is still there. Advertisement. There is no sound but no door. In the next moment, Maien took a deep breath, and the Conqueror's Haki on her body turned into a substantial sound wave. In a short moment, Akainu's attack was resolved. What? This guy is so easy to defuse my attack. ... 0. Can Akainu not be shocked? This blow, but he is good at it, is also one of the most powerful tricks. As a result, it was resolved by Maien in an unbelievable way. Isn't he shocked by this? Maien himself was calm and comfortable, as if this matter was a simple matter for him. Akainu, don't tell me, you are only capable of this level. The last time you played against me, your strength was not so weak. Originally, Akainu was angry, but Maien's 2 words suddenly ignited his anger. Damn it, you really deserve to die. Heaven dog. Akainu's eyes were scarred like blood, and he stepped out in one step, straddling 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, seeming to be able to melt all the power of molten lava, and slammed at Maien fiercely. Although Akainu's movements are fast, Maien's movements are faster. Cut. A cold light flashed in Maien's eyes, and his hands were like sharp blades. They hit Akainu first. Swish. The pitch black, like a sword-like fist, deeply hit Akainu. On his strong body, several wounds were left abruptly. If it weren't for Akainu's strong strength, and ordinary people's physical fitness is much higher than ordinary people, I'm afraid that at this moment, even Maien's fatal blow can't hold up, and he was killed on the spot. This guy is stronger than before. Akainu backed away quickly and opened the distance between each other. B. Chapter 282. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the beginning, Akainu thought that he had become weaker, but after this confrontation, he suddenly realized that it was not that he had become weaker, but that the opponent had become stronger. What's more, it's not just a star and a half, it's a great improvement. The more Akainu thinks about it, the more shocked. How long has it passed? How could Maien make such a big improvement? Before Akainu could react, Maien had already made another move. A pure white aperture wrapped around her fist, bursting out an overwhelming shock wave, and wanted to kill Akainu in one blow. At this critical moment, a terrifying figure has long been unable to bear it, and stepped forward at this most critical time to help Akainu block the deadly shock wave. The person who shot did not rely on any fruit abilities, nor other special abilities, just relying on his own unparalleled Haki and the steel body of 950, which forcibly blocked all the damage. It is really hard to believe such a thing. After all, it is good to say it. It is one of the most powerful fruits in Paramecia, shock fruit. Its power cannot be described in casual words. But such an outrageous thing, after all, is an iron fact, a real thing. And the people who do it all. No one else, it is the Marine hero, Garp. If someone asks Marine soldiers, who is the idol you admire most in your life, they will definitely say the word Garp out loud. Among the Marines today, the most prestigious and amazing record is not these generations of Marine marshals, but this extraordinary-looking old man Garp. Then, Garp spoke to Akainu. With your current strength, you can't beat Maien. Even if I don't say that, you actually understand more or less why I say that in your heart. So, step aside and wait for the chance to make a sneak attack. Akainu opened his mouth wide and wanted to say something, but when he thought of the scene of the confrontation just now, he realized that he was indeed just as Garp said, he was not Maien's opponent. Fine. Akainu sighed, and had to step back dozens of steps away, waiting for the chance to kill Maien in one shot. Advertisement. Maien in the distance seemed a little impatient, said. Hey, what are you doing, talking about tactics in front of me, are you really afraid that I will hear it? Garp grinned. I don't think we can hide from you with such simple tactics. In my opinion, you are not stupid at all. You are a very smart person. Maien couldn't laugh or cry. I didn't know for a while whether you were scolding me or complimenting me. Garp akimbo and laughs loudly. Of course I praise you. Is it possible, can you still be abusive? Maien's eyes gradually sharpened. But, Garp. I wanted to fight you a long time ago. Garp clenched his fists and smiled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's true, I am too. You brat, I've wanted to beat you for a long time. In fact, what the world does not know is that Garp and Maien, the pinnacle powerhouses in their respective fields, actually had a very good relationship in private. But after something happened, the relationship between the two faded away, so that from the beginning, it was similar to the relationship between teachers and friends, and became this kind of mortal enemy relationship. Whether it's Maien or Garp, they are very clear to each other, they have no other way to go at the moment, they must have a full confrontation. Either you die, or I die. Go ahead, Maien, let me see how powerful you are. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Garp disappeared here like a black meteor, rushing straight towards Maien. The Haki, which was covered in the color of strong arms, was like a hammer, and swayed towards Maien without mercy. Of course, Maien won't be afraid, instead of dodge or dodge, he collides with Garp. Head to head. You die and die. An astonishing aftermath erupted between the two of them fighting each other, sweeping across all directions like a tornado, shocking a radius of several miles. The water in the distance has become turbulent because of them. This is a battle of physical strength. When everyone in the distance saw this scene, they couldn't help but breathe in the air. They were all shocked by what these two natural fighting frenzy had done. There is no doubt that these two people are crazy. Marine hero, and Maien, who is most likely to become the new One Piece now. I don't know whether they are stronger. I really want to know what the result will be. No matter what, this battle is destined to be remembered in history. What a terrible two guys. Fortunately I am not qualified to participate in this kind of battle. I didn't say it, if I confront one of these people, I am afraid that I will be beaten to death on the spot, and I can't even stop a punch. Quote. Quote. The sound of exclamation, one after another, everywhere in the battlefield. In the eyes of everyone. The result of this battle is important, but the process is also very important. On one side is the Marine Peak, and on the other is the Pirate Peak. Once the two top powerhouses fight each other, it will naturally be extremely fierce. At this moment, whether it is the strong on the Marine side or the strong on the Pirate side, they can't help but focus their attention on the two of Garp and Maien. Hey, it's terrible. Advertisement. Kizaru looked terrified, even raising his hands to surrender. Let's pretend to be there. Marco roared, and he could tell at a glance that Kizaru was not really scared, but was bluffing, so that others could relax their vigilance zero. Oh, Marco, don't you be so serious. Kizaru spread his hands and said in distress. If I'm not serious, I'm afraid I will really not be able to beat you old guy. Marco was a little frustrated. Ha, you really deserve to be the boss. After Bullet sighed, he quickly turned around, and slammed his fist upright, blocking Sengoku's attack frontally. Seeing that his sneak attack failed, Sengoku took the initiative to retract his fist and snorted coldly. I advise you to take care of yourself more. I don't think you can be my opponent. You can't beat me in 20 years, you are my defeated man. Fighting now will have the same result. In his voice, there is absolute confidence. This man named Sengoku is indeed his arrogant capital. Who made this person a martial marine and climbed to the highest position? Of course. Bullet is not a fearful person either, he sneered. Is it? I don't think so. Chapter 283. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After these 20 years have passed, your peak period has already passed. Bullet hugged his arms and looked at Sengoku coldly and said. After the confrontation just now, I have already clearly felt that your strength is no longer as good as before. You are no longer qualified to be my opponent, old man Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. Perhaps you are right, my strength is indeed not as strong as 20 years ago. But, deal with you. Enough. At the same time, a group of Marine lieutenant generals were dying and collapsed on the warships everywhere. Their faces were as pale as white paper, and their backs were soaked with sweat. This Shiryu of rain is too strong. Just after Huo Shaoshan sighed such a sentence, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was crumbling, as if he might fall down at any time. It's really strong. If we hadn't had the advantage in numbers, I'm afraid we might really be killed by Shiryu of rain. This guy is too strong. Now I finally understand why Yuji Shiryu can be the former impelled down prisoner. Quote. The other lieutenants of Marine echoed. As for Shiryu of U09 who stood not far away, she was very disappointed. You are too weak. It's too weak. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider slowly stood up, staring at Shiryu of rain, and said every word. Come on again, Shiryu of rain. Advertisement. Among so many people, Akainu's expression is complicated. Not only that, but his heart is also very complicated. He couldn't intervene in this level of battle. He is a dignified martial marine, who has to rely on a sneak attack to deal with a top pirate like Maien. Such a thing is really hard for him to accept. But there is no other way. Who makes him really inferior to Maien? Mr. Garp, come on. I will fight my life. Akainu secretly said in his heart, his gaze became sharper, and his hatred of Maien also rose to a level at this time. Humiliated hatred, can you still be a human without reporting it? ... Boom. Boom. Two violent fist shadows crazily intertwined and overlapped each other. Every time there was a collision, it seemed to bring up the sound of violent wind and thunder. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Masses of invisible waves soaring into the sky spread quickly. At the beginning, the two were still in a tie, and it was hard to see who had the upper hand. But as time went by, Garp was still old after all, and gradually showed signs of exhaustion, and was defeated by Maien in a row. This is not to blame Garp for uselessness, after all, people will get old. Moreover, you must know that Garp is now in his 60s, while Maien is only in his 20s or 30s, and his body is at its peak. One is not in the state, and the other is still in the peak state. A sharp contrast between the two is already a clear contrast. Boom. Maien suddenly caught a fatal flaw and gave Garp a heavy blow. A fierce punch hit Garp's face instantly. Garp took off on the spot and fell into the sea like this. This blow almost knocked Garp out of consciousness. Advertisement. Good boy, you really have you. After saying this, Garp rushed out of the sea at the fastest speed, returned to the battlefield again, and faced Maien. Maien followed with a smile. To each other. You are not bad too, old man. At this point, Maien paused, her eyes gleaming. But, your physical strength really doesn't work. If this continues, I'm afraid your old man will be alive and similar. Old antiques from old times should take a good rest, don't come out. This remark was full of obvious sarcasm, which made it clear that Garp was an old antique of the old age. However, Garp didn't feel angry after hearing this ridicule. On the contrary, Garp's expression was very calm, as if he didn't seem to be angry at all. You were right, it might be exactly what you said. Garp didn't deny Maien's words, but admitted that the latter's words were right. Such an attitude was really shocking, and he couldn't help but sigh. The former marine hero who has beaten the world's invincibles, blasted countless pirates, and established unparalleled fame, is still old. Although people will still get old, no one can keep their youth forever, but this is really a very embarrassing thing. Regardless of whether Maien is a fearless existence, but in the face of a respectable veteran powerhouse like Garp, he is still willing to give a bit of face and say lightly. Sure enough, Garp appeared in the next second, and he punched in the air, and Maien just hit him. I advise you to take a good rest. But then Garp's words shocked everyone present. Garp just threw the first punch, and soon he threw the second punch again. Gar, don't think the same trick, I can do it a second time. Maien was silent for a while before speaking again. The more the war is getting stronger. Just don't want to rest. Advertisement. How about this? However, this is just the beginning. The marine soldier in the distance looked unbelievable, and he wondered if Maien was joking. Maien seemed to know everything, flashing to the left. Garp said lightly, I don't know how to rest. Is this looking down on Mr. Garp? Give Mr. Garp 3 more minutes to rest. When you have enough rest, fight with me again, how about? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. Including Maien and Akainu. I am willing to give you 3 more minutes, so that you can have a good rest. Even in a sense, its power is more powerful. As soon as this is said. Why? On the surface, Garp seems to have completely disappeared, not even a trace of afterimages, but Maien knows very well that this famous marine hero is quickly approaching him and looking for his fatal weakness. No, this time, I won't be under the wind. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Garp, who was originally 100 meters away, suddenly disappeared in place with a whistling sound, just like disappearing into this world. Akainu looked incredible and couldn't help but ask. Many marine soldiers sneered in their hearts, thinking that once Garp made good use of these 3 minutes to recover, then Maien would not be far from the moment of death and defeat. Boy, let's fight again. There is no why such outrageous words can be said. Then, Garp once again set his sights on Maien, one of the strongest enemies in his life. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. And its strength is not weaker than the previous punch. Chapter 284. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom 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 boom. Under a series of explosions. Garp's fist was like a gust of wind and rain, blasting at all corners of Maien's body like lightning. Maien seemed too late to avoid the general. Dodge one after another. It was still hit by Garp's electric flint punch. But Garp hadn't had time to smile. The expression began to stiffen. Just then, an incredible scene appeared in front of Garp. I saw that Maien's body was like black smoke, completely turning the power of Garp's punch into invisible, that is to say, he rushed into the sky again. This is dark fruit. It's really strong. Garp retracted his fist, and took the initiative to step back, keeping a certain distance. Maien clapped her palms. It's a marine hero, you are very fast. But, still not as good as me. Garp laughed suddenly. From the beginning, you seem to have forgotten a very important thing subconsciously. The matter is very important to you. Maien frowned, not knowing what it was. I do not know what you're talking about. Please also explain what is the matter. Just the second after Maien's words were said, a hot breath, with supreme terrifying power, appeared behind him with a scream. Heaven dog. Akainu, furious, finally made a move. Advertisement. He has been watching from a distance, not really wanting to watch Garp die, but always waiting like a hunter for a perfect opportunity. And now, the time has come. From Akainu's point of view, it is impossible for Maien to escape with his carefully prepared punch. But the scene that was presented later made everyone present in disbelief, including Akainu himself. That's it. Maien's expression was flat, and she stretched out a finger to block Akainu's blow. What? Akainu was shocked again, let alone why the other party can react so quickly. But why can the opponent block his punch so easily? To know, this is not an ordinary blow to him, it is accompanied by endless molten power. Soon, Akainu understood everything. This is the ability of dark fruit again. Just as Akainu had guessed, at the most critical moment, Maien released a dark power on her finger to dissolve the menacing molten force to the greatest extent. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And coupled with his own powerful physical power, Akainu's surprise attack like a violent wind was completely blocked. Seeing that Maien was about to take another shot against Akainu, Garp made a brazen shot, forcing Maien to step back. The two masters of Marine, one after the other, are in a pinch. Maien shrugged. Should I say this is my honor? Two Marine Admiral at the same time. Then, Maien cast a sharp gaze on Garp's body, and asked curiously. By the way, did Roger face two Admiral alone like me before? Garp gave a wry smile. To tell you the truth, there really isn't. This time, Garp hasn't really joked, nor lied. There was no one like Maien who could forcefully repel two admirals with one person's power. Advertisement. Even Roger, the One Piece king who has been dead for a long time, and Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man, can at most resolve the attacks of more than a few admiral, and they don't have the ability to simultaneously repel. But now, this seemingly impossible thing was done by Maien alone. In a sense, Maien is the strongest pirate from ancient times to the present, and his strength can no longer be simply described by words. Unfathomable. Do not. It's horrible. Akainu and Garp glanced at each other and reached a tacit understanding of another shot, just as they were before, when they attacked Maien. Suddenly, the Five Elders' special phone worm rang at this time. And gave an incredible order to all Marines. Listen to my orders. Everyone, retreat. The sudden order from Five Elders made everyone in the audience dumbfounded. From the Akainu to the Marine soldiers, they were all stunned. What? Right now they are fighting the enemy fiercely, but Five Elders wants them to retreat. Marine soldiers expressed their doubts. What is Five Elders doing? I think these old guys don't know what's going on with us. They think things are going as planned. I really don't understand what the Five Elders are thinking about. This. Oh, I want to scold them, but when I think that they are the five most powerful elders in the world, I can't say a word of scolding. Once I offend this Five Elders, there is no official position. Zhongzi directly lost his life. You know, this Five Elders is notoriously cruel. What's the matter? Isn't this situation a great advantage for us Marine? Retreating at this time, but there is no benefit at all. Backquote. It was these Marine soldiers who were straightforward enough to tell the real thoughts of a group of high-level leaders headed by Akainu. However, once served as Marshal Marine and had a lot of communication with Five Elders, Sengoku, who knew what the personality of these five old guys was, frowned at this moment. In his opinion, Five Elders affirmed their reasons for doing this. Generally speaking, Five Elders will not do such a thing as commanding Marine on the battlefield. Advertisement. Unless, among them, something happened that even Five Elders could not control. Akainu didn't understand it, so he picked up the phone worm and questioned Five Elders in public. This is the battlefield. I should listen to me instead of yours. I think the five of you don't even know what is happening now, do you? There was a sigh from the phone bug. Akainu, do you really think I don't know what happened to you? Maien is leading people to fight with you, is that right? Five Elders' words made Akainu stunned. Nuo Lees. Huh, it seems. Five Elders knows what happened. That being the case, why should they be given an order to retreat? What is hidden in this? Then, the shocking news that Five Elders revealed afterwards shocked all the Marines present once again. You don't know yet, do you? Now new Marine Fodor is being attacked by the enemy. Guess who it is? It's Shanks and them. When the three words Shanks, which are not so familiar, were spoken, the atmosphere in the audience suddenly became a little weird. The Marines opened their mouths wide and their faces were full of incredible colors. What? There are no problems or minor problems with their ears, right? The red-haired Shanks, who doesn't like messing up and likes peace, actually launched an attack on their Marine headquarters at this time. It's unbelievable. Chapter 285. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone is stunned. For them, this fact is so shocking. The older generation Marines such as Sengoku and Garp, who have dealt with Shanks a lot, were shocked at this time. Garp even stayed in the same place, calling out incredible. How can this kind of thing be possible? That Shanks actually shot Malin at this time. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Although this incident seems unbelievable, there is no need for 5 elders to lie to us. Maybe, it's really like this. What is Shanks doing? Why did he attack us Marine at this time? What is the benefit of him doing this? Quote. Akainu's upper and lower teeth are clenching. This news was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. Obviously, if you continue to fight like this, there is still a high probability that you can defeat Maien and others in one fell swoop. But now, with Shanks's shot, everything has changed so much that he doesn't know what to do now. Can't continue to fight, let Shanks take a shot at Malin fodder, right? After some thinking, Akainu still made a very difficult decision. Even if this decision was the last thing he wanted to do, he can only do so now. Retreat. After speaking these short words, Akainu seemed to have lost all his strength, and became a little dejected. It seems that this is a very heavy blow to him. This is the first time many Marines have seen Akainu like this. Advertisement. In the past, Akainu always gave them a tough look no matter what they encountered. But now, it is rare for Akainu to show such a tired look, which makes them not only shocked, but also a little helpless. I can't blame Akainu. If you think about it in another way, I'm afraid they will make the same choice as Akainu, right? Under Akainu's order, the vast Marine fleet just turned around and left. This battle ended with Marine's defeat. Bullet and Yuji Shiryu, the two war madnesses, are a little unwilling. Especially Bullet. Damn it, let the old fellow Sengoku run away. It's really uncomfortable. Bullet was in a bad mood. If you want to ask him who he hates the most in his life, then Bullet will definitely say the word Sengoku. In his eyes, other people can die, but only the old guy Sengoku must die. Moreover, it is better to die in his hands, only such years of heart knot can be solved. But now, this old guy still ran away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Can Bullet be upset? Shiryu of Rain suddenly said. Boss Maien, do we really not chase? This is a great thing for us. Then, Maien, who was still calm, suddenly spit out a mouthful. The two froze for a moment, and then took a breath of air conditioning. Boss Maien was actually injured. Boss, are you okay? Bullet spoke in shock. Advertisement. It's okay. Just a little hurt. That guy Garp is not so cruel. Maien couldn't help but sigh, and once again realized the terrible thing about Marine heroes. By now, he finally understood why the world would praise Garp so much. Garp, it's too strong. Not generally strong. Fortunately, he himself is strong and possesses the top physical skills. Otherwise, you might really be beaten by Garp. Of course, Shiryu and Bullet were shocked. They couldn't help but glance at each other, and they could see the shock under each other's eyes. There is no doubt that this incident is very shocking to them. The invincible Maien boss, who can be called a god of war in their eyes, is now suffering a serious injury. Other partners also have deep prejudices against you. Even if you protect your father's hometown this time, it does not mean that they will agree with you. Therefore, I am the only one to go. Yuji Shiryu sneered. I thought that when he came here, in addition to dealing with Marine, he also had to deal with Marco and others. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Yes, nor is it. Sengoku, I will kill this cunning fox sooner or later. What you need to know is, it's just a small effort. By the way, are you Whitebeard remnants planning to continue fighting with me? If you really want to continue fighting, I can give you some breathing time first, so that you can regain your strength. You have taken care of your injuries, and fight with me again. But, do you remember the little request I made earlier? Marco, this is going to get on his boat. Marco groaned for a while, said. My friends and I have discussed it, and I won't fight you. Advertisement. Even though he is not a real subordinate, he can be regarded as a half-ally. Just now, since you have such a strong fighting spirit, this is a good thing. Since a long time ago, Maien has admired Marco, a strong and reliable powerhouse. Maien, this time, I have to thank you. And, to be honest, Maien really didn't expect that there is still such a day, and he can still get Marco's help, which is really a surprise. Maien thought about it carefully, then said, could it be that you are Hope? Let me take you to the last place of the Grand Line. Marco, with a complicated expression, appeared alone in front of Maien and others. He didn't understand what it meant before, but now after Marco said this, can he not understand? If first meet those Marine lieutenants again, I must cut off their heads. Marco gave a wry smile and shook his head. Maien took a deep look at Marco, and he seemed to understand what Marco meant. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the old hometown would have been destroyed long ago. Garp's true strength may be much stronger than they thought. And, as agreed, the text of the history will be sent to you. Maien waved her hand. Bullet also let go of his harsh words at this time. Seeing the two of them so energetic, Maien couldn't help laughing. After all, we will have a real battle with Marine in the near future. During the war at the top, the Whitebeard pirates can fight Marine for so long, but Marco has done a lot in this. In the end, Marco, who was once regarded as a possible enemy by him, took the initiative to join forces with him. Chapter 286. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Without Marco, I'm afraid Whitebeard's side would not be so smooth at all, and he could directly penetrate into the depths of Malin. Of course, the most important thing is that Marco himself is strong enough. This is a top powerhouse with a general emperor rank. Maien can clearly see Marco's performance just now. This person is enough to tie with Kizaru's admiral. Such talents, no matter which power they are all eager to exist. Maien retracted her thoughts and smiled brightly, reaching out to Marco. Welcome to you, Marco. Yuji Shiryu and Bullet also followed each other. It's nice to join forces with you, Marco. The famous Marco can be on our side. First think if Marine dares to come in the future, I'm afraid they might lose their lives. Marco said modestly. Don't kill me. To be honest, Marco blushed a bit because he was not really going to take refuge in Maien and become a real subordinate. It's just that everyone has common interests, and he just wants to see what the so-called hidden truth in the world is. Before leaving with Maien, Marco decided to go to all his former friends to say goodbye. Captain Marco, you have to be careful over there. Maien is not easy at all. How can I say it? I always feel like this man is like a tiger who gnaws off all bones. Maybe one day, swallow you into your stomach too. Don't worry, Captain Marco. Even if you join Maien in the future, I will treat you like a relative. What nonsense. Captain Marco will not join other pirates, he will always be a member of our Whitebeard pirates. Yes, it is. Quote. Everyone chattered up, all joking. Advertisement. This warm scene made Marco seem to have gone back to the time when the old man was still alive. You guys. Thank you so much. Marco was very moved. The Whitebeard remnants laughed and raised their glasses again. Joe said loudly, cheers. Then, including Marco, everyone lifted up their wine glasses tacitly and poured wine into their mouths. Guru. The faces of everyone drinking flushed, and they looked like they were full of pride. Marco laughed. Bros. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. One day in the future, we will still meet. At this time, the new naval headquarters, New Marine Fodor is suffering a devastating blow. In this world, there are very few who dare to attack the Marine headquarters. You know, Marine is the strongest force today. If you want to move this uncrowned maritime overlord, you may have to look at how strong you are. However, Shanks not only has this ability, but also has a lot of courage to take advantage of this time and take the initiative to attack the Marine headquarters. Of course Marine was shocked. Why does Shanks want to attack their Marine at this time? Hasn't Shanks always kept things off and likes to reconcile the major forces? Advertisement. Otherwise, why would you take the initiative to attack the Marine at this time? Or even, attacking their headquarters directly? Is it possible that Shanks has been hiding his ambitions for a long time? In fact, this person is like other pirate overlords, wanting to rule the entire sea. What makes the Marine powerhouses feel desperate? Obviously only a few hundred people came from Red Hair pirates this time, but they were able to defeat them in a row, and there was no chance to fight back. It's not that they are too weak, but the opponent is too strong. These hundreds of people are all the elite among the elite, the highest end combat power of an imperial group. And now the people guarding Marine's headquarters are only 1/10 of Marine's total combat power. Most of the Marine elite have already gone out with Akainu to attack the Whitebeard fellow. The person guarding the Marine headquarters is the famous Marine Lieutenant General, that is, the Admiral Alternate, Taudu. It is said that this strange woman named Taudu is very likely to be the next Admiral candidate. Peach Rabbit is not only powerful, but also has a high reputation among Marines, and is the dream goddess of many Marine soldiers. But on this day, Taudu may suffer a big loss today. After all, what she has to face now, but that Shanks. Zero ask for flowers. A tyrannical and boundless sword aura, like a dragon roaring, destroys everything around it, and cuts scars wherever it goes. In order to protect the Marine soldiers behind him and the headquarters, which symbolizes absolute justice, Taudu can only step forward and barely block the blow. Boom. Even though she still blocked this earth-shattering sword energy in the end, she was still retreated 100 meters away by a violent shock. Every time she retreated, she was on the ground, leaving deep soles of her feet. When many Marine experts saw this scene, they were directly heartbroken. They both felt sorry for Taudu, but also felt incredible about Shanks's powerful strength. Advertisement. Doesn't this Shanks only have one arm? How can there be such a powerful swordsmanship? Can everyone not be shocked? Shanks laughed. You really deserve to be a famous female middle school hero, Peach Rabbit. You are really like a rumor, a very powerful character. Taudu said lightly. So are you, one of the pirate overlords, Shanks. At this time, Beckman, who was standing by Shanks, suddenly lowered his voice. After Shanks had said something, the latter's face changed slightly, and it seemed a little weird. Really, after Shanks learned of a certain news, he couldn't help being a little shocked, and seemed to be a little doubtful about the source of the news. Do you think I will lie to you? And I count the time, now is the time. After Beckman gave a blank look, he spoke slowly. Okay, let's withdraw. Shanks gave the order decisively, took all his subordinates without any muddle, and left here. It seems that Shanks and others have wanted to leave here a long time ago, so their retreat speed is quite fast. In less than half a minute, almost all of them retreated to the boat. The T-Dolphin, who was also one of Admiral's candidates, suddenly rushed out, flying straight, looking from a distance, like a silver meteor. Its speed is very terrifying. Redhead, don't think about leaving. Stay here one by one. The T-Dolphin roared, clenched his black fists, intending to sink one of the ships with one punch. But at this time, an unknown object flew to the T-Dolphin. B. Chapter 287. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the T-Dolphin subconsciously used his fist to pick up the unknown item, the whole person flew out, as if he had been hit by something. The marine powerhouses in the distance were shocked and worried about the safety of the T-Dolphin. I'm fine. T-Dolphin stood up slowly, then let go of his palm, and now he could finally see the thing that was suddenly thrown on him. It's a chicken leg. What? The T-Dolphin is dumbfounded. Can a chicken leg explode with such amazing power? Dao Tu didn't know when it started, and appeared next to Cha Dolphin, and sighed faintly. The person who took action against you just now is one of the strongest in the red-haired group. It's normal for you to suffer. Seeing Tao Tu aside, the T-Dolphin's mood was even heavier, and an old face was very aggrieved. How do you say it? 953. The reason why he is strong enough to catch up is that he doesn't want to be praised by Tao Tu. As a result, I just made a big ugly in front of my goddess. Can he not be angry? I am angry, I am angry. The T-Dolphin looks like anxious. At this moment, Tao Tu quietly looked at the red hair pirates that was going away, showing a pensive look, and didn't know what she was thinking. Soon after, the huge marine active fleet finally returned to the headquarters. When Akainu and others saw Malin Fodor, who was once again messed up, they didn't know what to say for a while, and their mood was extremely low. Advertisement. Sengoku sighed and couldn't help complaining. I really didn't expect it. Not long after this place was repaired, it suffered such a big blow. For a while, I didn't know what to say. Even more angry, Akainu, who is now Marshal Marine. Akainu is almost alive and angry. He had just taken up the position of Marshal Marine, and as a result, he encountered such a thing. These damn pirates want him to die all the time. Especially that damn Maien, and Shanks who don't know what they are doing. Akainu secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what happens in the future, he must kill these two people. If you don't kill these two people, I'm afraid he can't swallow this nasty breath. It's so irritating. Just now, suddenly someone found Akainu and told the latter that 5 elders had something very important to look for him. Akainu's face sank, even if 5 elders didn't say anything to look for him, but he also faintly guessed that 5 elders intends to hold him accountable. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Go back and tell 5 elders, I don't have time now. That's all. After saying this, Akainu returned to the office angrily, thinking alone what he should do next. The messenger from 5 elders was of course dumbfounded. What kind of thing is this? It was the first time he saw that someone dared to refuse 5 elders. No doubt. Today's war will be recorded in history. Maien not only led a powerful force, forcibly repelled a group of marines headed by Akainu, but also unexpectedly received the strong support of Marco, who strengthened her power like a tiger. Advertisement. No doubt. Maien is now the first pirate worthy of the name, and his power is stronger than that of Whitebeard. There are faint signs of surpassing the 2 legendary pirates of Lox and Roger. Bullet, Shiryu of the Rain, Marco, the 3 masters are all strong at the General Emperor level. If you want to defeat these 3 people, you can only come up with 3 strong emperors at the same time. Today, there is only one force that can produce 3 Admiral Emperor level powerhouses at once Marine. In other words, in this world, apart from Marine, there is no other force that can compete with Maien. Who could have imagined that Maien, who had been a soldier in Marine for a period of time, would grow to such a level after leaving Marine one day and created such a huge force of pirates? Believe this, let alone many pirates, maybe even Marine did not expect that such a thing would happen. I'm afraid that the current Marine really regrets it. Why did they let Maien go like this in the first place? If Maien is still with their Marine, I'm afraid that it will be too peaceful as this morning. How could she become such a ghost, and create a force that can contend with her out of thin air? Cake Island. The last piece of the history text has finally been handed. The person who is most happy about this, needless to say, must be Robin. He is still willing to believe in Robin's ability. It doesn't matter if the time is delayed, the most important thing is not to make mistakes. Do not. In this world, no one except Robin can study the text of history. Maien walked with her hands on her back for a while, then suddenly spoke. How do you say it? So, based on Maien's knowledge and understanding of Marine, coupled with Akainu's personality. After all, the current Maien is the #1 pirate force today, infinitely close to the Roger of the year. Now Marine is very jealous of him and hates him very much, wishing him to die at any time. Advertisement. In his opinion, Robin is a veritable first historian. Maien nodded softly when he heard this. I have to say, I spent a lot of effort to get these 4 things. Don't worry, as long as I act, nothing will happen. At that time, Maien will face the entire Marine. It may not only be Marine, but even 5 elders will send strong men to siege him, trying to kill him completely. Marine. Robin slapped his chest with vows, full of confidence. Then Maien cast her eyes on Robin and asked, I believe that a battle of revenge will be launched soon, and a bloody shame. He always feels that Marine must make big moves next. Maien walked over, stroked the text of the history lightly, and sighed 0. I will give you enough time. Robin groaned for a while and gave a vague answer. The shortest time is 10 days, and the longest time is 1 year. Maien rubbed the temples on her forehead, feeling a little jealous for Marine who might be killed again at any time. Can you tell me, at least how long will it take you to fully grasp these 4 pieces of historical text and find the end of the sea? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. As a historian and a survivor on Oha Island, Robin wants to know the hidden truth in the world more than anyone else. Unless Kazuki Odin is resurrected, this will be possible. She must accomplish something that the ancestors of the past can't do. Or in other words, he can only trust Robin now. But a rigorous scholar. I can only say that I will try my best, and I will try my best to study it for you. Chapter 288. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Therefore, he must do a good job, and the possibility of a full-scale battle with Marine is here. Just when Maien was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, a hand fell and stumbled and appeared in front of Maien. Master Maien, Shanks sent an emissary and said that I need to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Maien's eyes flashed with a cold light. Shanks. Speaking of it, he couldn't understand why Shanks suddenly attacked the Marine headquarters. Is there any benefit in doing so? Or is there something Marine has offended Shanks? Or maybe, Shanks did this deliberately to resolve his crisis at that time. No matter what, Maien still has to see this messenger from afar. After Maien saw the messenger from Red Hair Pirates, her pupils shrank rapidly, and she felt a little unbelievable. Because he can recognize the identity of this messenger at a glance. Not bad. This person is Beckman. Shanks' military division is also the strongest deputy. When meeting Beckman, Maien once wondered if there was a problem with her eyes. How could she see Beckman at this time? Beckman has a high level of wisdom. 09 His eyes are sharp enough to see through everything, including Maien. He seems to know when he is thinking, and slowly speaks. If I didn't guess wrong, you feel incredible now. You didn't expect me to be here, right? Maien nodded. He really thought so. Beckman didn't stop, but after seeing Maien nodded, he spoke again. Advertisement. Then, you want to know why our Red Hair Pirates suddenly attacked Marine headquarters not long ago, right? Maien could only nod his head again. He suddenly felt that he had been completely seen through all his thoughts by Beckman, as if all the secrets on his body could not be kept from Beckman. Immediately afterwards, the following words from Beckman shocked Maien. Actually, even if I don't need to say it, you can guess the reason more or less. And things are exactly what you think. The reason why we attacked Marine headquarters at that time was to resolve the crisis between you and Marco. Maien is not stupid either. He didn't ask the other party for the first time why Shanks did this. Instead, he asked a very crucial question. Where did your information come from? Beckman smiled. After lighting a cigarette for himself, he said solemnly. Let's put it this way. At the beginning, we only knew that Marine might have to take action against Marco, but at that time we were no longer able to catch up, so we had to make a surprise attack on the Marine headquarters and force Marine back by screaming. When he heard this, Maien was not surprised at all this was what he expected. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What he wants to hear next is the highlight. Maien kind of wanted to know, where did the information on Red Hair Pirates come from? Who told them all the things that happened in front of them? Immediately afterwards, Beckman said the name of a person that did not make Maien feel strange. Joes. Maien was a little stunned, and then quickly came to a sense of relief, terrified in astonishment. Don't tell me, Diamond Joes and your Red Hair Pirates have been secretly connected. Beckman nodded heavily, and snapped his fingers. Yes, that's it. Advertisement. Then, Beckman seemed to be aware of something, and after a chuckle, he faced the seemingly empty pillar behind and said, I know you are there, Marco. Beckman is truly the #1 think tank of Red Hair Pirates, and his insight is at the top level. Even if Marco hides his breath no matter how perfect it was finally discovered by Beckman. Seeing that his trace was found, Marco couldn't help but smile bitterly and walked out on his own initiative. You really are there, Beckman. You can find me. Beckman said lightly. Your body is superb, but it's a pity that the person you meet is me. Everything can't hide my eyes. Marco first admired Beckman's ability, then asked. You just said that Joes is in contact with you. What's the matter? Beckman said. I don't think you know, right? Actually, Joes and I have always been good friends. For so many years, although I have not met him a few times, we have always been in contact. When Marine is likely to take action on Whitebeard's hometown, he has already told me everything, and you will know what happened later. When Marco frowned and opened his mouth wide to say what he wanted to say, Beckman seemed to know in advance what Marco wanted to say, and said first, the reason why he didn't tell you about his relationship with us. It's because he didn't like Maien from beginning to end. Maien was silent for a while, but he could understand Jaws's approach. After all, it was he who shot and killed Whitebeard. If it's him, I'm afraid he will do the same thing as Joe's. Therefore, he was not surprised at all. But Marco felt a little disappointed. This Joe's. Has he started to distrust me? Advertisement. Marco couldn't help but think so, his mood a little depressed. Beckman patted Marco on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I've asked Joe's before I came here. He said that he could reveal this, but he also felt that it's not impossible. Something to hide." After listening to Beckman's words, Marco felt much better. Maien suddenly spoke. "You came here today, I'm afraid there are other things." "What's the matter?" Beckman said. "Just as you said, I am here, not for anything else. I'm here to discuss with you about forming an alliance." As soon as this remark came out, Marco and Maien couldn't help feeling astonished. If it is another pirate, propose an alliance. Neither of them would be so surprised. But the key thing is that the person who proposed the alliance is Shanks, who has never intervened in the big power struggle. This is incredible. Marco couldn't help but speak his own voice. "Shanks, haven't you never had any illusions about pirate hegemony? How come you plan to join hands with us at this time?" Just at this time, Bullet, who had been a crew member with Shanks for a while, walked in like a meteor. He seemed to have heard what Beckman had just said. He smiled slightly and said something amazing. "If I'm not wrong, this guy with red hair also aimed at the treasure that Captain Roger said last. I'm not wrong, am I?" Beckman. Chapter 289. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Beckman took a deep breath, then nodded heavily, acknowledging that Bullet's statement was correct. At this moment, Marco was even more shocked, as if he had only met Shanks. Maien, who was the subject, suddenly smiled and spoke. "Interesting. Shanks wants to be One Piece too, doesn't he?" However, Beckman shook his head and said, "Do not. The captain doesn't want to be the One Piece, or if I say so, he knows he is not the one to be the One Piece. There are so many people who want to be the One Piece king." Maien's eyes shone with brilliance. "Then I don't understand even more, since he doesn't want to be the One Piece king, he is not willing to be under others. Then what does he want to do?" Beckman snapped his fingers, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Simple. Just join hands with you. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, my captain just wants to accomplish what he couldn't do in the past, and wants to see the treasure that Captain Roger said. What the hell is it?" Maybe others don't know what this remark meant, but after being a bullet with Shanks for a while, he understood the meaning of Beckman's remark, so he took the initiative to explain it. "I probably understand what Shanks meant. Back then, he and I did not come to the end with Roger for some reason." Having said that, Bullet paused and said, "Perhaps because of this, he has regrets." Maien nodded seemingly. "Original. It's such a meaning." Beckman lighted another cigarette for himself, and said slowly. "How are you thinking about it, Maien?" Advertisement. "I think my suggestion should be good. Or what else do you want? If it's not too much, you can ask for it as much as you want." Maien thought carefully, then spoke slowly. "Let's make 3 chapters first. First, you can not listen to my orders, but you can't go crazy, is this okay?" Beckman agreed without hesitation. "Okay, there is no problem with this. Anything else?" Maien spoke again. "The second point, the position of One Piece belongs to me." Beckman also nodded, feeling that there was no problem. Maien took a deep breath. "The third requirement may be an incredible thing for you, but if the third requirement is not met, I will not promise you to shoot together. Before I say the third requirement, I hope you can be mentally prepared." Beckman frowned. He has an ominous hunch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then, Maien's next sentence changed Beckman's face greatly, and he wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, so that he heard such absurd words. "In the future, I will kill the Straw Hat Boy. But you can't help the Straw Hat Boy." As soon as this is said, Beckman was stunned. What? Maien is going to kill Luffy? Even Beckman, who is famous for his wisdom, was stunned at this moment. He didn't notice when the cigarette in his hand fell off. This requirement is indeed a bit difficult. For him, it doesn't matter that the Straw Hat Boy is dead as well. But, advertisement. Luffy is the perfect heir to their Captain Shanks. Combined with the usual things, there is no doubt that their Captain Shanks really treats Luffy as his own apprentice. If we let Shanks know that Maien will kill Luffy someday in the future, we can imagine what Shanks will do. Seeing Beckman's delay in speaking, Maien looked like this. He had expected that the other party would not know what to do. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you haven't realized your consciousness yet. Please go back." Beckman's brow furrowed deeper, and he couldn't help asking with some curiosity, "Do you have any hatred with Luffy? Why do you have to deal with him?" A gleam flashed in Maien's eyes and said, "Maybe you don't believe it, but I treat Luffy as my strongest enemy from beginning to end, or being like an old enemy. In this world, there is only one protagonist, there is no need for another protagonist. Luffy, this person, I will definitely kill. If it weren't for too many things recently, I would have taken action immediately to deal with the Straw Hat Boy. As soon as this remark came out, Beckman rubbed his temples, a little distressed, and came up with a compromise. How about this? I'll go back and tell the captain about this first, and when I have good news, I will find you, how about? Maien snapped his fingers and said, okay, that's it. After Beckman left here, Marco said in a puzzled manner. Do you have a deep hatred with Luffy? Why must he die? Maien said lightly. Yes, Luffy and I have a deep hatred. Either this guy died, or I died. Do you think I will let him go? Marco still felt a little puzzled. But, you need to know Luffy's background, but. Maien continued. Do you think I don't know? Of course I know that Luffy's background is not simple. His father is a revolutionary army dragon, right? In a sense, because of the fight against celestial dragons, he and I should be people of the same interest. Right. Advertisement. Marco said. Yes, this is the reason. Maien shook her head. But what I can tell you is that in this world, some people must be killed. You will understand all this in the future. Quickly, Beckman went back to find Shanks, and told the latter exactly what he had encountered before. After Shanks listened, the whole person was stunned. To be honest, Nuo Lihao, he was really shocked and didn't understand why Maien wanted to do it like this. Shanks gritted his teeth. Have you asked him why he did it like this? Beckman sighed. I've asked him before, but he said, no matter what, you must kill Luffy. Having said that, Beckman was a little helpless. Shanks, I know you have a good relationship with Luffy. Why? Go. Shanks waved his hand. If that's the case, let's forget about it. I won't join forces with someone who wants to attack Luffy. This kind of thing is impossible to think about. Just now, suddenly, a pirate stumbled in, speaking profusely to both Beckman and Shanks. Boss, outside, there is a man who claims to be Luffy's father, saying he is looking for you. Chapter 290. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear this. Shanks and Beckman were stunned. Luffy's father. Isn't that the revolutionary dragon? Let him in. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly spoke up. It didn't take long. A middle-aged man who was about as strong as Shanks and regarded as a thorn in the eye by 5 elders, like a lion, slowly stepped into the place. Hi everybody. I am a dragon. The man calling himself a dragon smiled slightly. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I have never had a chance to see you. Shanks couldn't help laughing when he saw the dragon. In fact, since a long time ago, he wanted to see what Luffy's father looked like, and also wanted to know what kind of father he was to give birth to such an excellent son. Long also smiled. Actually, I want to see you too, now is a great opportunity. Having said this, Long suddenly changed his face and gradually became serious. It's time for us too, it's time to tell the truth. What do you think of Maien? Shanks groaned for a while, then spoke lightly. In a sense, he and I are allies, as long as the two great pirate hegemons join forces to compete against Marine. But because of Luffy's relationship, I can only maintain a hostile relationship with him. Long, you speak surprisingly. What if I tell you, I want to kill him? As soon as this is said. Advertisement. Shanks was stunned. Even Beckman on the side was stunned again. The two of them once wondered if there was a problem with their ears, so that they heard such absurd words. This is incredible. Shanks wiped his eyes, his expression exaggerated. Are you serious? Long nodded, pointed to his face and smiled. Do you look at me like this, like you are joking? There is no doubt that I am serious. I'm really determined to kill Maien. Speaking of this, Long changed his words and said. Of course. Before I kill celestial dragons, I won't shoot him. You can rest assured. Shanks took a sip of wine, and after a long time aftertaste, he said again. In that case, let's talk about it. What is your plan? I'm really curious, how do you deal with Maien? You know, that Maien is not a simple character. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this moment, all forces in the sea are already surging in dark waves, thinking about what to do next. At the same time, Marine is a headache. Repeated failures have caused the morale of the entire army to fall into the valley. The soldiers of the whole army already felt deep despair. It may not be that they are too weak, but Maien is too strong. Incredibly strong. In the next meeting, the former Marine Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but sighed quietly and told the current situation sharply. If we don't work hard anymore, maybe we are really going to die. What a terrible situation is necessary for the former Marshal Marine to say such a thing. Advertisement. What's more terrible is that such outrageous words have all of a sudden won the unanimous approval of everyone present. Yup. If they don't work hard anymore, I'm afraid the entire Marine Foundation will be destroyed. Kizaru cocked his legs and said slowly. At the moment Maien's power is really terrifying. With the help of Marco, Shiryu of the Rain, and Bullet, the three powerhouses, plus his own strength is strong enough. The Maien family alone is enough to directly fight a full-scale war with our Marine. Speaking of this, even Kizaru, who has always been a hippie smiling face, also got serious at this time and said lightly. What worries me the most is if Maien takes the initiative to unite with Shanks and other forces to fight us together. Although Kizaru didn't say it completely, everyone knew what Kizaru wanted to express. Akainu glanced around and said slowly, "If you can do anything, just speak up. Right now, we have to think of a way." The audience was extremely quiet. The Marine executives who usually claim to be very smart, but at this time, can't say a word. This, for them, is a tricky thing that they don't know how to solve. Akainu suddenly slapped the table and stood up abruptly. "Pass the order. Immediately mobilize all military power and prepare to destroy Maien in one fell swoop. We must fight this battle. Okay, either they are finished, or Maien is finished." The 4 people in 5 elders all spoke. "I'm angry when I talk about Roger. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't happen at all now." Akainu stopped Sengoku, who was about to leave here. "Holy land. This battle must be fought. To the point of death." Advertisement. "In my opinion, Maien will sooner or later become a bastard like Roger. No, it is even more dangerous than Roger. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid it would be really difficult for us to beat Maien. At least there are some things that I can achieve." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The last One Piece has caused us enough trouble. Even if Roger, the bastard, dies, there will be no peace in the sea. It has been turbulent for more than 20 years. And all this is what Roger brought. Quote. "Sengoku, can you help me find Aokiji? I think you know now that it's time for Marine to hire people. ... I'll tell you the truth, Akainu." The 5 elders, who was holding a katana, didn't say a word. He frowned tightly and didn't know what he was thinking about. ... If I could find him, I would have found him long ago and told him to come back. How could it be possible to keep him from coming back? However, the 5 elders who control the power in this world are talking closely about how to deal with Maien. Yup. After the meeting is over, everyone has left. Akainu opened his mouth wide and seemed to be about to say something, but then he remained silent. Akainu's words made everyone enthusiastic. Sengoku took a deep look at Akainu and suddenly laughed. Sengoku laughed loudly. Akainu was silent for a while, then grinned. "By now, we can't let Maien develop anymore. Or, I don't want to see a new One Piece appear again." "You like it?" Sengoku sighed. "I enjoy it. How about it? Isn't it good for me to sit in this position? World government. It's nothing. You take a good rest, Mr. Sengoku." Chapter 291. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" A 5 elders spoke slowly. "I think it's time for us to meet that adult. At this moment, we are no longer able to make judgments about this kind of thing. Or I can say that only the adult can control the current situation." 5 elders, armed with a katana, speaks surprisingly. The audience was shocked when he said this. When the other 5 elders first started, they were shocked, and at one point they thought they had heard something wrong. But after they thought about it carefully, they suddenly discovered that maybe the other party was right, and now they really need to find that adult. Then, the 5 elders aloft, Chi-Chi made a very tacit decision. "Go and meet the ancestor of celestial dragons I am Sama." In the depths of the Holy Land, a mysterious being wearing a crown slowly looked down at 5 elders in the posture of a king. "You really disappoint me. If the world sees this scene before me, I am afraid it will fall through the eyes of many people. In the eyes of ordinary people, 5 elders is so powerful and invincible, but now it is humble like a grandson. It's incredible. Master Yim, please forgive us. There is nothing we can do about it." One of them, 5 elders, said. "I am," snorted coldly. "Incompetence is incompetence. Why do you find such a reason? If it's not your problem, how can Maien leave Marine and become a pirate? All this is out of you. 5 elders is helpless. How can Lord Yim put all the problems on them?" Advertisement. "They are also very innocent. Who would have thought that an ordinary Marine could start from scratch and become the pirate overlord alongside the pirate king Roger in one fell swoop? Who would have thought that this existence called Maien could destroy the 3 great pirate overlords in the shortest possible time? This is not to blame them. It's not their dishes, but Maien, this guy, too enchanting, too perverted. There is no alternative to this." Yim followed slowly and said. "Things have reached this point, I can't change the facts anymore if I say too much. In that case, it's time for us to use that thing." 5 elders' face changed drastically. Obviously. They know what that thing in Yim's large population really means. ... Somewhere on the island. Luffy, congratulations. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You have successfully cultivated. Rayleigh looked at Luffy in front of him, feeling very pleased. He knew that he had not misunderstood the wrong person. The talent of this kid Luffy is really amazing. In those days, he practiced Conqueror's Haki, and it took decades to achieve perfect proficiency. But Luffy in front of him did all this in just 1 year. It can be seen how terrifying the other's talent is. This is no longer a word to describe the amazing talent. Even in Rayleigh's eyes, Luffy in front of him will one day surpass his captain and become the supreme being. However, even though Luffy has made such a huge improvement, he has no meaning to be happy at all. Not only that, he was still very worried, said. "Mr. Rayleigh, do you think I am Maien's opponent?" Advertisement. Hearing this, Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. You may not know what happened outside, right? I will tell you slowly, but before I tell these things, I hope you can be mentally prepared. Because what I want to say next, but it's terrifying. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh slowly told Luffy about a series of recent events. After Luffy learned of all this, he fell silent again. His face is ugly, fist clenched tightly. Rayleigh could understand Luffy's feelings now, stretched out his hand to pat Luffy's shoulder, and said with relief. Don't think so much. With your talent, you can surpass Maien sooner or later. It's just that I can be sure that you are not Maien's opponent at all. The Maien today is really too strong, let alone other people. Even if I shot, it may not be this person's opponent. Having said this, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his tone was very heavy. I can even tell you that, even if there are two of me, I can't beat Maien. Luffy, who was in a very uncomfortable mood, couldn't help feeling even more uncomfortable after hearing Rayleigh's words. Did not think of. The gap between him and Maien is so big. It's unbelievable. Zero asked for flowers. I thought he worked so hard, at least he could fight Maien, at least a few rounds. But, in the end, he is still not as good as Maien. What's more terrible is Rayleigh's next sentence. Now there are rumors that Maien has collected 3 pieces of historical text, and 1 piece of historical text is still missing to find the end of the sea, the location of Roger's treasure. This sentence changed Luffy's face greatly. What? Maien will soon find Roger's treasure and become the new One Piece. For this, Luffy is the most unacceptable. Advertisement. One Piece, but his bag. How can it be in the hands of others? Luffy gritted his teeth. No, I don't believe that such a thing is true. Just as the two were talking, a man with iconic red hair suddenly stepped in here. Luffy and Rayleigh raised their heads subconsciously, and when they cast their eyes on each other, they froze in place, with an unbelievable appearance. Come here, it was Shanks. Fragrant, Shanks. Luffy was shocked. He never expected that he would meet his idol, Shanks, in this place today. Shanks said hello and laughed. Oh, long time no see, Mr. Rayleigh. And, Luffy, time always flies quickly. In a blink of an eye. 1 month passed. On the surface, the sea has not changed at all during this period of time, and the major forces have not taken any actions. However, in its dark underground, all the forces have noticed the arrival of the final war and are preparing for the battle seriously. No one knows what will happen in the future. But one thing is certain is that the two major forces, Marine and Maien, will have a battle sooner or later. Either Maien is over, or Marine is over. I don't know what Maien will do next, it's really curious. Rather than guessing what Maien will think wrong, I want to know what Marine will do next. Marine will never let Maien continue to develop and remain indifferent. No matter what, it's a big news for us that is enough to make a sensation all over the world. Brothers, please work hard for me. Chapter 292. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Maien, who has attracted much attention, is now like an ordinary mortal, fishing on an island somewhere. And the person sitting next to Maien has an extraordinary origin. If Marine is here, he must be able to recognize the identity of the person sitting next to Maien. In front of Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Aokiji, how long have we not seen each other? Is it a year? Maien suddenly spoke. Almost. After the war, we never met again. Aokiji tilted his head, thought about it for a moment, and gave the answer. So it's been so long. Maien said. Then, Aokiji put away the fishing rod and spoke to Maien. Can you tell me how you found me? Maien pointed to her head and said lightly. Intuition, it's so simple. Aokiji, how does he feel that he is asking for nothing? Intuition. So someone instinctively is so accurate, and guesses he is here at once. Aokiji shook his head and spoke again. So, what do you plan to do after you find me? Or do you want to fight me so that when you fight against Marine in the future, you will have a strong future that may be formed? Maien laughed. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago, so how can I talk so much nonsense with you? After that, Maien suddenly used force, and with a strange force, she fished out a huge sea king's. Yes, this fish. Advertisement. Maien sighed, skillfully, and grilled the big fish. Aokiji shook his head. You are still the same as before, very patient. If it was me, I would have used my abilities to kill sea kings. Then anyone can be like you. Maien said. Well, it's time for us to cut into the subject. I'm here to find you today. In addition to retelling the past, there is one very important thing to find you. Aokiji seemed to have guessed something and waved his hand. If you tell me not to help Marine, I can promise you immediately. I won't be on Marine's side by then, and I won't take any action. Maien is amazing. Do not. Not only do I don't want you to be neutral, but I also want you to help me and deal with Marine with me. Aokiji was dumbfounded. What? Maien actually wants him to take action and fight Marine together. After a while, Aokiji was relieved, looked at Maien in disbelief, and said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Are you sure you are not joking? Let me take action and deal with Marine together. Don't forget, I'm the former Marine Admiral. How could I? Immediately after speaking, Aokiji was stunned. Wait. Maien is also a Marine. In a sense, the other party and him are almost in nature. But what happened to Maien was worse than him, she was forced out of Marine abruptly. Maien looked like this as expected. He didn't seem to be surprised by Aokiji's reaction. He even knew that the other party would react like this a long time ago. You and I have an extraordinary friendship, I can tell you the truth. Advertisement. 4 pieces of historical text, I have found it. Moreover, successfully researched the specific location of the end of the sea. In other words, as long as I want to, I will now take the army to the end of the sea and find the truth of the world. Maien's words changed Aokiji's face. What? Has Maien found the place to find Roger's treasure? This. Unbelievable. Aokiji is a little afraid to think about things down. The current Maien forces are scary enough. If he becomes the One Piece again, let alone Marine by then, even celestial dragons will have to be killed. This is not a joke. Aokiji gave Maien a deep look and said. What do you want to express? Say it directly. Maien said lightly. Don't you want to know what the truth of the world is? Aokiji's heart burst for a while. Of course he wants to know the truth of the hidden world. But, if you want to know the truth about this hidden world, you are destined to fight celestial dragons. In other words, the former Marine colleague may become his enemy. He couldn't do such a thing. Maien suddenly gave a long laugh. As the famous Aokiji now a coward. It's just a trivial thing, but it makes me feel funny. Aokiji was silent for a while, then said 0. You are using the radical technique, right? Maien asked rhetorically. Advertisement. What do you say? With his hands on his back, Aokiji seemed to have made an important decision after walking on the spot, turning his head to Maien and saying, I can promise you to go with you to find the hidden truth of the world. But there is one condition, that is. Before Aokiji could finish speaking, Maien had already guessed what the other party wanted to say, and also said it in advance, saying, don't let you fight against the former Marine colleagues, right? Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly, and said, you know enough, you can guess what I came from. Yes, that's what I meant. Let me deal with the lackeys of celestial dragons or other pirates, both no problem. But if you say, let me deal with Sengoku, this kind of thing, I will definitely not do it. Maien chuckled. What if it's Akainu? Aokiji continued to speak without hesitation. Even if it's Akainu, I won't deal with him. Maien reached out and smiled. You are welcome to join, Aokiji. In the future, let's work together. Aokiji also laughed, and also stretched out his hand, and held it tightly with Maien's outstretched hand. In this way, Aokiji, who was once Marine Admiral, joined the Maien group. After that, the news that Maien added Aokiji to his side deliberately spread to the world. When all the forces around the world learned that the former Marine Admiral Aokiji had announced that they had joined Maien, all the forces were completely boiling. Probably no one thought that at this time, there would be Marine's highest combat power, joining Maien's side. It is incredible for this, it must be Marine. People at Marine can't accept that such a thing is true. It is said that after knowing this, Akainu couldn't help but smash the training ground for hundreds of meters. Even Sengoku and Garp have always been optimistic about Aokiji. I don't know what they are doing. Why did you choose to stand with Maien at this time? Chapter 293. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strong addition of Aokiji really made Sengoku and Garp doubt their lives. That Aokiji, how could he just join Maien's side like this? This kind of thing is really incredible. Let alone the world, even if it is the two of them, it feels incredible. Sengoku sighed, then cast his gaze on Garp who was aside, and said softly. Do you think this kind of thing is possible? Garp was silent for a while, followed by a wry smile. Don't ask me, I don't know what is going on. Even now, I don't know what Aokiji and Maien are doing. But one thing is certain. Aokiji, it is really possible to do this. After listening to Garp's words, Sengoku was stunned. If even Garp, who has a good relationship with Aokiji, said so. Well, maybe, it's really possible. 09. Sengoku no longer knew what words to use to describe his mood at this moment. Unspeakable. Holy land. The 5 elders, who also knew about this incident, couldn't help but exclaimed and felt that this fact was too absurd. How is this possible? There is even the former Marine Admiral, who joined Maien's group. Originally, Maien's power was terrifying, but now there is another Aokiji. How can we compete with Maien in the future? It's invincible, it's really invincible now. I really don't know, how can I compete with Maien? Advertisement. What's more terrible is that Master Yi told us not long ago that we must deal with Maien. What should we do if something like this happens? Quote. An island. Long put down the newspaper and spoke solemnly. If this is true, it is a bad thing for us. Shanks nodded slightly. Aokiji, it's not a simple character. If even he joins Maien's side, this thing can't be a good thing for us. At this point, the two could not help sighing, their faces were full of sadness. Honestly, they are really afraid of Maien. Just Maien alone can make the two of them wonder how to deal with it. Now, another Aokiji. What are they going to do? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the same time, while everyone is paying close attention to Aokiji's movements, Maien is with Aokiji to find a legend who has disappeared from the world's vision for a long time. Before Marine, Admiral, Zephyr. Since Zephyr left Marine, he has set out to create a new Marine that only obeys his own orders. After all, Zephyr is a veteran Marine powerhouse after all. As his predecessor Admiral, even if he leaves Marine, there are still many powerhouses who have benefited from him in the past. They are willing to follow him and work hard together. Then, in a short period of time, Zephyr's power expanded rapidly, and in the shortest period of time, a powerful Marine fleet was formed at once. And on this day, just as Zephyr led his new Marine, preparing to capture a certain Marine base. Advertisement. But on the way, I met two strong men who shouldn't be here. It is Maien and Aokiji. After seeing these two people, the powerful people on New Marine couldn't help but exclaim, as if the arrival of Maien and Aokiji shocked them. It's the legendary Maien. How could he appear here? Wait a minute, isn't the person standing next to Maien the same as Aokiji? Is it possible that, as the rumors say, Aokiji really joined Maien's side? Unbelievable, unbelievable, I don't know, what should I say? Quote. Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly came to his senses, cast his sharp gaze on Aokiji, and slowly said, I haven't seen you for a while. My good student, Aokiji. Aokiji looked at Zephyr, couldn't help but smile, and said, I haven't seen him for a while, my teacher. Then, Zephyr's gaze fell on Maien and said, Maien, we should have met each other. This is impossible, not bad, I won't join the pirates' side. And the new Marine powerhouses behind Zephyr were completely dumbfounded. Zephyr refused without hesitation. Don't think too much, Maien. This kind of thing, I am. Ming people don't talk secretly. What do you two come here? What do you plan to do? Love Drew. Hearing this, Zephyr's face changed and he spoke in disbelief. Maien nodded and said, I must have met each other. Anyway, I was born in Marine too. Maien shook her head. Maien smiled slightly. Advertisement. Please think about it. It's not bad to join us. And you can think about it. I'm going to Lovedrew next. As long as you join me, you can also come to Lovedrew with me. Lou. How about it? Do you think my proposal is okay? Not bad. That is a place that makes people feel remote and familiar. Don't you guys? Don't want to go to Lovedrew to see the so-called truth of the world, what is it? Zephyr said lightly. At this moment, Zephyr said lightly. Zephyr was shocked the more he listened. There is the truth of the world. You didn't even find out the specific position of Lovedrew. Ralph Drew. Isn't it the place where Roger won Pirate's last journey? It is said that there is the end of the sea. The people who get there are the new generation of One Piece. That is to ask you to join us to fight the current Marine and Celestial Dragons together. A strong Marine was horrified. I came here for only one purpose. I don't think you guys came here from such a far away, just wanting to tell me about the past and chatting with me is so simple. Maien said. Maien shrugged and said, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Loftro is the end of the sea. Having said this, Maien's mouth raised slightly, adding to his tone. Maien's remarks were like a devil's temptation, which caused a group of new Marine powerhouses to swallow their saliva, inexplicably wanting to follow Maien's will, and go to Lovedrew together. You know a lot. You tell me, I have indeed found the exact location of Lovedrew. Otherwise, why should I spend so much time recruiting troops at this time? To beware of Marine who may be killed at any time. Chapter 294. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Maien spoke first. Don't rush to refuse. Don't you like the Celestial Dragons now? A cold light flashed in Zephyr's eyes. What do you mean by this? Maien snapped his fingers. It means it literally. In my opinion, Celestial Dragons is your real enemy compared to the pirates. As long as Celestial Dragons do not fall for one day, and the truth of the world cannot be revealed, then this world will have more pirates like me. Don't you know why the pirates can't be completely wiped out and cut off now? Has it revived one batch after another? These words really shaken Zephyr a bit. Yup, why didn't he know that it was the Celestial Dragons that made the pirates stronger? It is this group of rubbish, who call themselves Celestial Dragons, who have been doing nonsense all the time, that led to the chaos in the world today, which has caused all kinds of pirate heroes to appear all over the world. For such a chaotic situation, these damn Celestial Dragons have 8 out of 10 credits. Most people really think that One Piece is the real man behind the scenes and the driving force behind the chaos of the sea, but in fact it is not Roger, but Celestial Dragons that really messed up the world. Zephyr took a deep breath and stared at Maien. I have to say, your eloquence is a bit powerful, and it makes me start to shake. Let's talk about it. What are your plans? If your plan has no meaning at all, I won't listen to it. Maien looked like this as expected, said. To completely destroy the Celestial Dragon's rule, you have to do 2 things first. The first thing, we first go to the end of the sea and find the truth of the world hidden in the corner. Let the D will rise all over the world. As long as the power of the whole world is assembled, the second step can be achieved and the Holy Land can be destroyed directly. Advertisement. Every word of Maien is like an invisible sword, fiercely inserted into Zephyr's heart. The more Zephyr listened, the more terrifying he felt. For a while, he even felt that Maien in front of him was the most dangerous lunatic in the world, not one of them. Even more crazier than the One Piece King Roger, who has been dead for a long time. Not only to find the truth of the world, but also to destroy the 800-year-old Holy Land. It's incredible. Or to put it this way, it was the first time Zephyr saw someone who said he would destroy the entire Holy Land. Not to mention Zephyr, even his subordinates couldn't help letting out a shock after hearing Maien's words. My goodness, I heard you right. This Maien actually said to destroy the whole Holy Land. Is it crazy? It's the first time I've seen it. Someone said that I would destroy the Holy Land. Lunatic, big lunatic from start to finish. Now I finally understand why so many people are afraid of Maien. Now that I saw this person in person, my previous doubts disappeared. The fear of the world is worth it. Quote. The powerhouses of the new marine exclaimed one after another, and when they looked at Maien, there was not only a trace of dread, but also a strong sense of comprehension. It seemed that what appeared in front of them was an all-out madman. What makes everyone more unbelievable is Zephyr's next words and actions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zephyr took a deep breath and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Turning to Maien, he said with a very firm tone, "No problem, I can promise you to fight celestial dragons with you." Then, the conversation turned. "But, I have a request. As long as you do this, I will join you to deal with the damn celestial dragons." Maien nodded repeatedly. "Request. No problem, let's hear it." Followed by Zephyr word by word. "Very simple. Just consider me giving you a test. As long as you can block my 3 punches without taking a step back with your physical body, then you will win. On the contrary, if you can't stop one of these punches, or if you are forced to take a step back, you will be deemed to have won." Advertisement. How is it? The audience was in an uproar. The powerhouses of the new marine are shocked. What? Did they hear it right? Block Zephyr boss 3 punches, and can't retreat 1 step. Isn't this embarrassing? Aokiji frowned. Hey, Teacher Zephyr, although you are old now, your strength is still there. However, 3 punches are too few, right? At least 10 punches, right? The new marine powerhouse stepped back in shock, looking at Aokiji's gaze, as if he was looking at a lunatic. 10 punches. They know how strong the Zephyr boss is. Just 3 punches can cause an imperial power to be injured. What's more, 10 punches. Doesn't this kill Maien? Will it hurt the boss of Zephyr? Shave. Iron, Nuo Li Jiao piece. It can be seen that the opponent does have a strong strength, no wonder that fellow Garp said that he is not Maien's opponent. This idea is great. Boom. Or, you have to put on a pair of armor before you have the confidence to fight my 10 punches. Zephyr really deserves to be Marine Chief Instructor, the former Marine Admiral, even if he is now more than 70 years old, but his physical skills have not regressed because of this, and even with the support of scientific power, his fist the strength becomes stronger, and the strength contained is actually a full tens of thousands of caddies. The first punch. I am worried that instead of making me take a step back, you will hurt your old man. Advertisement. Zephyr pulled up his sleeves and said viciously. Backquote not bad. Come on, Zephyr. When do you fight? The voice just fell. Since you are so confident. Don't blame my ruthless men. To everyone's surprise, instead of rejecting, Maien nodded with a smile. Absurd, it is absurd. But even so, Maien still couldn't take a step back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Interesting. Maien. Unscathed. Maien waved her hand. As soon as these words came out, the marine powerhouses in the distance couldn't help laughing. 10 punches are 10 punches. How? No need, just hit me directly like this. Just now. How? Zephyr screamed, and his fist, as black as ink, hit Maien's body like a cannonball. Zephyr froze for a moment, then nodded heavily. Broken. With that punch just now, he had already used 50% of his strength. Zephyr's eyes flashed with spirits, and he reluctantly stabilized his figure. However, in their opinion, Zephyr and Aokiji are singing and playing together, intending to force Maien to give up the matter. On the contrary, it was the one who shot. Zephyr took a step back, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Chapter 295. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Then, the second punch comes, be careful. After saying this sentence, Zephyr roared and hit Maien again. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr launched a violent offensive like a violent storm. In a short period of time, he blasted out 9 punches in succession. Each punch was hit with all his strength, without any mercy. But the next scene that was presented shocked everyone present, and for a time they wondered if there was a problem with their eyes, so that they saw such a crazy scene. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of explosions, in everyone's expectation, Maien, who was supposed to regress, did not retreat, but showed a calm and comfortable appearance. On the contrary, Zephyr, who was on the offensive side, had a great loss. Not only did Zephyr retreat dozens of steps continuously, even his scientific arm was completely shattered at this time. It's like being smashed by something heavy. The new marine powerhouses who were watching all this in the distance really didn't know what they should say now. This is too scary, right? How about someone who can perfectly resist Zephyr with 10 punches, and even let the specially crafted scientific arm be completely shattered? Unbelievable. I really can't believe it. Aokiji laughed loudly. You really are there, Maien. As the party concerned, Zephyr was extremely depressed. I thought that as long as he used all his strength, Maien would suffer a small loss. Advertisement. The results of it. Not only did the other party not suffer, but he himself suffered a big loss. It's not a general loss. Can he be uncomfortable? Zephyr is so depressed. Maien smiled slightly and said. How about you? If you don't accept it, you can continue. Zephyr shook his head and continued. I have lost this time. It can be said that I am convinced that I lost. Your strength absolutely surpasses me. I thought I could teach you a lesson, then knowing that your strength can be so strong, can I not be convinced? Maien said. So, are you willing to join me? Zephyr sighed. If not, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As for the new marine powerhouses behind Zephyr, they rolled their eyes, even though they don't want to. Since their Zephyr boss is like this, then they can't say anything. Since then, Maien not only poached Aokiji from Marine, but also Zephyr, the not killing powerhouse. The two Marine predecessors, Admiral, have both come to Maien's side. Now, Maien really wants to know what kind of expression Marine will show when he knows such things. What? Things have become interesting. Maien's mouth raised slightly, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He is looking forward to Marine's next reaction more and more. Advertisement. I don't know, how would that fellow Akainu get angry? Quickly. Under Maien's deliberate propaganda, the world soon learned that not only Aokiji, but also Zephyr had joined Maien. A complete sensation in the world. No matter which power it is, they were all taken aback. Good fellow, this Maien actually dug out two Admiral from Marine. I really want to know how he did it all. It seems that Maien is not only strong, but also a wise man. If you really don't have the ability, it is really difficult to convince the two Admiral to join. Never mind Zephyr. After all, he has already formed other forces to fight against Marine. But I really don't understand why Aokiji should join Maien. How did Maien betroth these two men? Such benefits that the two Legends Admiral joined together. I really want to know the answer. Quote. Marine, it's a mess. The whole Malinfado is noisy, and almost no one can accept this shocking fact. Who can accept that Zephyr and Aokiji, who have made great contributions to Marine in the past, have taken refuge in Maien? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. What exactly is this? Thinking of this, Marine's people are even more at a loss. Everyone. Roger's treasure. I kind of want to know what kind of treasure it is. Ha ha ha. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. On this day, Maien felt that the time had come. He called all the pirates and announced a very shocking news. Quote. I believe that in this world, most of the pirates want to go to the legendary Ralph Drew, and they all want to know what the treasure left by Roger was in the past. Boss Maien, you are the one piece of the future. Rain Shiryu suddenly half-kneeled on the ground and shouted. Maien is their chief enemy of Marine, and also their most difficult enemy. Advertisement. You know, this is Maien. Loftro. It's such a distant but familiar word. Whether it's Sengoku, Aokiji, or Akainu. As soon as this is said. In addition, Maien itself has a very high prestige. As long as he raises his arm, he can make countless pirate powerhouses come and be willing to follow him until death. Shock the audience. But there is one thing that all pirates have. All Marine senior officials said one by one that they are about to kill these two traitors. Cake Island. Each pirate has a different mind and has a different idea. Now, it's time for us to grab Roger's treasure. And, the supremacy symbolizes the invincible and freest throne in the world One Piece. Regardless of the pirate, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he showed a fanatical look. It seems to them that Maien is like the savior of the wicked and will lead them to victory. And now that Aokiji and Zephyr are doing this, don't they tell the Marine in disguise that everyone will be enemies in the future? In addition, other pirates do not have this qualification. What does it have to do with the three words One Piece? It seems that I did not choose the wrong person. This Maien is indeed a very powerful character. In the past 20 years, no one has found the treasure of One Piece, but this Maien alone has found it. I have found the position of Ravdru. In this world, only Maien is qualified to be the One Piece. In the eyes of everyone. After several months, more and more pirate powerhouses have gathered under Maien's banner. Shiryu and Bullet of the Rain have not done anything during these few months, but have worked hard. Expand your power elsewhere and absorb all kinds of pirate powerhouses. Maien. That is, their enthusiasm for Lavdru. Chapter 296. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bullet also yelled, One Piece. The other pirates were taken aback for a moment, and then they also yelled, One Piece, One Piece. Quote. The cheers sounded like a mountain whir, a tsunami sounded one after another. Maien laughed loudly as she listened, then waved her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then spoke again. We haven't arrived at Lavdru yet. Strictly speaking, I am not One Piece. Having said that, he changed his words. However, I believe I will soon become the One Piece. This is just a matter of time. Well, the time is almost here, and it's time for us to set off. After the pirates in the audience listened to Maien's words, they couldn't help feeling their blood boiled all over, and a heart of worship spontaneously emerged. Quickly, the news that Maien announced that he was going to Lavdru spread all over the world as if it had grown wings. This news, for the whole world, was like a bomb, blew up in the calm lake. The coordinates of Lavdru that the world has been unable to find for the entire 20 years have now been found by Maien. Any fool can guess that once Maien arrives at Lavdru and masters the treasure in Roger's mouth, becomes the supreme One Piece, what a shock it will bring to the whole world. On a beautiful island, Shanks was shocked and almost lost his footing. There was incredible color in his eyes. This news is very shocking for him. What? Advertisement. Maien. Has found the exact location of Lavdru. Why so fast? Shanks was shocked. Back then, it took them a full 10 years for the Roger pirates to find Lavdru, during which they borrowed Kazuki Oden from the Whitebeard pirates. Result. It didn't take long for Maien to become a pirate. In less than 2 years, he found the specific position of Lavdru easily and completely surpassed the old Captain Roger. Such a speed is really shocking. I really didn't expect that Maien, this kid, would actually go one step ahead of us and find the specific location of Lavdru. It's broken. If Maien is really made the One Piece, then the hegemony of the entire sea will be in his hands alone. Tisk tusk. I was suddenly a little curious. Marine's face is now. It's good no matter what. This is not good news for us either. Quote. Opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates talked a lot, looking worried. Luffy, who was eating meat happily, became depressed at this moment. If there is anyone he is most afraid of in his life, then Luffy will definitely name Maien. Maien, how could he be so good? Luffy muttered to himself. Perhaps for him, this is almost an incomprehensible thing. Long seemed to know what his son was thinking, and took the initiative to comfort him. Actually, you are not weak, and your talent is at the top. You can obtain the strength that can be called a general star in such a short period of time. Such strength is the most powerful in the world. Luffy shook his head, and clenched his fists. But, this little improvement is nothing to Maien, is it? The dragon was silent. In this regard, he could not say a word of rebuttal. Advertisement. After all, the facts are there. Don't say it's Luffy, even if it's him, he doesn't dare to say that he can win Maien. If you want to ask why, after all, Maien's strength is too heaven-defying. Even his father, Garp, who is called the marine hero by the world, lost to Maien in a one-on-one battle. Immediately afterwards, Beckman slowly lit a cigar for himself, and spoke to everyone. Why? Don't forget, here, in addition to our captain, there is another legend who has actually been to Lavdru. As soon as this is said, all the gazes present are on Rayleigh, who has been silent. Rayleigh smiled slightly and glanced at Beckman. You can be regarded as kicking a ball on my body. Beckman said, Mr. Rayleigh, when things have reached this point, you don't think you can stand by and watch. There is no doubt that this is an event that can affect the whole world. I believe you know better than anyone in the room, what kind of things are there in Lavdru. Zero asked for flowers. These words broke the illusions of many people. Rayleigh looked around and made a helpless decision. The captain in his mouth naturally refers to Roger. However, now that the situation is special, I can tell you some more important things. As a result, Rayleigh took the initiative to tell the truth and broke their illusions abruptly. Not bad. Do you really have no idea about Ralph Drew? Actually, on the island of Lavdru, there is nothing. But Shank's eyes were firmer than ever. Of course there is. Advertisement. I'm sorry, everyone. The sound is loud and loud. It is true that many people think that there are endless treasures in Lavdru. Beckman glanced at Shanks and said, no matter what Ralph Drew has, I must go too. At Lavdru, the historical truth of being buried is recorded. This is an agreement between me and the captain. You might as well tell us what the hell is there in that land of Lavdru. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It seemed to be telling something that couldn't be more ordinary. 20 years ago, I didn't go to Lavdru to take care of my good friend Buggy. This incident is a very regrettable thing for me. Actually, I shouldn't have told you, you won't know all this until you have gone by yourself. Captain, things have reached this point, I can't help but ask you a very important question. Having said that, Beckman paused, took a deep look at Rayleigh, and said. At this moment, even Shanks was curious. What did Lavdru he hadn't been able to have in the first place? 800 years ago. Halfway through, Rayleigh seemed to realize something and shook his head. I can't go on. Only history. After taking a deep look at Long, Rayleigh took another look at Luffy and said. So, this time I can't miss it anyway. Long's eyes lit up and he stood up with a little excitement. Shanks grinned and said every word. History. Could it be about D's will? Chapter 297. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shanks' decision stunned everyone present. Can they not be shocked? After all, in normal times, Shanks gave them a kind of indifference to things like hegemony of the sea. But now, Shanks showed a very strong appearance. It seems that this matter is something he can do in general. Just ask, can they be shocked? But the core staff such as Beckman, who had been brothers with Shanks for many years, smiled disapprovingly, as if this matter was a normal thing for them. Maybe others don't know what Shanks is, how could they not know? Beckman was the first to make a strong statement and said suddenly. Captain, I support you. The other core red-haired pirates, 957 also spoke at this time, all claiming to support Shanks. Immediately afterwards, Shanks set his sights on Rayleigh and Luffy and his son. The three of you, do you want to go with me? After taking a sip of wine, Rayleigh shook his head. I won't go. For me, my only task in this world is to guide the new generation of pirates. Now, it's done. My mission, it's time to come to an end and completely retired. Shanks was a little surprised. Mr. Rayleigh, does it seem to you that no matter who is the One Piece, it is an acceptable thing? Advertisement. Rayleigh said lightly. Actually, the name One Piece is not important. The important thing is whether anyone will lead the world to deal with celestial dragons in the future. Whether you win here or Maien wins, the side that wins is destined to be the enemy of celestial dragons. If that's the case, why should I intervene? Wouldn't it be better to stand by and see you quietly decide the outcome? After listening to Rayleigh's words, everyone fell into contemplation. Perhaps, there is nothing wrong with what Rayleigh said. Yup, whether it's them or Maien, they all wish to die with celestial dragons. Even in a sense, they have a common enemy and can become allies. However, because of the Straw Hat Boy, the people on both sides of them are forced to be enemies. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shanks expressed his understanding of Rayleigh's approach, and then cast his gaze on the dragon, and said, how about, are you going to Ralph Drew with me? Long hesitated for a moment, and then immediately said, originally, it was in my plan to take advantage of Marine and Maien's decisive battle, to bring people to celestial dragons to bring a direct Wonglong to destroy the Holy Land completely. But now it seems, the situation has changed, and my plan may also have to be changed. Shanks smiled slightly and said, so what do you think? Long took a deep breath and said, go with you. That's all. Red Hair Pirates and the Revolutionary Army are completely allied. Basically, they all have the same goal as Maien, and they all want to get the treasure left by Roger in the legend. After all, that is One Piece's treasure. Who is not tempted? Shanks wants to accomplish what he couldn't do in the past. As for Long, his mind is more that he wants to know that being hidden is the real history in a corner of the world. Advertisement. At the same time, new Marine fodder. When Marine knew about it, Maien decided to take everyone to Lavdru and became the One Piece like Roger. After it reached here, there was a great uproar. What? Maien is going to Lavdru? Isn't this place completely gone? Damn it, the thing I don't want to happen the most, it just happened like this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Yup, in the voice, there is an absolute murderous intent, as if from the bottom of his bones, he hates Maien and the group. However, what they didn't expect was that this day would come so soon. No doubt, after tapping several times with his fingers on the table, Akainu cast his eyes on the two of Green Bull and Fujitora, and asked softly, what do you two think? Can you tell me? There is no retreat in this battle. However, the ideas of Green Bull and Fujitora are a little different. For this, today's Marine Admiral are in the same mood. This time, all Marine executives reached a consensus, looking like Maien was violently killed on the spot. Or maybe, he was a little worried. Quote. Indeed. In a sense, Fujitora and Akainu are the same kind of people, the kind of people who do things very radically. Advertisement. Just when Maien was conscripting everywhere to buy horses, Marine did not froze and did nothing. Through the method of world conscription, he promoted two top powerhouses 0. Akainu nodded heavily and said. Then, Akainu cast his gaze on Green Bull and asked the same question. You have to fight. There is no doubt that these words of Fujitora deeply agree with Akainu. When everyone heard the words, they all expressed their approval. It's over, things have become very troublesome now. If Maien does reach Lavdru, you don't have to think about it. He who arrives at Lavdru will rise in prestige and attract more pirates. At that time, Maien will really become the new One Piece, maybe even more dangerous than Roger. Anyway, we must send troops to deal with Maien. In this battle, either Maien is over, or we are over. These two newly appointed admirals have terrifying strengths. Even if they only joined Marine for a short time, they have already used their strengths to gain the admiration of all Marines. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, as long as you have the strength, you are enough to get the credit of others. The old guys in Rayleigh who are hiding in the dark are ready to move at this moment. What should I do? Fujitora answered first and said coldly, this battle is unavoidable. We are destined to fight Maien. This time, it is a battle of life and death. It is not the Maien group who fell, that is, we are all dead. Even if so many years have passed, I am not at ease at all. You are right. Rayleigh and other legendary pirates, you can't help it. They are Fujitora and Green Bull. Green Bull's words made everyone feel relieved. Green Bull put his hands around his chest, a little troubled said. No matter which Marine is good, I admire Fujitora and Green Bull very much, and support them from the heart. This battle is impossible to avoid. I said just in case, just in case. Chapter 298. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No one knows whether these old pirates like Rayleigh will have other ideas at this time. You know, these pirates who have become legends with Roger, but there are many people who hope to have another one. After all, the birth of a pirate king will make the current pirate forces even more terrifying. This situation should be the scene that Rayleigh and other old pirates want to see. After Green Bull groaned for a while, he spoke again. In addition to Rayleigh, Shanks, one of the current twin emperors, was also a member of the Roger pirates in the past. Would he really have no experience at all? We went to deal with Marco not long ago, and as a result, Shanks immediately took action against our Malinfado. Obviously, this was a slap in the face, beating Wei and saving Zhao. Quote. Akainu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he spoke again. Then what do you think we should do? It's impossible to divide the forces. Green Bull patted his chest and said loudly. I want to go out and deal with Shanks and others, so that's okay. Akainu thought for a while and felt that there was no other problem, so he nodded and agreed to Lu Niu's request, saying, no problem, this matter will be left to you. Don't let me down. You know, I have very strong expectations of you. The Green Bull laughed loudly and bowed once again. Don't worry, Mr. Akainu, as long as I am here, no one can break Malin fodder. The Shanks guys are absolutely afraid to be arrogant in front of me. After that, after a fierce discussion, the Marine executives decided to once again put their troops out, and their goal was to aim at Maien. Coincidentally, when they decided to send troops, unexpected visitors appeared here. Advertisement. It's the lackey of Celestial Dragons CP0. The mysterious man wearing a mask and a tall body slowly spoke. It has been explained above. Maien must be killed. Akainu snorted coldly, unwilling to give it any face. Even if you don't need to talk about this kind of thing, we will do it. After all, at this moment, Maien is the strongest and most hated enemy in our Marine history. Either they are over, or we Marine is over. CP0 made a cold voice. That's the best. After saying this, CP0's figure disappeared like this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Akainu stared at the disappearing figure for a long time before letting out a voice of dissatisfaction. It's really annoying. Everyone present couldn't help but laughed bitterly. Among the entire Marine, the only person who dared to treat CP0 with such a bad attitude may only be Akainu. Just when the Marine side decided to set off, Maien's side had already set off, and the purpose was not just another place, it was Lovedrew. Thanks to Robin's research results, Maien and others' journey went smoothly. Even if they encountered a lot of sea kings along the way, they would shiver with fear because of the invisible oppression that Maien brought. Dare to approach them. I don't know what Ralph Drew has, it's really exciting. On the boat, Bullet couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking full of expectations. Advertisement. Born as a pirate, who wouldn't want to go to Lovedrew? What's more, for an ambitious pirate powerhouse like Bullet, he wanted to visit Lovedrew from a long time ago. I also want to know what the truth of the hidden world is. The place that Dad always wanted to go to when he was alive, and what it looks like, I also really want to know. Marco also spoke out at this time, his eyes filled with endless expectations. However, Shiryu of Rain focuses on other things. In my opinion, our journey this time is destined to not be easy. After all, in this world, there are many people who don't want us to reach Lovedrew. Bullet and Marco sneered coldly. Of course, they understood what Shiryu of Rain meant. In this world, I hate them the most, and I don't want them to come to Lovedrew's forces. It must be Marine. Or in other words, apart from the huge and hateful force of Marine, they almost never thought of anyone else who would dare to do this at this time and start with them. Even though Marine may come and kill him at any time, Maien, one of the parties involved, is still so calm and comfortable, as if he didn't feel any sense of crisis. Maien leaned against the chair and said lightly. Who cares? If Marine really dares to come here to trouble me, I promise to let them know how terrible it is to offend me. If this remark is spoken from other people, I am afraid that Bullet and others will treat it as a joke. Marine is still the strongest power in this world. No matter who it is, no one dares to despise Marine. It is the inner thoughts of most people. But in fact, in this world, there is really one person who is not afraid of Marine at all, and even has the ability to compete with Marine directly. This person, not someone else, is Maien. Advertisement. Don't say whether Maien dared to offend Marine, this is almost to the point of directly blasting Marine. If you want to say who Marine hates the most right now, you don't have to think about it, it must be Maien. Bullet seemed to think of something and tilted his head. Except for Marine, I care more about Shanks. I don't know what Shanks this guy is making. Will he also run over and compete with us for the treasure? Maien said with a faint smile. What I can assert is that Shanks will definitely come. I'm sure of that. Seeing what Maien said was so firm, Bullet couldn't help but become more curious, and said, I didn't say it, boss, how do I feel that you are more familiar with Shanks than I am? Is it possible that you have had a lot of Shanks before this? Can't deal with each other. Otherwise, how do I feel that you are familiar with this person? After listening to Bullet's words, Maien couldn't help but smile. He can't tell Bullet directly. In fact, not only is he not a person in this world, but he also knows a lot of unknown things, so he can infer what kind of person Shanks is. Maien pretended to be mysterious. You will know from now on. Bullet and Marco were at a loss, and had no idea what medicine was sold in Maien's gourd. What kind of thing is this? It's really confusing. Chapter 299. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Zephyr suddenly appeared and spoke to Maien anxiously. There are 2 bad news coming, you have to be mentally prepared. Maien raised his brows. Even if Zephyr didn't say what the 2 bad news were, he had already guessed part of the truth faintly, and said. If I didn't guess wrong, the first news should have something to do with Marine, right? Zephyr looked like this, and snapped his fingers, saying. It's really you, Maien, guess it so quickly. Yes, just as you said, Marine has decided to lead an army against us, and it is the kind of full force. There is no mercy at all. It can be seen that they are serious this time, they are determined to destroy us. Before Zephyr could finish speaking, Maien continued to laugh and said, the second news should be related to Shanks, right? At this moment, Zephyr was a little surprised, and couldn't help asking with some curiosity. How did you know? Obviously I haven't said it yet. Or, you have known this thing for a long time, and I will make a big stride soon. Maien shook her head. You are wrong, I only know all this now. Zephyr was confused. Then how do you know all this? Maien chuckled. Simple, just guess. Zephyr. Advertisement. He is completely speechless. This Maien is too smart, he can even guess such things. It's really not something ordinary people can do. After that, Maien looked a little cold and said. Then, what happened to Shanks? Zephyr cleared his throat and continued to speak. It's true, Shanks has taken all of them and is following our big team. He wants to follow us all the way to Love Drew. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. The pirate powerhouses around were startled at first, and then became a little angry. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What Shanks did was a bit too unkind. He actually wanted to follow us and took advantage of us. Shanks had the ability to study it by himself, so why should he follow us? Yes. Damn Shanks, I knew he was not a good thing. He usually looks upright, now he is good, his true face is straight out. This guy is really not a good thing. In my opinion, most of this Shanks came here to compete with our boss for the position of One Piece. I really don't understand. What is the confidence of Shanks to fight for this position with us? Is he the disabled? Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Quote. Everyone uttered resentment again and again, and each of them showed their strong hostility towards Shanks. Bullet is also very angry. I knew this Shanks would come. I saw through him as early as 20 years ago. Advertisement. He really is not a good thing. A cold light flashed in Shiryu's eyes. I heard that Shanks' swordsmanship is capable of eagle-eyed swordsmanship. I really want to know if this rumor is true. Boss Maien, if one day I really meet Shanks, can he let him and I fight? Maien said seriously. This is not feasible, but Shanks is my prey, how can it be let to you? After hearing this, Shiryu of Rain couldn't help being a little disappointed. He shook his head and said, since you have said so, then I can't say anything. Anyway, there are many prey in the future, then Shanks will be yours. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr said anxiously, Maien, are you not in a hurry? Our situation is not good at all. It can be said that there are wolves before and tigers. The marine power alone made us feel good enough, and now even Shanks and others are here, which is not a great thing for us. In the face of this situation, most people have been frightened with pale faces and pale lips, and for a time they didn't know how to deal with the matter. However, Maien didn't know how many storms he had gone through in his entire life. Even if the sky fell, he wouldn't frown. He even thought it was just a trivial thing, nothing at all. Need to pay attention. The corners of Maien's mouth raised slightly. Since they want to die, let them die. Even if Marine and Shanks join forces, I won't be afraid. For everyone, the power of these words can be called thunder, and it completely exploded in the depths of everyone's hearts. Everyone is really dumbfounded. Mad. It's crazy. They thought they were crazy, but in front of Maien, a true madman, they really didn't count anything. Zephyr took a deep breath, his face full of helplessness. Advertisement. How do you say it? Although he had expected Maien to be a madman who was not afraid of anything before it happened, he never expected that he could be so mad. Even Marine and Shanks didn't feel scared. This is really a scary existence. Zephyr said. Since you haven't taken care of it at all, then I can't say anything. After all, you are the boss now, can I still not listen to you? There was a bit of resentment in the voice. Maien was a little bit dumbfounded now, said. What's wrong, but you feel angry? Don't worry, I will not lead you to destruction. Since I dare to say that, it proves that I have such ability. Aokiji, who had been reading a book without making a sound, also nodded and said at this moment. Maien is indeed capable of this, but I believe him very much. Seeing that Aokiji and Maien just sang together like this, Zephyr had nothing to do with the two of them, and even for a moment, he regretted it a little bit. Isn't it a bit too dangerous and too risky to join Maien like this? Several hours passed. The super pirate fleet, headed by Maien, is getting closer to the legendary Ravdru, only a short tens of miles away. Within dozens of miles, Maien will be able to become the king of pirates, accomplishing many things that pirates cannot do in their entire lives. Ralph drew. It's really exciting. In fact, like most people, Maien also has a strong interest in Lavdru. In addition to wanting to be the One Piece, he also wants to know the truth about the hidden D-Will. However, even if I haven't seen the real thing yet. Chapter 300. Previous chapter. Advertisement. But Maien had probably guessed what was on that island. I'm afraid, it's all history. Treasure. Arms. Presumably even if these things exist, there will not be many, and they will not be rare. But one thing is certain. Once they arrive at Leveloo, everything they have been in contact with may change dramatically. Just as everyone in Maien thought about it more and more excited, they wanted to know what exactly existed in the land of Lovedrew. Suddenly, a series of shuddering horns sounded in the distance. Everyone subconsciously cast their gazes over, and then what appeared in front of them was the dense marine fleet rushing towards them. At this moment, many pirates are real dumbfounded. Well, what's going on? Marine really chased me. My goodness, there is no problem with my eyes. Why did I meet this damn Marine at this time? No, we shouldn't be more concerned about why Marine is here. It stands to reason that we should get to the land of Lovedrew sooner, but Marine's people can't catch up with us. No matter how Marine did all of this, it is conceivable that we will probably have a big battle to be fought next. If we lose this battle, it will be completely finished. Quote. Advertisement. Among the many pirates, some people feel jealous, while others feel angry and wary. A belligerent lunatic like Bullet can't help but grin. Ha ha ha, good coming. Damn Marine, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Reign of Shiryu was also at this time, putting his hand on the scabbard, as if he could draw a sword at any time. For him, things like One Piece are not important at all, what matters is whether he can find the right strong in this battle. This is why Yuji Shiryu has always been willing to follow Maien, because as long as he is with Maien, he will always encounter some incredible battles. Mar subject swept around, seeming to find someone in the marine warship group. Akainu and Kizaru, where are these two people? The thought of these two people makes Marco inexplicable. Needless to say, this old friend of Kizaru, no matter what, he is definitely going to win the match with the other party. Either he is F***ked, or this damn Kizaru is F***ked. And Akainu, for him, also has a different view. After all, the person who killed Ace was this Akainu. Just ask, how could Marco still have the slightest affection for Akainu? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even, Marco hates Akainu a little more than Maien, who killed the old man. After all, Akainu killed Ace in a sneak attack, and Maien defeated Whitebeard in a fair manner. There is still a certain gap between the two. Aokiji closed the book, looking like this is expected. Oh, this day, it's still here. Zephyr cast his gaze on Aokiji, but his face was a little weird, he sighed slowly, and said, next, what are you going to do? Aokiji yawned and said, what else can I do? If I really meet my old friends, maybe I'm going to confront them. Zephyr said, can you really play? Advertisement. Aokiji rolled his eyes, seeming to think that Zephyr was asking a very funny question, and then cast his gaze on Maien, and said, hey, I'm fine, boss, can I just watch the show then? Down with Marine, down with Marine. Many Marines are full of spirits, and one by one has been thoroughly aroused. Therefore, we must not step back. Having said that, Aokiji sighed again and said, you are from Marine just like me. You must understand how I feel now, right? Maien glanced at Aokiji and said, why, are you still cruel? In his eyes, there seemed to be a blazing fire. No one can predict what kind of fierce sparks there will be when these two transcendent forces collide together. B.0 Ask for flowers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. With Maien's words, everyone who said it was full of enthusiasm, and the blood all over his body seemed to cheer completely at this time. Dot 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 dot. 0. Dog Thief Marines, I will use my strength to let you know how strong we are. I really don't know where the confidence of these Marines come from. I really think they are our opponents. What a joke. Later, I will use all my strength to let them know how powerful they are. Since Marine has the heart to find death, then we can just complete them. Let's use our strength to let these shit Marines know how good we are. Anyone can see it. Pirates, Marine, a force of natural enemies, at this moment, finally has an understanding. Quote. Advertisement. Quote. As long as the boss Maien takes the shot, then there is nothing in this world that can't be solved. Even if it's one step, you can't retreat. Maien stood on the bow of the ship and yelled to the crowd. Faced with this bold and interesting proposal, Aokiji and Zephyr almost didn't even think about it. They agreed directly and said, no problem, just do it. Maien took a deep look at Aokiji, and miraculously agreed to the matter, saying, no problem, you don't have to deal with Marine in a while. But, you have to promise me that if the people like Shanks dare to actually appear in front of me, and if you come to trouble me, then you and Zephyr have to take action together to deal with Shanks and them. There is no problem, right? No doubt. Aokiji pondered for a while, then nodded and admitted his true inner thoughts, and said, I really don't hide it from you, I really can't do it. Anyway, it's okay to say that I and them are old buddies after all, just like this. That's great. Everyone. However, what no one knows is what will happen in the future. Speaking of this, Maien paused on purpose, then emphasized his tone and amplified the vocal tract. The two spoke separately. This shocking remark completely aroused everyone's hearts. Using our terrifying power, let the Marines know a truth. In this world, there are some people who must not provoke. For example, it is us. Now, the war has been completely ignited. Ralph drew, right in front of you. Then Maien passed the order and ordered all his subordinates to prepare for a decisive battle. Very good, I like this proposal. Among so many pirates, I also hate Shanks.